Hi guys, we're going to show you in this DVD some of our Muay Thai techniques. We're going to work in kicks, punches, knees, and elbows. These techniques are often used in many events and therefore they're very important to learn. Hope you try to practice them at your gym or home, and I hope that you can learn a lot of new techniques in this DVD series. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. Hey guys, in this DVD we're going to try to show you what we know best. We're going to cover some Muay Thai techniques. These are techniques that we use a lot during our fights, things that we believe that really work for us, and we try to show you everything that we believe that will work for you in a fight as well. So you can try these positions at home and at the gym. Always keep in mind that you should only use this knowledge in a training environment or inside the ring and never on the streets. Alright guys, now we're going to work on the first combination here. It's a position that I use a lot, not only during training but also during my fights. And I'm always looking for this position here. It's something that I think it's very important. Let's see it. So the first thing is to stand in a good base. I want to protect my ribs by bending over a little to the front. Why? Because if I stand up, it really hurts me when I get hit with a body shot. So maintain a high guard, and my opponent jabs, I'm going to slip and throw a jab. Now once again, he hits the jab, I slip, and now I'm going to come with a second punch of the combination, the right hand, over the top. And hit with the second right hand there. The important thing is coming back with that left hand right away towards your chin as you hit him with the right. Now notice the kick. So after I slip the jab, I fire the right hand, and now I'm set up already for a kick, so I can low kick to the left leg there. Slip. Now I'm going to spin around, and depending on how high his guard is, I can use a straight right, or if it's a little higher, an overhand right here, over the top. Now I low kick. 1, and 2, and 3. Slip, now right hand, and now kick. Okay. In this next technique, I'm going to show you a Muay Thai combination that ends with a high kick. It is a technique that I really like. It's something that I use a whole lot, and since it works for me, I'm now going to demonstrate it to you. We start in our base here, in our fighting stance. My opponent jabs, and I slip, firing a jab to the body. And now he's going to fire the right hand. And I'm going to bob and weave to my left and high kick. Now let's see the details now. So once he jabs, I need to slip and fire that jab. Now I'm going to bob and weave as he fires that right hand, and it puts my base in a perfect position to kick. Right here, just like that. Now, why? Because as he's firing the right hand, he's not expecting me to high kick during the bobbing and weaving motion. So it's a great surprise. So jab, now bob and weave to the left, and fire the high kick as you're doing that. Let's see it at the other side. So I slip the jab, I fire the jab, I bob and weave the right hand here. And now, in the middle of the bobbing and weaving motion, it sets me up and I kick. Slip the jab, bob and weave to the left, and now in the middle of that movement here, you go ahead and fire the high kick. Right, now we're going to work on a technique, something that works really well to counter the jab. Why do we need to work on countering the jab? Because that's something that happens a lot. He can start working his jab and forcing me to back away from him. So this is something that happens a lot. Now I need to know how to counter. There are many counters to the jab, but this one really works well. It's one of my favorites. Let's try it. So we're going to face our opponent here, and my opponent will start working the jab here. And what I will do is sidestep to the right. So it's very simple. I just take a step to the right. So notice the distance here. Once he jabs, I sidestep with my right foot and about this far here from my opponent's left foot. So that's the right distance. Sidestep here to the side. Now, once I sidestep, I can fire the kick. So sidestep, and now you're in a great distance there to fire the kick to the ribs. Why? Because once he's jabbing, notice how exposed his ribs are. It's a great opportunity here for a body shot. So he jabs, I sidestep, and now I don't want to kick with my leg only. I want to use my hips. So I want to thrust my hips in the kick so I get some power there. So always use your hips when kicking. So I'm right here, sidestep, and now throw the kick. See it again, and now with the kick. Now, I could use that against the right hand as well. So, right away, and I can even jump into the kick. So if he's firing the right hand, I can also use the same counter against the body. Why? Because when he's throwing the right hand, you can see that he is open there for that rib shot again. So on the jab again, sidestep, and now fire against the ribs. If it's a right hand, you can just fire the shot right away. And always try to get the shin against his ribs there. So it's very important. Don't kick with your foot. Now, another important detail here is after I sidestep, if I am flexible, I can kick to the head here. So I don't have to kick to the body. I can sidestep and kick to the head always. So I can work on the ribs or head depending on the situation there. This is a technique that I really like. It really works. I really use it a lot. So I hope you try it as well. So it always starts with a jab. All the fights start with a jab. So you got to know how to counter and how to set it up. Now we're going to work on a technique that I also like to use a lot during training and during my fights. This time we will work on closing the distance so we can work with knees, takedowns, pushing and kicking, punching, etc. It is very important to know how to close the distance. This technique is somewhat similar to the previous one, but this time we'll get much closer to my opponent. I'm going to use my knees instead of kicks. This is how it works. So he fires the jab, and once he fires the jab, his ribs are open for a strike there, because he's really twisting that shoulder into the strike there. So now I'm going to use the same idea as before. I'm going to sidestep, but this time, as I sidestep and slip, I move much closer. Instead of moving to the side with a kick, now I really step closer to my opponent. Now, I normally prefer to use a grip against the shoulder first instead of going for the head right away. So get control of the shoulder and fire the knee right into the ribs. Once again, you sidestep, slipping, and now fire the knee against the ribs. So what I'm doing is slipping and moving forward at the same time. Now, get control of the shoulder and fire your knee. Why do I like to use the shoulder control? Because I can now move to the head and fire two strikes at once. So watch this there. With the right hand, I can fire the knee right away. Now, I'm going to hold the shoulder. Why do I hold the shoulder? So I can set him up for another strike. So he fires the jab, I hold the shoulder, I fire the first shot. And now I'm going to spin on my right leg so I can fire a second shot to the head. So notice how I spin around. I spin around in the base, the ball of the foot there. Now, as it comes back, I need to fire that second knee fast. I cannot take my time there. As soon as my knee comes back, I fire another one right away. So let's see with the right hand here. He fires the right hand, I fire the first knee, and I fire the second knee right away. Now to the opposite side, I sidestep and slip, knee, and the second knee to the head. Now, notice how I control there. So after the first control and I hit the ribs, now I'm going to transfer my grip to the head. Why do I transfer the grip to the head? Because I don't want my opponent to move his head back. If I hold against the neck, he will be able to do that. So once I hold on top of the head, I take away his power. He has no leverage to raise the head. So sidestep and slip, now move the head and hit him again with the knee. So I can work a straight knee, or I can work a knee to the side in the middle of his guard there. So once again, I slip the jab, I fire the first knee, I spin around, and I fire the second to the head. To the other side, side step, and 2. So this is a technique that's very important, and it's important to do this basic drill during training, because you need to get used to firing your knees and developing speed with them. So hit the knee there. So side step. It's a very easy drill, something that you can use, and you're going to develop speed and you develop your knees. This next technique is very important to develop the ability to use your knees, and it's something that you should train every day at home or at the gym. You're going to work on using your hips and knees, and it's a situation that may happen a lot during a fight here. It's something you can use a lot. Let's check it out. So we're going to start facing our opponent here. He jabs. I'm going to sidestep and slip at the same time. So I slip and I close the distance. At the same time, it's very important for me to drill this, working on sidestepping and slipping at the same time. Now, once I close the distance, I get a hold of his shoulder and I fire the first knee. Now, he's going to fire the right hand. I bob and weave and I hit him with another knee. So again, now I can just stay there like the previous technique, or I can just fire the knee right away. Now I need to bob and weave under that right hand, and I fire another knee. Now, once I bob and weave, here's what happens. I'm going to come up with a knee right away. So I can work against the gut or against the ribs. So right here, right into the solar plexus, or I can go a little sideways there. So it depends. Normally, I prefer the tip of the knee there against his gut. So he fires the jab, I sidestep and slip, I fire the first knee, he fires the right hand, I bob and weave, and I hit him right on the belly. So I sidestep, closing the distance, I fire the knee, I bob and weave, and I hit the other knee. And now I can finish with a punch there. Now I can finish with a punch or I can finish with a takedown. It depends on what I prefer. Fire the knee, bob and weave, fire the knee, and finish with the left hook there. Now wait for that right foot to plant. So against the right hand now. Now with the right hand I can simply close the distance with the knee there. So always try to keep the knee close to your base leg. Why? Because if you start opening a whole lot, it's not going to hit him right on the belly. So I need to really bring my leg together. So my right leg, as it comes forward, it's close to my left thigh. I'm shooting the knee right to the front. Now I bob and weave, I fire another knee, and I can finish with a punch. So notice again the angle of the knee. The first knee, it really comes straight. My legs are close together, right there. Once I fall down here, I'm going to bob and weave and hit another knee. Now you got to find the distance for the second knee. So bob and weave and move a little with that foot, and now you can fire the punch. I only fire the punch when I plant my foot back on the ground. So hit the first knee, bob and weave, hit the second knee, and fire the punch. Again. Knee, bob and weave, knee, and punch. Always in good base. This is a combination that you should work on a lot. It shows you how to use the knees, and it teaches how to find the right distance for your strikes, which is what you need. Because sometimes you're fighting the guy, you got to find the right distance to fire knees from everywhere. So I'm ready to counter with the knees here. So it's very important for me to learn how to do that, how to hit him with knees, get the right range, the right openings. Thank you. Let's move on to this next segment. This time, my opponent will attack me with a low kick, and I'm going to defend it by using a front kick. It's important for you to be familiar with a couple of defenses to each strike, so you can use the proper one depending on the situation that happens during the fight. He will attack me with a low kick. I'm going to counter with my front kick, the Teep, and I'm going to follow up with a low kick of my own. This technique is very simple yet extremely effective. It really works well for me both in training and during my fights. So once again, he's going to attack me with a low kick. I will defend with a front kick and follow up with a low kick of my own. So we're facing each other here, and he's going to try to low kick me here. So as he does that, I use my lead leg to teep. So I'm not moving forward or anything. I'm just raising and hit him in with a front kick. So once he's trying to throw that low kick, he's going to be off balance. So if he's hit with a front kick, he's going to be really off balance. And he's going to move back to the perfect position for me to land a low kick of my own. Now, as he's throwing the low kick, he's going to be off balance. So I'm going to take advantage of that fact to hit him with a teep at the same time. Right there. And now finish with a low kick. This technique is very important because not only I'm countering his strike, but I'm also putting him in a position of disadvantage. He's really off balance. So raise your front leg and throw the front kick, follow with a low kick. Let's see it at the other side. So now I'm not really trying to move in. I'm just trying to pick the leg up and finish with a low kick. It's a very simple technique that works a lot. Now let's see it again. Front kick and finish with the low kick. It's a one way of defending the low kick and at the same time counter with a strike of your own. Now I'm going to show you the defense against the front kick. Following it up with a high kick counter to the head. Whenever you're fighting Muay Thai against an opponent that's really tall, he might use the Teep kick to keep you away and prevent you from closing the distance. We need to be able to figure out how to get to the right range. So I'm going to show you a way to counter the front kick, to block the shot and counter. This is especially important against a tall opponent, the guy that's trying to keep you away from him, to stay away from your range. You need to be able to learn how to react to such a situation so you can properly close the distance and bring the fight to your opponent. So this is how we're going to do it. Now we start from our fighting stance, and now he fires the front kick. And I always use a cross block, like that. Meaning that if he fires with the left, I use my left hand to move it across. If he fires with the right, I use my right hand. Now, what that does is it exposes my opponent's side. So it's very easy for me to counter. I could use low kicks here. I could punch to the head. He's in a very bad position. So let's see it again. He fires the shot. I move the kick to the side, and now I can high kick. I'm going to do it a little faster so you can notice the details. High kick right away. Now, once again, slowly, once he fires the front kick, I use a cross block. If he fires with the left, I block with the left. I cannot try to block the wrong way. If I try to block a right kick with the left hand here, this is what happens. It's an awkward movement and I put him back in a good position. So always keep in mind that it's a cross block. If he fires with the left, I use the left. If he fires with the right, I use my right arm. Always crossing him over, exposing his side. Right here, fire the high kick right away. This is the trick here. This is one of the shots that I can use here. Now, to the opposite side, if he fires to the right, I block to the right. And now I'm going to switch steps so I can hit the back of the head there. So it's the same thing, but the same idea, but a different step here in the finish. Now you start slowly, and once you start picking up the pace, get in the right time, and you can pick it up. So right here, switch step, kick to the back of the head. So I block the kick, and I already do the switch step. It's a fast movement. Right here, fire the kick, or right here, side step to get the back kick. So block, and now I have two options. I can simply high kick, or I can switch step and kick the back of the head. They both work well, so it depends. You got to pick your choice, whatever works best in that situation. Once again, once he fires the teep, I'm going to counter block here, fire the high kick. The second option here is the switch kick to the back of the head. Both defenses are great, and this is the easiest way to block the teep. It works very well, and the counters are excellent. Just pick one and use it. We have shown you a defense against the low kick, a defense against the front kick, and now we're going to show you a defense against the kick to the body. The kick to the body is, in my opinion, one of the most effective kicks out there. If you get hit on the ribs during a fight, it is really difficult to keep on fighting. It's also easier to block kicks to the thigh and to the head, so I believe that the body kick is a very effective strike. It's very important to know a good defense against this kick, so let's pay attention to this technique here. You can try to pick your leg up and block with a shin, but sometimes it's very difficult since there's not a lot of time to react to the kick and bring your shin high enough to protect your ribs. So now we're going to show you a different way to block that kick. We're going to start in our fighting stance, and it's important to understand that whenever I'm fighting my opponent here, I want to bend over a little to protect my ribs. So now that my abs are contracted, I have a little forward lean here, it's easier to take the shots. So if I was standing up, it'll be really hard on my ribs. Now, he's going to kick to my ribs, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn my back towards my opponent a little, because my back will not hurt from this kick, and I'm going to capture the leg in the same motion. So all I'm doing is a little turn to the side. So I'm right here, I turn to the side, and at the same time, I capture the leg here. So now, this kick will land on my lower back. So I'm not going to stop and just grab, because otherwise, that's going to hurt my ribs. So if I just grab, I'm going to take that shot. It's going to hurt a lot and might break my ribs. Instead, I do a little turn here, turning my back a little towards him. So if it kicks to that side, I'm going to turn and capture, like that. So always turn and capture. Don't just try to hold. Now if it's the opposite side, I'm going to do the same motion. I'm going to turn my back a little and capture the leg. Turn and capture. Now he fires a shot, I turn and capture. Now to the opposite side. And I can take the shot. It's a very simple movement, but it's something that we need to drill. It's very simple. He kicks, and I turn and capture. The other side, he kicks, I turn and capture. Always trying to turn your back. So, like this, and to the opposite side, like that. Always turn and capture, and now we can follow up with other techniques that we'll see later on. Now that you have learned the defense against the kick to the body, I'm going to show you one of the possible combinations that I can use to counter my opponent after the block. Once he kicks to my ribs, I'm going to go ahead and capture the leg. I'm going to switch grips, and then I'm going to land an elbow strike to his face. Whenever training this technique, I got to keep in mind that it's a dangerous technique, so be careful when using it at home or at the gym, because whenever we use elbows and knees, there's always the chance that if I hit my opponent, especially in the face, I might cut him open, and then we're going to hurt our training partner. So let's try to avoid that. So once again, I'm going to trap the leg, switch grips, and then land the elbow strike. I'm going to start slowly first. So he kicks, I turn a little, my upper body, and I block. Now, once I trap his leg, I'm going to go, and with my right leg, I'm going to take a step to the front. And now, I'm going to use that step to close the distance and switch grips, coming with my right arm, and now I can use my left elbow to his head. Let's see it again. He kicked to my ribs. I blocked. Now I'm going to take one step with my right leg so that I can switch grips. My right arm will come on top of his leg. I'm going to trap it. And now I can take another step with my left leg and bring the left elbow in against his face. Let's see it fast. Now, let's look at it from a different angle. I'm going to show you an important detail here. Once he kicks, I block. Now, watch how I switched grips here. My arm is going to shoot through, palm down. Not palm up, but palm down. Why? Because it's easier for me to lift his leg up like that. The more I lift the leg, the more off balance my opponent will be. The easier it will be to strike him. So whenever you switch grips with the palm down. Now you spin around and your elbow comes from above, right in the middle. Right in the middle of his guard here. See it again? I block, I switch grips, palm down. Always keeping him off balance, and I come with the elbow here.
Mais uma. Lado. Beleza?
All right. So let's see it again. It's very important to notice the details. It's a great position to work on. Also, keep in mind that some MMA events allow elbow strikes. So it's important for us to train and get proficient at using such techniques. So he kicks, I block, I'm going to take the step, switch grips, and now I can come with the elbow right in the middle.
Beleza, galera?
Now that we have demonstrated how to block the kick to the body and how to use an elbow to counter, we're going to work on another technique to counter the same kick. It's a good idea to be able to counter your opponent in a couple of different ways when he attacks with a certain position. We also have to keep in mind that some events do not allow elbow strikes, so I'm going to show you a different alternative to that. We're going to capture the leg the same way as before, but then we're going to move on to a different counter. Here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to block the leg, and now I'm going to attack with two knees, one to the belly and one knee to the head. Now I'm going to push him away and kick to the head. Why do I do that? Because whenever I push him forward, he's going to be off balance with his hands low, and that's the good timing for a head kick. So once again, we're going to trap the leg. I'm going to shoot a knee to the body. I'm going to hit him with a knee to the head. Now I'm going to push him away, and then look for the head kick. So now he kicks to the ribs. I need to capture the leg there while turning my upper body. Now I'm going to reach over with my right hand so I can shoot a knee to the body and then a knee to the head. Now I'm going to push my opponent away, and now I go for the head kick. It is very important to push him away because now he's going to be off balance. His hands are going to be low. It's going to be easy for me to hit him in the head. Let's see it again. So he kicks to the ribs. I captured the leg, and always remember to turn your upper body so you don't hurt your ribs. Now, once you got to this position, reach over with the right hand. Now I'm going to use the right knee to the body as I pull his head forward, and right knee to the head. Now I'm going to push him away with both arms. I'm going to use both arms at the same time so he's off balance, and I kick to the head. Let's see it to the opposite side. So he's going to kick to my ribs. I turn my upper body and capture the leg. I reach over for the head. I hit him with a knee to the body, knee to the head. Now I'm ready to push him away and look for the head kick. Now, an important detail in this technique is to remember that whenever you're using the knees there, I'm going to shoot the knees straight to the belly. Why? Because I don't want that foot to be curled up. Otherwise, it's going to hit his cup or something. So make sure that your foot position there, it's like this, toes down. If I use the toes up here, I might hit him in the cup. Then it's going to be a penalty. So once he blocks here, I reach for the head, and now watch my toe position as I throw my knees, toes pointing down. Now one knee to the belly, come back, knee to the head, push away, head kick. Let's see it again. He kicks, I block, I control the head, I fire the knee to the belly, knee to the head, push away, and head kick. This time, we're going to work on the high kick. It's not easy to kick your opponent in the head, especially if his guard is up. In order to make the head an easier target, it's a good idea to use some type of fake. In this particular case, we're going to use our eyes to fake your opponent. I'm going to start by hitting him with a low kick. Then I'm going to get back to base, look down, and then I'm going to kick to the head. Seems like something very easy, but actually it works great during a fight. It's very effective. So let's see how we do this. So we get to our fighting stance, and now I fire my low kick. Now I get back to my base. Now I look down before firing the second shot. When I do look down, his focus will be on defending the leg kick, so it's going to be easy to hit him in the head. So he's worried about the legs, he's worried about protecting and blocking the legs. So start with the low kick, come back to your stance, look down, and then fire the kick to the head. Seems very easy, and it is, but it works great. So we're getting our fighting stance, low kick, come back. Now, I'm going to look down. Once I look down, I'm not going to low kick, I'm going to high kick here. It's a great way to set him up here. So we're fighting, low kick, come back, keep looking straight when you're fighting the low kick. Then you look down and kick to the head. Very, very simple fake. You should train, and it's going to change your opponent's focus when you look down. After you kick him in the head and you look down there, he's going to be worried about the leg. And that's when you're going to hit him in the head. So when you look down and kick high, you got to make sure that you keep looking down. Don't look up. So my gaze is towards my opponent's face here. Now I look down and I maintain my stare there as I kick to the head. Okay, let's follow up on our sequence of fakes that lead to the high kick. Like we previously discussed, it's very important to fake before trying to kick to the head. If I manage to kick my opponent cleanly to the head, I may knock him out and win the match. So it's very important for me to learn how to set this kick properly. It's not an easy kick to hit your opponent with, so it's very important that we learn good fakes to make things easier for us. So let's work on a different way to fake your opponent, another way of baiting him and setting him up for the head kick. Always remember that faking and then kicking is always better than kicking right off the bat. Here's how we're going to do this. So once again, I'm going to start with my fighting stance, and now I'm going to fake a low kick. So I'm faking a low kick to his left leg here. Now, as I'm coming back with that fake, I'm going to fire the right hand. So I fake to the leg and fire the right hand. So I start the fake, and now as I switch my balance here, I plant that right foot back on the ground. This is a technique that I have used in quite a few fights. It's something I really like doing. So I start with a fake here. Now I'm going to move that right foot back, and I fire the right hand. Notice how I'm not planting my foot on the ground. I have the ball of my foot. Why? Because if I'm planted here, I'm not going to have the same agility. I'm not going to be able to move fast. So start once again by faking to the leg, plant it back, and you're going to fire right cross there. And now I can high kick. So I'm going to do it a little faster so you can see how it works, and then I'm going to slow it down once again and show the details. So right here, fake. Once again, fake. Now you're going to see that once I start the fake, he's worried about the legs there. So once I come back, chances are I'm going to hit that right hand, and then I can high kick. Let's see it to the opposite side. I start with a kick there, faking the kick, and now as that foot is coming back, I'm going to plant it, and I'm going to fire right hand. Now the ball of my foot touches the ground, and I'm ready to go to fire that high kick to the head. So once again, we're going to start by using a fake. I don't have to kick all the way to my opponent's thigh. I just bring that right leg up, and now once my foot is coming back, I get that right hand in. So once again, fake and fire the right hand, finishing with a kick to the head. See it again. I'm going to fake that low kick, fire the right hand, and kick to the head. Now I'm going to show you another high kick technique, once again using a fake to set it up. If any of you guys follow my career, you're going to be able to identify this technique as one that I use quite often during my fights, and it's something that really works for me. It's a technique that is a little bit more complicated than the previous ones, but it's my opinion that if the fighter trains enough, he's going to be able to pull this off. If you put enough hard work in your training, you can accomplish anything, and I guarantee you're going to be able to execute techniques that are a little bit more complex, like this one. So once again, this is a technique that I really like doing, another low fake into a high kick position here. So let's see how we do this. Once again, we start from our fighting stance. And now I'm going to fire a left kick to the inside of his thigh here. And now I set the other one for the high kick. So once again, I'm going to start by firing a kick with my left leg to the inside of his thigh so I can set my high kick up. It's a technique that is a little bit more complicated than the other ones, but if you train it every day, you're going to be able to do it. It's going to come, it's going to happen for you. So let's try it a little faster now so you can see how it works. Inside kick, kick to the head. Once again, the first kick, it's not a hard kick. I'm trying to touch my ankle here against his thigh. It's just a fake. I'm not trying to do any damage with that first kick here. Just trying to set him up so he's worried about defending his leg so I can kick to the head. Once again, 1, 2. Now you can notice that this is a very fast sequence. Once I'm fired that left kick, I'm already starting the right kick. So it's just one movement for the two kicks. I cannot just kick and then plant it back and fire the second kick. It's 1, 2. I kick while I'm in the air pretty much. So it's 1, 2, very fast. One kick. So don't kick, plant, and then fire the second kick. I want you to try to accomplish both kicks in one movement. So fire into the head. So very fast, one movement for the two kicks. Once you fire the left kick, I'm already starting to fire the right kick to the head. So start and then fire. Let's see it once more. Alright guys, let's move on to another high kick position. This is another setup that I really like to use, and in fact have used it in a couple of my fights. I really like kicking to the head, so this works great for me. This time I'm going to start by firing a low kick and missing it on purpose. That will put me in a position where I can project my left leg up and finish it off by firing a right kick to the head. This is a technique so powerful that if it lands, it might be the end of the fight. The reason for that is that my hips are spinning in the air, so you gain extra momentum by spinning around like that. It is like the previous one, a technique that it's a little bit more complex, but if you keep training it over and over again, you're going to be able to execute it. We're giving you all the tools and details, so it's up to you to provide the hard work so you can develop your technique and execute things properly. Remember, even though this is a complicated technique, it's something you can do without a problem as long as you put your heart into it. So let's see how we do this. So we start with our fighting stance. The first kick that I will fire is a right kick to the thigh. Now I'm going to miss it, so I'm going to shoot it a little lower than usual, right near his shin. So once again, kick a little lower so you miss it. And now you plant the right foot on the ground. Now my left leg here is in great position to start spinning around. So I'm going to spin that left leg up in the air and fire my right kick to the head. Let's see it once more. So the first kick, I'm going to fire it a little lower towards the shin, so I miss it. Now I'm going to use my left leg, I'm going to project it in the air, and now I can fire the right kick to the head. Now I'm going to do it a little faster, then we're going to go back and cover all the details. So we'll start from our fighting stance. Once again. Now, here are the important details in this technique. After I miss, I cannot just stop there. A lot of people do this here and they pause and then go. No, you gotta keep it moving. You gotta make it in one movement, one fluid motion there. From the beginning to the end of the high kick. It's a little bit more complex, but it's excellent. It's something that really works. So just train it. So I start by missing that low kick. Now I'm going to project my left leg up in the air. And now this builds momentum so I can high kick to the head. So let's see it fast again. Once again. So let's see it from a different angle here.
Eu jogo a perna
I'm going
direita
to
aqui,
miss that low kick on
passando.
purpose.
Eu
Now,
vou
I'm not going to
aqui.
stop here with my back turned to my opponent. I keep on turning.
E pum. Então, mais uma vez lá.
Once you miss the kick, you keep on turning and fire to the head.
Agora faz um movimento rápido.
Now, let's see it fast.
Beleza?
All right?
Passou esse
So once
detalhe,
again, it's a little bit more complicated, but all you got to do is train. Alright guys, now we're going to work on a different Muay Thai combination here. A very interesting fake that I like using. I use my punches to set up my opponent so I can land a knee to the head. So this is how it's going to work. I'm going to start using my right hand strike. So I'm going to fire right hand and I'm going to step with my right hand. Once I step with the right hand here, it puts me in a position to fire a left hook, and I'm going to fire a knee with that. So let's see how it works. We get in our fighting stance here. We're both fighting. Now I'm going to walk with my right hand, and now when I'm ready to fire the left hook, I fire the knee at the same time. I'm trying to get him to bob and weave under the left hook, and I've used this before in my fights. So right hand, left hook with a knee. So let's see it again. So when you fire the left hook, you want to fire the knee at the same time. So walk with the right hand. Now the left hook is going to come with a knee. Right there. And you can see that fake works because he's going under the left hook. So right hand, left hook with a knee. Coming from the side. Let's see it once more. So the important detail there is as he's bobbing and weaving under the left hook, I'm firing the left knee, trying to catch him there. Let's see it again. Right hand, just to find the distance, and left hook with the knee. Always at the same time, as he's bobbing and weaving under. So it's a great fake, it's something that really works. Works for me, I use that a lot during my fights there. So give it a try and see if you like it. It's a great fake. Alright guys, now we're going to show you another Muay Thai technique, and this time we're going to demonstrate something that's very characteristic of our training camp, of our gym, a knee strike. In this case, we're going to show you a flying knee strike after the jab and left hook combination, getting a one-handed clinch to fire the knee. Here's how we're going to do this. So we're going to start off by firing a jab, then I fire the left hook. Now notice that once I fire the jab, I bring my hand back, but once I fire the left hook, I leave it there so I can grab his head. Now, after I control his head, I'm going to pull his head down. I'm going to use this grip so that I can fly into the knee here. So I'm jumping up and knee into the head. So once again, first strike is a jab, I follow with a left hook, and I fire the knee. Now, it's very important to understand that once you control the head, not only I'm jumping up into my flying knee, but I'm also pulling his head down. Because once I pull the head down, I'm able to go way higher. So pull and jump at the same time. Jab, left hook, and knee. Now, you can also observe that I'm not really firing the knee in a straight line like this. I'm bringing from the side. Why? Because I'm already sideways. I'm only using a one-handed grip here. So I'm already sideways. It's easier for me to strike with a knee like that. Let's see it again. Jab, left hook, control the head right away. Don't bring that head back. Just control his neck and fire the knee while jumping. Jab, left hook, and 3. Now, once again, the important detail is once you control the head, to pull his head down at the same time. Don't try to just jump. Jump and pull. So jab, 2, and 3. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you another position here. We're going to use elbows. Now always keep in mind that the elbow is a very effective weapon. It's something that you can cut your opponent with very easily, just like the knees. So we're going to start here from our fighting stance, and now I'm going to start with a jab. I'm going to fire the jab to the body this time instead of firing to the head. Now once I fire the jab, chances are he's going to come with a right cross, and I come with a right elbow. So jab to the body, wait for the right cross, and get the right elbow in. Now I need to close the distance. Watch how I close the distance there with a big step. So I fire the jab to the body, he fires the right hand, and I close the distance with the right elbow. Now, once I get to this position, he's going to bring his right hand back. As he does that, I fire the left elbow. So it's a very simple combination here, something very easy for you to do. So jab to the body, wait for the right hand, right elbow. As he brings it back, I'm going to twist and bring my left elbow to the face. Position that's very easy to cut him with this as well. So, jab to the body. Once he fires the right hand, I close the distance and get the right elbow. So we're trying to clash against my opponent here. So right here, closing the distance. So jab, right elbow. Now as he comes back, I fire the number 2, the left elbow. Something that's very important to learn because you can use elbows in a couple of different organizations out there. So it's an excellent position to use in something like the UFC. So it's very important to learn how to use your elbows there. So keep your distance there. Jab to the body, right elbow as you close the distance, left elbow. Always keep in mind that you can cut your opponent with that. I'm going to show you now another elbow technique, and this time we're going to work the elbow to the top of the head. So instead of striking to the face, we're going to strike to the top of the head. It's a little more difficult to accomplish, but normally this will happen whenever my opponent is defending himself. Maybe I manage to back him up into a corner, and I have an opening for this sort of technique. Always keep in mind this is something that you want to use when your opponent is really defending against other strikes. Like I said, maybe in the corner. So he's really blocking everything else, and I'm going to use my foot to climb on top of my opponent so I can come from above with that elbow strike downward, right on top of the head there. So let's see how we're going to do that. So I'm going to step with my right foot here on top of his left thigh. Now I'm going to come from above with my elbow to the head. So we're fighting, come up, and elbow. Let's see it again. Now, this is a technique that's very powerful. It's going to be a knockout for sure if you can land it cleanly. So normally it's when he's trying to close the gap there. Maybe he's blocking everything else, and you land the elbow. Let's see it again. Now I'm going to plant my right foot on top of his left thigh. Why? Because I want to go really high there. Now, don't point your toes towards your opponent. So point your toes towards the outside to make it a little easier. And now, in one jump, I'm going to project myself up. So step and jump and land. Now we're going to work on a different elbow strike technique. It's something that I really enjoy doing during my training sessions. Unfortunately, it's something that I'm not able to use during my fights, since the rules that I fight under normally do not allow me to use elbow strikes. It's the spinning elbow. So the spinning elbow strike, it's something that it's really useful. It's great for you to use. So if your organization does allow for elbow strikes, go ahead and learn this technique. It's a great tool for you to have. So the first thing that I need to understand is that I normally use the spinning elbow in the middle of a combination. So I have to close the distance before I'm able to reach my opponent with my elbow. In this case, we're going to get in our fighting stance. We're going to start by firing the right hand. I follow with the left hook, and I take a step with that left hook. So right hand, left hook, and spinning elbow. Now, you can notice that once I fire the left hook here, I'm ready to step through with the elbow. So left hook and spinning elbow. Let's see it again. I get close to my opponent, and I'm going to start my combination with the right hand. I don't want to start with the elbow because he can see it coming. So I need to use that elbow in the middle of the combination. So always start with the right hand. Follow with the left hook here, and as I fire the left hook, you can see I take a little step with my left leg there. That makes it easier for me to spin. Now the back leg here, you can see that it takes a big spinning step there. Let's see it once more.
Então vai ser
1, 2, 3.
esse movimento bom, você vai
This is a
fazer
good movement, so you do it fast.
1, 2, 3. Entendeu? E como você...
Always trying to find the good range there. You don't want to start with the elbow. You have to do it in the middle of the combination, finding your range there. So 1, 2, 3.
Entendeu? Então, primeira trocação...
So before start your combinations, find your range and then fire the elbow.
Tô aqui...
So right hand, left hook, and 3.
Beleza, galera? Então, é uma posição
Something
boa.
that is great. I really like to use it, so make sure you're always training in the middle of the combinations. Try to shoot an elbow, a spinning elbow every now and then. Hi guys, in this DVD we're going to cover many aspects of the clinch. The clinch is a weapon that our camp is really famous for. So you can see that not only my brother and I, but also many other athletes from our gym really like to use it. We tend to favor the clinch because we're very comfortable in the position, and we have achieved many knockouts with the clinch. There are a lot of details to this position, so please make sure that you pay attention to everything, because that's what's going to make the position so effective. If you pay attention to what we will teach you, you're going to turn into a great athlete. We're going to teach you everything that we know, everything that we think would benefit you in a fight, so that you can adapt the clinch to your game and improve it. Like I said before, it's one of the most effective positions in MMA, and one that my brother and I really favor. So we're sure you're going to enjoy this DVD. Let's take a look at the clinch. Now I'm going to teach you a couple of basic fundamentals from the clinch. The clinch is a very effective position, and I'm going to try to show you a couple of important details, such as how to prevent your opponent from escaping and how to prevent him from hitting you from the same position. Let's check it out. The first thing we're going to cover here is arm positioning. My elbow needs to be resting on my opponent's chest, but never too high, because he can pop my arm out of position and escape and maybe get a takedown. Whenever I get control of his head, I want to hold my hand in a cupping position here. So I form a cup with my hand, and I go right on his head, near the back of his head, not the back of his neck, because he can move his head, but the back of the head there. Now, it is very hard for him to bring that head up, as long as I control it high. If I control it low, I'm going to lose it. So, let's make sure that we come with the first hand, cupping the hand there, and controlling high on the head. Be careful with the elbow, so you don't want him to move that elbow out of the way there. Now, the first hand comes in, elbow against the chest level, preventing him from getting close to you, so you can control the distance there, and always holding the head high. I'm placing my hand there high. Now my second arm can come in, it'll come against the neck there. So the first hand is high on the head, second hand against the neck there, closing the position. So now I'm going to be able to control my opponent and move him around. He won't be able to react at all. So control the head with the first hand, second arm comes in a little lower, and I'm going to place my right hand on top of my left wrist here. So it's a good position, and I can now squeeze my elbows together, trapping my opponent. So one, the first position, and the second hand comes on the wrist here, and I pinch my elbows together and I pull my opponent to my chest. So here, squeeze, and now he won't be able to move anywhere. Once again, first hand comes in, second hand goes on the wrist, and if he tries to bring his head up, we can even do that in training here. Whenever he tries to bring his head up, I need to bring it back down. And always squeeze your elbows together. Make sure that you're not giving him any space. It's a pinching motion there with my forearms. Now, you can see that there's no space for him to pummel for a position there. Now, notice where I'm placing my head. I'm placing my head always higher than his head. Now, I can control him, move him around, and knee. Now, whenever he pops the head up, I bring it back down. He pops it up, I bring it down. And always squeezing his head there in front of your chest. That's the first important detail. How to know how to properly control your opponent. Now, never back away, never raise that head, because once you raise the head back here, he can fire punches at you. He's going to counter strike there. So always in this position here. Right now, I can fire away and he cannot react. Once I open, he can fire the hook. He can counter with an uppercut. So always make sure that you keep in the right distance. The correct distance is your opponent's head close to your chest, my head higher than his. Everything under my control here, and I can fire my knees away. If I open up, he's going to come with a hook and uppercut. It's not a good idea for me. So everything tight, everything solid, so I can fire my strikes. So those are the basic fundamentals of the clinch position here. And now we're going to start working in different combinations. Let's cover a very important skill from the clinch, learning how to pummel. Just like you need to learn how to crawl before walking, you need to learn how to pummel before you can fight from the clinch. Even in jiu-jitsu, if you don't learn how to pummel, you're going to end up getting submitted. It's important to learn how to pummel from the clinch so you can learn not only how to control your opponent's head, but also how to escape from dangerous situations. Now I'm going to teach you some very important details about pummeling from the clinch. The first thing we want to keep in mind is that we do not want to fight from a squared up position. Whenever my opponent squares up with me, it's very easy for me to control his head. Therefore, whenever we pummel for control the clinch, we should be shoulder to shoulder, a little sideways, not giving up any space to your opponent. If he squares up at any time, I'm going to take advantage and control his head. Always stay a little sideways and keep your head up. That way it's hard for him to bring your head down. He can't control the head. So sideways and keeping the head up. If he squares up there, it's easy for me to control the head. Now, if he's looking up and sideways, we're both in a good position, and we're going to keep on pummeling until somebody makes a mistake and I can bring his head down here. So whenever pummeling, sideways, shoulders to shoulder, no space at all. Now we pummel for position, we switch sides. Always with the head up. You can see that our posture is good here, and the elbow needs to be against the chest. If you relax the elbow, I'm going to pop it out of the way. So elbow in the middle of the chest there. If he makes that mistake there, it's very easy for me to pop the elbow out of the way and close the distance, maybe go for a takedown there. So stay sideways, pummel for the other side, always close to your opponent, always a little sideways, keeping the head up. Now we're going to talk a little about a different situation here. After pummeling, sometimes we get to a little stalemate where we're both near maybe a corner here, and we're both in a good position here. How do I break the stalemate? I'm going to use my left hand, and I'm going to bring it on top of his biceps here. So once we got to this position, I'm going to turn to that side and land a knee to the head. So it's a very simple position here. Once again, maybe we're trapped in a corner here. We're fighting for the pummeling, and we're going to place my left hand here on top of his biceps. I'm move to the side and fire a knee right away. So we're both in a strong position. It's a stalemate here. My left hand goes right on the biceps like this here, and he's close to me. He's using a lot of power. I'm going to turn to that side, open it up, and hit him with a knee. Let's see it to the opposite side. Hand on the biceps. He's close and he's trying to be strong. It's hard for me to pummel from the inside. I pull to the outside and land the knee. So I open the space. Since I cannot go to the inside there, I'm going to pull to the outside and come with a knee. It's a very simple and very effective position there. So I'm going to turn always to that side. Watch how I'm going to take a step with that leg as I turn. Now I can come on the inside and hit the knee. So one hand controls the head. I pull and hit the knee. Very important position to learn. Very important skill. Now once again, we're shoulder to shoulder. It's a stalemate. We're both in good position here. I move and I land the knee. This is a very important position here for pummeling. Alright guys, now we're going to cover another important technique that we can use when pummeling from the clinch. My opponent is fighting for the position, and we're both pummeling and trying to get control of the head. We're both trying to take advantage of any mistakes that the other may make. And what I'm going to do now is use a short strike, almost a tap, near his elbow to open up the position so I can control the head and hit him with a knee, be it to the chin or to the body. Let's see how we do this. So we start here in a pummeling position. We're both fighting for control, and it's always important to keep that elbow in front of his chest. Otherwise, I'm going to lose the position. So we pummel, and watch what I'm going to do now with my right arm. As I come in again, I'm going to tap the elbow to the side and knee to the head. It's very simple. Once again, we're pummeling. I tap the elbow, hit the head. So as I'm coming in again with that right arm, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring my arm and pop his left elbow to the outside, creating enough space so I can hit the head with a knee. So once again, we're pummeling for position, open and knee. So always elbowing to the side and hitting the knee. So he's worried about the pummeling position there. He's not expecting me to use that short strike to open everything. Let's see it from a different angle here. We're pummeling for position. Now I tap the elbow and knee to the head. So just open enough space so I can get control of the head and then land. He's worried about the pummeling, so I can hit him and surprise here right away. Now I'm going to show you how to move your opponent around from inside the clinch. What happens sometimes is that I take control of the clinch, but my opponent keeps good posture with his head, and it's hard for me to knee him in the face. It's important for me to then move my opponent around a little bit so I can break his posture, bring his head lower, allowing me to hit him at will. Once again, whenever my opponent keeps his head up, even if I have a good clinch, I'm not going to be able to hit him in the head right away. I need to control his head, move him around so I can get him off balance before starting to strike him with the knees there. So let's see how we can accomplish that. The first thing that's going to happen here is that I'm going to get the clinch. So I get the clinch, but this time my opponent keeps good posture. He keeps his head up, and it's hard for me to knee him in the head. I can knee him in the body, but weakly. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to insist the knee strikes. I need to get that guy off balance, so I move him around here. Now, once he lowers his head, I can hit him in the head at will. So it is very important whenever he gets good posture, I need to walk around with my opponent. I maintain that tight clinch and I move him around with my arms. Now my opponent is going to start wobbling, he's going to get off balance and I can hit him then. So once again I get the clinch, my opponent gets good posture here. I'm going to move him around and once I get him off balance I can start firing my knees here. And this is the time when my opponent is going to be open for my strikes. He's going to be completely off balance. Very important detail here to keep in mind. You need to move him around. So you get the clinch here. My opponent postures up. I'm going to move him around before I fire my knees. Now you can see that I don't really have to use a lot of power. It's all about technique. And once he lowers the head, I know that I'm in a good position. I know it's the time for me to hit him with the knees. So when he postures, don't insist the knees right away. Move him around first. So always off balancing your opponent from the clinch. Let's move on with our series on the clinch. This time, I'm going to start by controlling my opponent from the clinch and hitting him with knees. Whenever I work the skipping knees, I can also hit my opponent with low kicks. My opponent is inside my clinch, his legs are always a good target for strikes. He will be standing there with his legs parallel and relatively relaxed, and they are not going to be protected the same way as if he was in a regular fighting stance. So always keep in mind that you can hit him with low kicks from inside the clinch. So we're going to get the clinch, we're going to start working the skipping knees, then we're going to work on hitting him his legs there with the low kicks, then I can push him away and hit him in the head. Let's work this combination here from beginning to end. So I start with the clinch here. I'm going to start by working skipping knees. Whenever I get there to this position, I want to hit him with knees. It's very important to keep in mind that I want to hit him with knees from the back leg there. So like this, it is very wrong for me to try to just knee him with the front leg. So if I want to hit him with the left leg, I skip and then land the knee. Thus the name skipping knees. So always skip step and hit your opponent with the back leg. So keep control of the clinch and start hitting with the skipping knees there. Now I can also add the low kicks in. So I'm targeting the thighs there. Knees and kicks. You can combine both together, and now whenever you're ready, you're going to push your opponent away and hit him with a high kick. So skipping knees, kicks, push away, head kick. So always keep in mind that you need to use the back leg to knee. So this has no power. If I'm kneeing with the front leg, it has no power. So I always need to skip step. So the knee is always coming from behind, always coming from the back leg. So I land here, skip, and land. And now I can also include my low kicks in the combination. Back to the knees. So it's a great exercise. Grab a partner there, just get him in the clinch, work the skipping knees, work the low kicks, and work all the combinations. You need to feel at ease in this position here. Low kicks. Now push away, high kick. It's a very good drill. Whenever you push your opponent, he's going to be off balance, his hands will be low, and this is the right time to target the head. So once again, start from the clinch, get good control, keep everything tight, skip knees, low kicks, push away, head kick. Once again, start with the knees, always keeping a tight clinch there. Low kicks, push away, kick to the head. We will now work on a different way of setting up the clinch. We're used to setting up the clinch from a close range, pummeling for the position. Now I'm going to show you how to get the same situation from a long range, closing the distance and getting the clinch at the same time. This is a technique that I really like and use a lot in my fights. It's something that normally happens when my opponent is in a defensive mode, maybe backed up in a corner or something. I'm going to jump and lock the clinch at the same time. It's a very easy technique to use and something that really works for me and hopefully will work for you as well. I get the clinch right away. So it's a great setup there. So we're going to start in our fighting stance from that distance, punching distance here, so we're far away from each other. Now I'm going to jump and lock the clinch. Now, what normally happens is that my opponent is going to be close to me and I can pummel for the clinch. So if that's a close position, that's another story. But sometimes we're fighting from a distance here. I'm not that close and we're within striking range. And how should I set up the clinch? What I'm going to do is jump, lock in the position, and taking control of the clinch right away. It's something that I use a lot. It's something that I use often. And the good thing is that I can stay and jump from my fighting stance, so I don't need to change my stance. From your fighting stance, you don't need to go like, into a parallel position. Just from your fighting stance, just jump right away into the clinch. Always land in the same base as before, and now you can work your knees. So I'm going to land with the clinch in position and also in a good position to land my knees. So pinch your elbows in whenever you land. So I start within striking range there, a long range. Now I'm going to jump from my base into the clinch. So now I'm in a clinch position and I'm in a good position to fire away. Get my strikes in. Let's see it again. Start from a long range. Now this fighting position here happens a lot. All I got to do is jump in. Control the clinch, and it's a very easy position and something that's going to work for you. Now we're going to work a combination of knee strikes from the clinch. It's important for you to always try to use not only straight knees, but side knees as well. The more knee strikes you can throw in a certain period of time, the better. We're going to work a combination that will help you develop the skills. We're going to start from a clinch position. I'm going to alternate straight knees and knees from the side, back and forth. It's very important for you to learn how to alternate between these two techniques, as well as how to alternate between using both of your legs to strike your opponent. I'm going to fire with the left and then right. I need to be able to take advantage of my clinch position and fire as many knees as I can from there. Let's see how we can do this here. We're going to start from the clinch position here. My first knee will be a straight knee to the body. Now, without planting my foot to the ground, I throw my leg to the side and I strike my opponent from the side with another knee. Now, I skip so I can straight knee with the opposite leg and then strike with the side. Skip again, straight knee, side knee. Now, you can see that my opponent here will not be able to defend all those knees. They're coming from different angles and different sides. So, never plant the foot. So I shoot the straight knee, and without planting the foot on the ground, I bring my leg to the side, keeping the momentum going, and now I hit my opponent with a side knee. So let's see this fast. Now you can see that the first knee is a straight knee. Without planting the foot to the ground, I hit his ribs from the side. I skip step, and once again, I go back to that order. Whenever you get to the clinch position, you need to start firing knees right away. So you want to make sure that you're alternating types of knees there and sides. That way your opponent's going to be lost and he's not going to be able to block. Now once again, you get the clinch, straight side, straight side. Now he's going to be unable to defend the position. He won't be able to defend every single knee strike. They're going to start landing. So it's a good thing also to alternate your legs here. You need to start being comfortable there, using both left and right legs. Without planning, you skip and switch sides. Skip and switch sides. It's a good drill, something that you need to work with your partner to develop confidence in using your knees and speed as well. It's very important. Okay guys, we're going to continue working from our clinch. And this time, not only are we going to use knee strikes, but we're also going to add some elbows to the mix. There are many MMA events in the world that allow elbow strikes, so it's something that we should learn. I'm going to start by using my knees for the clinch, and then I'm going to incorporate elbows into the combination. This is something that we train a lot at our gym. From the clinch, the way that I'm going to do this is to let go of one hand and elbow strike. So you get the clinch, you let go of one hand, and you hit with the elbow here. I would go as far as saying that in my opinion, the two most effective weapons that you can use in MMA are your knees and your elbows. They're like razor blades, and if they land, they're going to hurt and cut your opponent, maybe causing a stoppage. Let's see how we can do this. I'm going to start from the clinch position, and I start by relaxing and firing knees here. So I need to soften my opponent up with knees. When I'm ready, I'm going to let go with one hand here, and I'm going to start working the elbows. Notice that one hand still maintains the clinch position. So I keep control of my opponent here. So start with the knees, let go of one arm, and then you try to bring your forearm to your hand. Not only am I firing my elbow here, but I'm also pulling my opponent's head towards that elbow to increase the power here. Once I fire the elbows, I can go back to the knees. And you can see that I can work them back and forth. The two techniques, knees, elbows, back to knees again. So there are two techniques that you should use all the time from the clinch, and you can incorporate them together. Once he starts blocking the elbows, it's a good time to switch back to the clinch. So I work the knees, switch to elbows. Always going back between the regular clinch and the elbows. Two techniques that are very easy, very effective, and you can work them together, always in combination from the clinch. So something very important for you to learn here. So you're not going to lose the clinch by using your elbows. As soon as you feel like you're losing control, you can go back to the regular clinch and fire knees. In this next technique, we're going to attack our opponent with a kick to the body. My opponent will block that kick and trap my leg. Once I find myself in this position, I'm going to break his control, get the clinch, and hit him with a knee at the same time. This technique is a little complex, but once you have learned the steps and trained them, it's going to feel very natural. It is something that we train a lot at our gym, drilling this counter over and over again. Once you learn how to apply the technique, you're going to be able to use it very effectively to counter your opponent during training or during a fight. Let's see how we can do this here. We start from a fighting stance, and I kick to his body. He's going to counter like we have seen before, and now I'm going to use my right hand, I'm going to reach for his head. I'm going to bring my right foot to the inside, always using a hook there to the inside of the thigh. Now I'm going to break his grip by kicking back with the right leg, and at the same time, I'm going to knee him to the head with the left one. So once again, bring the right foot to the inside of his thigh, and break a knee. Now let's see it again. Now you got to know how to explode with the right timing here. Whenever he traps the leg, I'm going to go ahead and place that foot to the inside, and now it's very important as I come to the clinch to pinch those elbows together so I don't lose that position when that leg springs back. So in mid-air, I'm going to fire the left leg, hit him with a knee to the face. Let's see it again. I kick to the body, he blocks, I reach for the head, and now I cannot reach with the left hand, but I bring my right foot to the inside. Now, this hook will allow me to break his grip. I'm going to kick back with the right leg, at the same time reach for the second hand there, and knee him to the head. Now I'm going to see it in a little fast pace here. Kick to the body. Let's see it to the opposite side. Kick, hold, and knee to the head. Now bring the hook in, control the head. Now as I reach with the other hand, I'm going to throw the knee. Let's see it again. So fighting stance, kick to the body, reach for the head, bring the hook in, reach with the other hand, and knee. Always try to fire the knee right in the middle so you don't hit him in the guard. Not from the side, but a straight knee. Right in the middle towards the chin. In the previous techniques, we worked on how to get to the clinch position, how to control it, and how to use strikes from that position. Now we're going to work on how to escape from the clinch. Once you have learned how to be effective with a position, the next step is to learn some effective escapes so you don't find yourself on the receiving end of things. It's important not to limit yourself to one or two ways of escaping, but to try to learn as many escapes as possible. Every situation poses a different challenge, and what you normally see is that a lot of fighters don't really know how to react. See a lot of fighters attempting a takedown from the Muay Thai clinch, which is wrong. You're going to run into a knee. You see others keeping their hands low and not even trying to pummel. We will show you a couple of effective escapes from the clinch, things that work for us and hopefully will work for you. Let's start with the first one here. So my opponent gets me in the clinch. The first thing I need to do here is to look up. If I keep my head down, I'm going to run into knees here. So the first thing I need to do is look straight up. Now it's hard for him to control my head and move me around here. So always keep your head up, and the next step will be to bring one arm on the inside. If I bring my right arm, I'm going to rest it on his right shoulder. Now if I bring my left arm, I'm going to rest it on his left shoulder. So now we're going to do it with the right so you can see it from that angle. So get your head up, get in good posture, bring your right arm to his right shoulder. Now I'm going to use my left hand to pop his elbow out of the way. So pop the right elbow and move it to the side. Escaping the clinch, and now he's open for knee strikes. Once again, he gets the clinch. I look straight ahead. Now I'm going to bring my right arm across to his right shoulder. Keep looking up, and now you're going to go ahead and pop the elbow out of the way, landing some knees there. Now I can land knees to the body or ribs. Let's see it again. He gets control of my head. Right away I want to look up. I'm going to bring my arm on the inside, pop the elbow out of the way, and now fire the knees. Always trying to strike. You don't want to stop there. Maybe you want to circle to the back, but you want to take advantage of the fact that you escaped the clinch there. Now we start right here, look straight ahead, and you're going to cross the arm to the opposite shoulder there. So right arm, right shoulder, and pop the elbow out of the way. Now I'm not going to try to hold it, I just want to pop it out of the way. So I'm slapping that elbow there. And now land the knees or go to the back here to try to take down. Let's see it once again. The first thing you got to do is look straight ahead. Then you cross your arm. Now you're going to pop the elbow, palm to the front. Pop the elbow out of the way. Now I'm not going to do it slowly. It has to be an explosive motion here. So posture, 2, and 3. And now knees, knees, or circle to the back here. Now I'm going to show you another escape from the clinch. It's always good to know a couple of ways of escaping the clinch position so you can react properly according to the type of situation that your opponent offers you. Try to master at least 3 to 4 escapes to the clinch, so that if the first one doesn't work, you can always switch to something else until you get something that works for you. The technique that we're going to work on now is my favorite escape from the clinch. It's something that I really like to use, but it's also something that might hurt your training partner, so be very careful when you execute it, since you can hurt his shoulder as he turns around and escape. Let's see how it works. My opponent gets me in the clinch position, and the first thing that I need to do here, and the first thing that I need to do, period, when it comes to clinch escapes, is to look straight ahead. So I look straight up here, and then I turn my head to the side. After I turn my head to the side, I can bring my arm across, right on top of his arm. So 1, 2, and now I can bring my arm right on top. As I bring my arm on top, I'm also swinging my body to the side, breaking his grip here. And I spin around until I'm facing my opponent again. So the first thing, always to look straight up. Turn the head to the side, that's number 2. And now twist with your body as you swing the arm. Completing the turn and facing your opponent again. Now be careful, this is very effective. But be careful with the turn so you don't hurt your opponent here. So head up, that's 1. Now I'm going to look to the side, that's 2. And swing the arm across. 2 and 3. Move your whole body to the side and turn around. Let's see it again. Controls the clinch. 1, 2, and now 3, arm and body. Now this is a technique that's very simple, very effective, and it's something that I really like. Just pay attention to the details so you can execute it. This next technique here is very important, and we can use it to close the distance and go directly to a takedown, or you can also use it to set your opponent up for knee strikes. We're going to cover both situations, and depending on his elbow position, we might choose to use one variation over the other. Let's see how we're going to do this here. We're going to start inside the clinch, so my opponent captures the clinch here. And now the first thing I need to do once he brings my posture down is to block the knees to the face here. So if I cannot bring my head up, I need to block the knees everything is tight. I'm not going to escape right away, so I need to protect my face from the strikes. Now I'm going to control his elbow here. I'm going to lift it so I can bring my shoulder under his armpit. Once again, I block the knees, I pop the elbow, and I bring my shoulder under his armpit. Now you're going to block the knees. Now your left hand will pop the elbow up so you can bring your left shoulder on his right armpit. So block the knees, pop the shoulder, and now get the shoulder there in that position. Now once you get here, watch what I'm going to do with my left arm. My underhook is very controlling. I'm going to cross it in front of his face. So my left arm, my left forearm is across his face here, bringing him down already. I'm bringing his shoulder down. Now I'm going to bring my right arm into play. I rest my left hand on top of my right biceps, and right hand controls the head. I bring that head down. I can bring him down to the ground or use this position to off-balance him and knee strike to the head. Once again, get the clinch. Now, I'm going to block the knees, pop the elbow, and bring the shoulder into the shoulder blade. Now, I can go directly into a takedown here if I would like to, with double underhook, or I can use one underhook here to set up this clinch position. So, plant your right hand here across his face there. Control the head, just like a rear naked choke, and you can see that he tries to stand up, but he's unable to. I turn around, set him up for knees. So the motion is strong underhook position, move around, bring his head down. Once again, I block the knees to the face, pop the elbow, control the underhook here, bring his head down in a turning motion so I can knee to the head. Always important to turn. Great position, easy technique for you to learn, and it's easy for you to block. Sometimes you cannot bring the head up, you can go directly into a takedown, or you can clinch and set up for knees. Very important to learn how to bring that shoulder under the armpit, how to use the defense. You got to pop the elbow and go under with your shoulder. So pop the elbow and with the shoulder under the armpit, get the underhook control, and turn. Take a spinning turn there. So once you hit right here, shoulder gets there, get the underhook and bring that shoulder down. Always heavy on top of that shoulder there so he cannot come back up. Now if he tries to come up, you can see he can no longer do it. Now I can strike. This is a great technique here, something that you can use for a takedown or to set up knees. So you can go directly into the takedown or get the knee position. Alright guys, we're back, and we're going to show you yet another technique here, escape from the clinch position. Keep in mind that it's always important for you to have many alternatives when it comes to knowing how to escape from the clinch. Depending on the type of position that my opponent has, I need to choose the right technique to counter his clinch and escape. In this situation here, my opponent has control my head, he's keeping my head down, he's very strong, and I cannot bring my head up. So here's how it happens. He got the clinch here. It's a pretty strong guy. I cannot get back to posture. The first thing I need to do is always to block the knees. Because if I don't block the knees, I'm going to get knocked out here before I can escape. So make sure you're blocking the knees there, protecting your head. Now, if his head is towards my right side, I'm going to use my right arm to reach for his head. If my head is on the left side, the left arm. Now the first thing is to notice his head position here. If his head is not glued to my chest here, I can start firing punches. Now, he knows better than that, so he's really maintaining a close distance. So with one arm here, I'm going to block the knees, and with the other arm, I'm going to reach for his head. So one arm blocks, preventing the knees from coming towards my belly and my head, and the other arm will reach towards the face, always using the forearm, not your hand. So right here, forearm across his face, and I'm going to push his face away as I look up. So once again, block with one arm, the other arm comes in front of his face, and I use my forearm to apply pressure. Now, notice what I'm going to do here. Once I do this, I open up the space, I'm going to bring up my left arm on the inside, and I got to make sure that I get my shoulder in. If I don't get the shoulder, he's going to bring me down, so bring the shoulder in. So once I get that arm in, I need to follow it up with my left shoulder there. Now I can get the second arm in and take control of the clinch. Let's see it again. he got a strong clinch, one arm blocks, the other arm reaches towards the head there. Now I open up the space, my right arm comes in, I bring the shoulder, and now I can control the clinch normally. The first thing is always to make sure that you're protecting your face. So protect your face there to make sure he doesn't land. The second thing is to try to get back into posture. Swim one arm, swim the other, take control of the clinch. Always pushing him with a forearm. Let's see it again. Now moving back, swim one and swim the other, get in the clinch.
Okay.
Alright guys, let's move on with our Clinch Escape series here. This technique is going to be very similar to the previous one, and it's very important for you to learn. So we're going to start in the same position as before. He controlled my head, he kept it down. I'm going to block the strike to the body and move his head away. Once I open that space, I bring one arm in, always making sure that I bring the shoulder in as well. Now my left arm is going to come from the outside and I'm controlling his head. Placing my right hand behind his neck, left hand on top of his head, palm down. Now I'm ready to move his head down, pull on his head. At the same time, I take a back step there with my left leg, bring him down and land in a knee. Once again, I block, I move him away, I swim in with one arm and I control the head using the arm that's on the outside. Pull him down and knee. Always taking that spinning step there. Moving back. When you move back, you can pull his head down and land the knee right away. Control, create the space, swim in with the other arm stays on the outside. You pull him back and you knee. One more time. You got to create the space there. You swim in with one arm. Make sure you bring the shoulder in and land the knee. You can also use kicks. You can use knees. You can pick whatever you want to do there. So once again, the first thing you got to do is block, create the space, swim in with the arm. Now take that back step and knee. Always taking that back step. You pull the head, take the back step, and you strike. Now we're going to cover some interesting aspects of the clinch work. We need to keep in mind that sometimes we're unable to control the clinch perfectly with both hands around your opponent's head. We don't need that control in order to be able to throw our knees though. Sometimes we have a single hand control. If our opponent is not paying attention, we can come with a second hand from the outside to hit him with the knees. There are two ways of doing this basically. We're going to work on that. Our objective with the clinch is always to get double inside control. But sometimes my opponent also knows that, and we're both pummeling here for a dominant position. And it's almost like a stalemate. At one point there, we're going to stop and we're going to be in a position where I cannot shoot my arm in anymore. My opponent's keeping that elbow tight. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come from the outside with my left hand here, take control of his head and bring his head down. And now I can work my knees normally. That's why it's so important for my opponent to always keep his head up, to prevent positions like this. So we're pummeling, we got into a stalemate. I'm going to come from the outside, bring his head down, and fire the knees there. So you can see that it's the same control as before. I do not have double inside control, but I can still fire my knees. So we're pummeling for position here. If we get to a stalemate where I cannot get inside control, I'm going to go from the outside to the inside there, bringing his head down. And now I have control of his head and I can knee away. Now, notice that I don't have that perfect double inside control, but that will do. Even from the outside, I can still bring his head down, unless he's in a good posture. Now, if he's in a good posture, we have to do something different. Like this here. You're going to come from the outside. Now, notice, I'm going to bring my head around. So notice this difference here. If he keeps a good posture there, I'm going to bring my hand around to the other side. So we're always pummeling for good position, for double inside control there. Now if we get to a stalemate here, hand needs to come from the outside. Always keeping your own head up. So lower his head and throw the knees. If that doesn't work, if his head is up here, my hand is going to come to the opposite side, so both hands are in the same side of his neck. Now I'm going to bring him down as I spin around.
Vou girar minha perna só.
So take a step back, fire the knees.
Entendeu? Então, fantasia
Two
aqui,
great
ó.
techniques to use. So even when you cannot get inside control, one arm comes from the outside, I bring his head down. If I cannot bring his head down, I'm going to bring my hand to the opposite side, and now I take a step back before I can land the knee. So once again,
Então, tá tudo ali
I'm
clinch
trying to
lá.
pummel here for position,
Ó, boom, boom,
and
ó.
we get to a stalemate situation here.
Né? O que eu vou fazer?
Now I'm going to come from the outside, bring his head down, fire the knees. Now he's off balance, so it's a good position for me there to land my knees. If his head is up, I cannot off balance him like that. So I'm going to bring my hand here, my left hand to the opposite side, to the left side of his face.
Quanto mais eu
Now the deeper I am with that arm, the better it is. Now take a big step with your left leg and land the knees to the face. It's a very controlling position here. I can knee away.
Entendeu? Então, no detalhezinho. Uma você por
So
dentro,
one from the inside, the other one from the outside. Now take a step back. Don't just try to brush that arm to the outside. You need to take that step with the left leg to bring that head down.
cabeça dele.
Now you're in control, you can fire the
Eu
knees.
nunca vou conseguir baixar a cabeça de um cara forte aqui,
So you're
ó.
not going to be able to bring his head down if you just push to the side. You need to take that step, give some space.
É importante lembrar
Two techniques that work hand in hand, and always make sure that you need to take that step back when trying to bring his head down. Otherwise, if you push to the side, it's just not going to work.
sempre um giro.
Take a step back with your left leg and then knee.
Beleza, galera?
Alright guys, now we're going to work on another technique from the clinch, and this one is very similar to the previous one. Just like before, we're fighting for the dominant position, but this time I'm unable to shoot my left arm deep enough that I can generate enough leverage to bring his head down and knee him to the face. So now we're going to have to use a flying knee instead. Let's see how that works.
Vou estar aqui no
So we're
clinch,
fighting for the position here. I use my left arm on the outside, and I'm unable to bring that hand across. So his head is up, and I'm unable to bring his head across since my arm is not deep enough. Now I need to jump into a flying knee to finish.
porque às vezes-
Now let's see the details in
às
this
vezes minha
here.
mão- às vezes minha
So
mão
we're
aqui
fighting
não
for the
tá bom
position,
aqui, ó.
and I cannot shoot my left arm deep enough. And my left arm is deep. That's not a problem. I can use the previous technique. But sometimes it does not go deep enough, and I'm unable to generate enough leverage there. So instead, I'm going to tilt his head sideways and jump into a flying knee.
Aqui é perigoso,
So
você vai
it's a
machucar.
great technique there. It works awesome for
Se
you.
não conseguir entrar o braço
So if you
inteiro,
cannot shoot the left arm deep enough, just tilt his head
e daqui
and
eu
jump
vou
into a
pulo
flying
pra
knee.
ele, ó. Entendeu? Então, mais uma vez,
So let's see it again.
porque o
Now the
certo
correct
é aqui, ó.
position will be for you to be able to shoot the left arm so deep that you can generate enough leverage to pull his head down. Sometimes though, your opponent is a good position and my hand is not deep enough. It's across the face here.
Vou fazer
So in
por
this
todo
case,
lado.
I need to use the flying knee.
Pulando, ó. Vou pular daqui mesmo,
So
ó.
jump right away as you tilt the head to the side.
Que vai pegar, provavelmente vai pegar no
So
supercílio.
normally you're going to hit him in the eyebrow, hopefully cause a cut there.
Aqui eu não vou conseguir.
So if you're unable to bring the head down, you just want to tilt it to the side, and now you need to jump into a flying knee to close that distance and hit him in the head like this.
Deixa eu jogar pulando. Galera, não pode esquecer.
Never
essa joelhada
forget
pulando. Você
to
sai do
jump
chão,
into a
vai
good
mais
base there.
Essa joelhada vai girar
So
um
this
pouquinho
knee,
você.
you
Então,
need to
o
really
joelho,
leap into it and at the same time tilt his arm there. If you can bring your arm across, that's great. If you can't, make sure you tilt and now jump with power to hit him in the head and try to cut him in the eyebrow there.
mais uma
So
vez,
once
tá?
again,
Tá aqui, eu não
so we're
consigo
trying to
mais.
pummel for the dominant position here. I'm going to come outside, and for whatever reason, I could not shoot that left arm deep enough. So now only my hand is across his face. Tilt his head, jump into a flying knee.
Peguei a joelhada pulando. Beleza, galera?
It's a great technique. It's something that you can use as an alternative to the second one. If you cannot shoot that left arm far enough and bring him back, I need to resort to the flying knee. It's a technique that's pretty effective as long as you jump with power. Hi guys, in this tape we're going to cover different aspects of the takedown game, focusing mainly on takedown defense versus takedown offense. We will try to demonstrate things as slowly and thoroughly as possible. This is a very important technique series, something that is very effective and functional, and we hope you enjoy it and use it a lot. We're going to start by teaching you something very important, a fundamental part of our training, pummeling. Pummeling is everything during a fight. It is especially important in mixed martial arts, where we're trying to get the underhooks or even the takedown. So let's cover the basic pummeling technique. We start here from an over and under position, and my objective here is always to get the double underhooks. So we're fighting for the position here. So we pummel back and forth, and now when we're stuck here in the over and under, I'm going to control his wrist on the underhook side. Now I'm going to use my arm to push his arm down, and now I can shoot for the legs, maybe control the double unders, do anything here. So we're pummeling for the position, always trying to get the double under. Whenever we get stuck in the over and under, I reach for his wrist. If his underhook is high, there's no way I can do it, so make sure the elbow is pointing down. So now you can control the wrist, close the distance, maybe go to the back, maybe grab the legs. You can do whatever you want here. So once again, whenever he pummels and he keeps a high underhook, that's very difficult for me to do anything there. So I got to bring that elbow down. Now I can control the wrist, push his arm down to the side, and control his waist. So this is an important part of a training. You got to drill this over and over again. So we're pummeling and we're fighting for position, control the wrist, control the arm, and close the distance. This is a very important position here. Bring the wrist down, trap the arm, and get the waist. So let's see it from another angle. This is a very important drill, something you got to train over and over again, and it will help you with your takedown defense. So you always have to look for that wrist control there, so you can try to go for a takedown. Now we're going to keep on working on our pummeling position, but adding knee strikes to the mix. This is a very important technique, one that can help pave your way to a victory or even to a knockout. It is also something that will drain your opponent's stamina. Nobody enjoys being on the receiving end of knees, especially when pummeling for a better position. My opponent will be using a lot of strength. He's not ready to receive the impact of a strike. Hope you guys train and use this. We're going to start here, once again from a pummeling position, over and under. So as I pummel for the underhook here, here's what I'm going to use. I'm going to land a strike on the same side of the arm that's going for the pummel here. So once again, if I pummel with my left hand, I'm going to throw a left knee. If I pummel with my right arm, I'm going to right knee. So it's always important to keep that coordinated. Whenever you pummel with the right, right knee. Whenever you pummel with the left, left knee. So those are the important details. It's something that you have to drill to get coordinated with. Once again, we're pummeling for position. As I pummel with the right, a right knee. As I pummel with the left, left knee. Always hitting my opponent. So when we're here, we got to create a little bit of space there to land the knee. So when he's moving forward, that's a great time for you to hit him. So he's trying to push you around, push you against the ropes, boom. You're going to land a knee right in his belly. So once again, he's pushing forward, he's trying to be strong here, and I wait for the right opening, boom, I hit him with the knee again. So if you pummel with the left, left knee, pummel with the right, right knee. Very important technique to learn here. Very effective, and it's something that's a great setup for other techniques here, as you're going to see. This next technique normally happens when we're fighting an opponent from a wrestling background. Somebody that has solid pummeling skills and managed to get us off balance, almost taking us down. If I don't do anything about the situation, I'm going to be taken down. So I'm going to react properly so I can get him out of his posture and I can land my strikes. In this case, we're going to work some knees there. So let's see how we can do that. We start from an over and under situation, and my opponent has a strong underhook. He's getting me off balance. So I need to overhook that underhook, but I don't want to be close to his shoulder here. Instead, I move my arm back and I apply pressure against his elbow. I'm always trying to bring that elbow down. So bring your arm down here, applying pressure against his elbow so his elbow points down. So once again, not close to his shoulder, but close to the elbow. And at the same time, raise the opposite side underhook. Now I can start coming with my hand, and I'm going to think about moving his hips away. So bring the elbow down, bring the hand against the hip, push it away. And now I can create space here, maintaining always that pressure, because otherwise he's going to pop that underhook up again. So always pressuring against his elbow, push his hips away with your hands and create space to fire straight knees. Once again, where the over and under, he gets a strong underhook here. I want to overhook not close to the shoulder, but close to the elbow. So bring your arm back and apply pressure against the elbow, pointing that elbow down. Now apply pressure against his hip bone here to create some space and fire straight knees. Whenever firing straight knees, you always want to fire the straight knee with the base leg, the leg that's behind. Once again, I'm going to apply pressure against the elbow. I'm going to push against the hip here, push with the other hand, fire straight knees. It's very important to train this technique. This is something that I have used in many of my fights. You can go back and watch them so you can see for yourself. Train it regularly and you're going to be able to use it effectively as well. It's always good to work knees to the body when you want to tire your opponent, because he's going to lose a lot of stamina by getting hit to the body. Let's work on another pummeling situation where this time we're going to be working with our back to the ropes. A lot of opponents will try to take you down, and an easy way to take somebody down is to push them against the ropes where they can't move around and then drop to the legs to secure the takedown. We're going to show you two ways of reversing that situation by moving away from the ropes and putting your opponent against them. Never let yourself get pushed against the ropes, because that's the time when your opponent will get double underhooks, change levels, and take you down. So let's train these two techniques so we can prevent the situation from happening and not get taken down. So let's imagine that this line on the ground here is the rope line. So my back is against the ropes, and he gets a good control here, an over and under. So the first thing I need to do is get a strong overhook on his underhook side. I don't want to be near the elbow this time. I want to be as deep as possible, close to the shoulder. So controlling his arm, and I won't let him move anywhere here. So his arm is stuck. On the other side, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to raise that underhook. So I'm going to bring my elbow, and I'm going to raise that elbow there. Tilting him, moving him back to the ropes, and now I'm in control. So once again, my back is to the ropes. We have an over and under situation here. I'm going to overhook his arm. A deep overhook so he won't be able to move. At the same time, on the opposite side, I raise my underhook, and I take a step around, reversing the situation. Whenever I'm tilting here, I'm going to bring that overhook down. So once again, as my back to the ropes, the first thing I need to do is control strong overhook, and then with the second hand, I tilt him with my underhook. So once again, over and under situation, get a strong overhook, tilt the underhook, take a step, and reverse the situation here by moving my opponent around. Overhook, strong underhook, and move him around. Once I turn him around, I got to make sure that I'm pulling that underhook down. So I get a strong overhook, and once again, pull him around, getting his back to the ropes. Easy reversal. So it's even easier when he's pushing me towards the ropes, because I can use his momentum there. So whenever he's moving me backwards towards the ropes, that's when this position will really work well. So if you stop, it's a little harder, but if he's moving with you, that's even easier. So let's take a look at the second situation. Sometimes, though, my opponent is blocking my underhook. He's really low on that underhook side. In this case, I control his shoulder blade and tilt to the opposite side. So it's a very simple technique here. I cannot really come up with my underhook. I'm going to control his shoulder blade with my hand, and I'm going to pull him to that side. So pulling him to the underhook side. These are important techniques that you need to master in order to prevent your opponent from pushing you towards the rope and taking you down. Train and drill these two techniques, and I assure you that you're going to be successful. Alright guys, in this next segment, I'm going to show you the proper way of incorporating short elbow strikes to your pummeling technique. This will be useful when you're fighting in events that allow elbow strikes. If elbows are not legal, you can always use a punch instead. We will try to create an opening so we can fire some elbows from the over and under clinch. Let's see how we can do this. We're going to start from a pummeling position. We're switching back and forth. And once we get to the situation here, you can see that his head is really close to my body. So it's impossible for me to punch him, and it's illegal for me to strike to the back of the head. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to use my shoulder, my left shoulder. I'm going to shrug it forward, and this will move his head back up. So once again, use your left shoulder to move his head and create an opening. Let's see it from a different angle here. So right here, I'm going to use my shoulder. You can see that his head is really close to mine. Once I shrug my shoulder, his head moves back and up. So shrug with the shoulder, create that opening, and now that's a great opening for me to land an elbow strike there. So I can even follow up with a clinch. So it depends on how he reacts, it depends on what kind of scramble we land in after the strike. So maybe I can look for a takedown or something like that. It depends on what my opponent does. Once again, we're in an over and under situation here. We pummel. And now, once we get to this situation here, he's really close to me. It happens a lot during a fight here. So an over and under is a position I need to master. And I need to learn how to strike from this position here. So his head is really close. I'm going to shrug my shoulder here. So once I get it over and under, I need to bring that shoulder up. And now, at the same time, I'm going to pop his head out of position here. His head will move back and up. And now I can come with the opposite arm with a strong elbow strike. So once again, I'm going to shrug my shoulder on the underhook side and come with an elbow on the overhook side. The elbow is a great weapon here. So once again, shrug the shoulder, create the space. The other hand will come in, and maybe I can try to take him down or get a clinch. In this situation, we're going to deal with an opponent that managed to get a very strong position. He pummeled well and managed to get a double underhook control. It is easy for my opponent to take me down from that position. We need to find a way to get back to a good base, break his double underhook control and grip, since most likely he's going to be closing a tight grip around my chest or waist, and escape from that position there. Let's see how we can accomplish this by using good technique. My opponent is pummeling for position, and he managed to get a double underhook control. Now, if I stay close to my opponent, my hips close to him, he's going to take me down right away. So the first thing that I need to get here is some space. So I'm going to move my hips back. I'm going to seg my hips here, moving them away from me. So once again, we're in a pummeling situation. As soon as he gets the double under, I don't want my hips to be close to his. I'm going to move my hips away, maybe even push against his hips here with my hands. My objective here is to create space so I can come back with my arms here with two overhooks, control around his elbows, and break that grip. Once again, he gets a double underhook. I move away, creating some space, and you can see that I need to move that hip back. If he controls my hip, I'm a goner here, so I need to bring my hips back and move away from him. Now, if he's controlling the lower back, this is very strong. So once I move my back away from him, you can see that that grip slides a little higher. So now I can control his arms near his elbows. And the way to break this is by controlling a grip hand in hand and bring my elbows in. Now I can clinch him and fire some knees. So once again, My opponent managed to get a double underhook position. I'm going to seg my hips and move away from him, creating some space. Notice how his grip will slide up. So once he controls the grip here, I'm going to move back, slide back, create some space there between the both of us. Control your grip here hand in hand, and now pinch and squeeze your elbows in. His grip will be forced to pop open. So the first thing I need to do is slide that grip back, move my hips away. Now I'm going to squeeze my elbows in towards my ribs, right here, like this. Let's see it again. He gets a double underhook there. It's a strong control. His grip is low in my lower back. Now I'm going to move my hips away and create some space. Now all I got to do is a double overhook, elbows against his elbows, squeeze everything tight, bring the elbows in to break his grip. You can see how easy it is when I squeeze that elbow there to break the grips and get a clinch.
Okay?
Okay guys, this time we're going to work on a takedown. It's a takedown that's called the outside trip, and it's a technique that I really have used many times before during my fights. It's something that I really like. It works for me, and I hope it works for you as well. So I get my clinch position here, and my opponent will try to defend the clinch by getting good posture. So how does he do that? He's going to bring his head up, and he's going to straighten his legs there. So now it's a good position to block the clinch, but you can see that his stance here is very vulnerable for takedowns. Why? Because whenever you're trying to defend the clinch here, your base is not good to prevent takedowns here. So this is a good time for me to attempt a shot. So give up the clinch and try to take my opponent down here. So he postured up inside my clinch. Now I can let go of that position and shoot for a takedown. How am I going to accomplish that? The first thing is to let go of his head here. So I got to let go of his head, control around his waist, and trip him on the outside. So I'm going to slow it down a little bit here. I have the clinch control, I let go, I go around his waist, and I take an outside step here, tripping his leg. And it's important detail here to use my shoulder against his chest. So I'm going to let go of the clinch, use my shoulder there. You can see I'm hitting with my shoulder. There's no space between my chest and his chest here. And use an outside trip to get him down. Let's see it again. On my own, I have the clinch here. I get it in close. He gets into good posture. He will be able to block it. Now I'm going to let go around the waist, and outside trip him. It's a very simple technique, one of my favorite takedowns to use from the clinch. So I get the clinch, he postures up. I'm going to let go, control around the waist, outside trip into the takedown. It's a great technique. A technique that I favor here. This next technique we're going to work on will start from a defense against the kick to the body. We're going to use the same defense that we have demonstrated previously, so feel free to go back and watch that clip again if you need to review it. I'm going to block his leg after defending his kick, take him down, and then transition directly into an ankle lock submission. This is a great technique that is very simple to learn and easy to use, so pay attention here. We're going to start from our fighting stance here, and my opponent will fire a kick to the body, and I'm going to block. Once again, I need to turn my upper body in order to block that kick. So once it kicks to the body there, I need to turn my upper body so that kick will impact against my back and not against my ribs. Once I get to this position here, I'm going to turn and take a step with my right leg here, and at the same time throwing my right arm in, almost as if I was punching towards the ground. Now I take him down and I land into this position here. You can see that his ankle is trapped under my left armpit. Now all I got to do here is fall back, and at the same time I'm going to start setting up the ankle lock position. So I fall back here, I squeeze my knees together. That's very important. You got to squeeze your knees together. Now once you get to this position, you're ready to finish the ankle lock here. So sit up, and now I'm going to use my arm, the part of my forearm here, the blade of my forearm against the back of his shin here. So right here, so make sure you turn, place your thumb up, And now, all I gotta do to apply the pressure here to crank this technique is to bring my back towards the floor, towards the mat. So start stretching your back here, and my opponent will tap. I'm gonna get the submission. So once again, I get control here. I want to use the blade of my forearm. So place that thumb up. That way, it's going to sink in deeper against his ankle there. Now, squeeze everything together. Don't try to pull much with your arms, but instead, just use your back here, your back muscles, in order to get the crank and get the submission. Always important to keep those knees tucked in together. I don't want him to be able to rotate that leg and try to escape. So squeeze the elbows, make sure the blade of your forearm is pointing up, and arch your back, bringing your head towards the mat here. Now, I don't really have to use a whole lot of power. He's going to tap right away because of the leverage. So make sure the blade of the arm is up, and now I'm going to bring my back towards the mat. Now this movement is very strong, on a great strong position here. Let's see it again. My opponent kicks to the body. I turn my upper body here to protect. Now I'm going to take him down, tripping him. Once I land into this position, I fall back into the ankle lock. Let's see it again. So I'm going to do it on my own this time. I'm going to block while turning the upper body, trip, fall back into the ankle lock. Once again, block, trip, and fall back into the ankle lock. A very effective position to use against the kick to the body here. So train and you're going to learn it. In this next segment, we're going to be working on a counter against the knee strike. Sometimes I will find myself in an over and under position, pummeling my opponent for control, and we'll both be trying to work knee strikes to the body and head. Depending on how he strikes with his knees, I can use a counter against his strike to take him down to the ground. It's a beautiful takedown. It's a technique that if you train, you're going to be able to use. I've done it before in many of my fights. So we start pummeling back and forth, and as we pummel, my opponent will start working his knees. In this case, his right knees. We pummel again. Now he works his left knees. Pummel again. And now he's going to try to strike me to the head. There are two ways I can do this technique. I can block first and then control his leg, or I can control his leg directly. So block and control, or simply, if he knees to the head, I can control right away. So once again to the opposite side, we're pummeling here. I can block and control or simply control. The important detail here is to try to control with a deep position here and right behind his knee. So as he comes up, I control right behind the knee. Now I'm going to take 2 steps with the right foot, left foot, and I take him down. So I'm right here, we're pummeling, I'm going to control the leg, take 1 step with the right, 1 step with the left, and take him down. To the opposite side, we're pummeling, he tries to land the knees there, I trap the leg. Now I take 1 step with my right, 1 step with the left, and I take him down. I can land in side control or foot stomp him, depending on what he does here. Once again, he tries to knee to the head. I'm going to trap the leg. Now at the same time, I tilted him down here with the underhook arm. So with my left arm, I'm bringing him down. Take 1 step with the right leg, 1 step with the left, take him down. It's a very good counter there to that knee to the head from the clinch. Now we're going to teach you an excellent submission, a variation of the guillotine choke. In my opinion, this is an excellent technique, one that is very hard to escape from. We will start from a clinch position, and my opponent will change levels and try to get me down with a double leg. I'm going to be able to move his head towards my armpit, setting up the choke. Pay attention to the details so you can learn the technique properly. So we're going to start here from a clinch position. I get my opponent into the clinch, and now he's going to shoot for a takedown. I need to move my hips back as he does that. So the first thing here, once I get the clinch and my opponent tries to take me down, first thing I need to do is to move my hips back. Now I'm going to switch grips. I'm going to maintain my left grip around his neck, and I'm going to let go of my left hand here. Now, if his head is down, I need to prop that head up. So I need some space there to attack his neck. So prop his head up if needed with your chest so you can attack the neck. So once you get to this position here, his head is up, and now my right arm is going to go under his neck. I'm going to grab my own wrist here, palm towards me on the left hand. So right here, just like this. Now I'm going to pop his head down towards my armpit. I'm going to turn it to the side. Once again, we start from the clinch here. We're working knees. He tries to take me down. I move my hips back. Now, I'm going to make sure that his head is popped up. I apply pressure with my chest against his forehead. And now I grab my left wrist here with my left hand. Pop his head down and to the side. Get in the choke position. So I start from the clinch, I'm working my knees, he tries to take me down, I move my hips back. Now I'm going to let go of one hand, I'm going to control my hand here around the wrist, palm towards me, pop the head down and to the side, and he will get the tap. So I'm right here in the clinch, I move my hips back, I switch grips, I pop his head down and then to the side. So let's see it from a different angle here. I'm controlling the clinch. Now we're going to see it standing up so you can see exactly what I'm doing with my hands. I'm going to pop the head down and to the side. Let's see it again. I control the clinch. I shoot my hand, 2 and 3. Finishing in this position here. You can see that my hand is pushing his head to the side. Let's see it again. Fire from the clinch. He tries to take me down. I move my hips back. And now you can see there's some space there because I'm propping his head up with my chest. Now, shoot the head to the side and down. This is a very important choke for you to learn and one that is very hard for my opponent to escape from. There's a lot of pressure against his neck. Chances are he's going to tap out pretty fast. This next technique will be another variation of the guillotine choke, a technique that in my opinion is one of the best guillotines that you can use in a fight, because my opponent is not in a good position to defend and counter. So I hope you enjoy using this technique, so let's pay attention to the details. So if I get a regular guillotine on my opponent by snapping his head down and controlling the head here, he's in a position to lift and defend and counter and take me down. So even if I try to arch my back here, he's still able to lift and he can take me down before I'm able to finish the choke here. So I'm going to show you a variation, a different grip. So snap him down the same way, but now I'm going to change my grip here. Instead of using the regular guillotine grip, I'm going to use my hand on top of my biceps, just like a rear naked choke. So I have the regular grip, and instead I'm going to slide my right hand towards my left biceps. So get to this position here, and now you're going to observe that I'm going to shoot my left arm underneath his armpit, getting like an underhook here. And now it's impossible for him to try to lift me. There's no way, there's a lot of pressure against his neck here. And now I can apply pressure and get the tap. Let's see it to the opposite side. So I got him in the clinch, I snap him down, control the head, I use the rear naked choke-like grip, and you can see that he cannot lift from that position. I can get the tap very fast. I don't even need to arch my back. All I got to do is make sure there's absolutely no space, a rear naked choke position like, and now I apply pressure down and squeeze everything tightly to get the tap. It's very important not to give him any space there. So once I snap him down here, I'm not giving any space there with my shoulder. I want to bring my shoulder and my head down, close that rear naked choke position there. And now, without giving any space, I squeeze everything tightly in order to get the tap. So it's very important to bring that shoulder down, keep everything tight, no gaps at all. It's a very powerful position and it's an excellent grip for you to use in a guillotine so he won't be able to lift you or defend the choke. So you can see once I get to this position here, if he tries to lift here, there's absolutely no way. There's a lot of pressure on the neck. I keep my hips away and I squeeze to get the tap. It's very important not to give any space. I'm going to show you one of my favorite takedowns, the single leg, and we're going to work it off a pummeling situation with a very easy setup. Hopefully we can catch our opponent by surprise and take him down. So let's see how we can achieve this takedown here. So we're going to start off a pummeling position here where we're switching over and unders back and forth. And now as I shoot for that underhook, I'm going to drop levels and drop for the single there. So as I'm shooting the underhook, I drop levels. So once again, we're pummeling back and forth. As my underhook tries to come in, this is the right time for me to drop levels, pick that leg up. So always drop levels by bending on your knees here. So we're right here, we're pummeling back and forth. I'm going to bend at the knees to take control of the leg with this grip here. Left hand on the elbow, right hand on the calf. I'm going to bring his leg up and trap it between my legs. Once again, we're pummeling back and forth. As my underhook sinks in, I'm going to drop levels, pick the leg up, and trap it. Always keeping a tight grip here. And now I can finish by taking a step back with my right leg here and bring him down. It's a basic run in the pipe finish here, and it's very important that I use my shoulder on top of his thigh. So pummel, drop, pick the legs up, and now I'm going to use my shoulder right on top of his thigh here, bringing a lot of pressure on the thigh, keeping everything tight, left hand against the elbow, and right hand against his calf here. His leg is trapped between my legs. Now I can take a step back, and I'm going to bring pressure with my left shoulder on top of his thigh. There's no way for him to block that pressure. His leg is glued to my chest, and I can take him down easily. Once again, we're pummeling. As I shoot that underhook, that's the right time for me to drop levels and take control of his leg. Now I close everything tightly. I bring pressure with my left shoulder as I take that step back. So left hand on the elbow, right hand controlling the calf. Take the step back and drop your shoulder down to the ground. It's very important to use that shoulder during the takedown. Drop the leg, control it. Now get that grip, everything is tight. And run the pipe to get the takedown. It's a very good technique for you to use, especially when you can back your opponent up against the ropes. So maybe I'm backing him up here against the ropes. I can start pummeling for position. I push that underhook of his down, and I fall for the single leg here. So it's very important to pummel, especially when against the ropes here. So push him against the ropes. I'm going to move that wrist down, get the single leg, and finish. Great technique for you to learn, so train it. Now we're going to work on the defense against the single leg takedown. Whenever we go to the ground during a fight, I always want to land on top and never with my back to the canvas. We're going to show you how to use proper technique to get him a little off balance so I can land in an advantageous position. Let's pay attention so we can master this technique. So once again, we're going to start off a pummeling situation here, and my opponent will drop to the single leg, like this. Now the first thing I need to do here is to stay heavy on top of him as I bring my left hand towards his shoulder here. So stay heavy, bring your weight down, and now I'm going to use my right hand against his knee on the opposite side. So as you can see from the angle here, the first hand will be on the shoulder. I want to be heavy towards that shoulder there. And now my right hand here will control him behind the knee. Now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kick that leg back and move it to the opposite side and turn him around, getting the takedown. So once again, why do I need to be heavy towards his right shoulder? Because that's where my leg is under control here. So I'm trying to get him off balance that way. So start moving your body, and now once I control the knee, I can tilt him and take him down. So that's very important. So once again, he gets the single leg takedown here. I control the shoulder. I lean towards that side there, bringing weight towards that side. Now, my right hand is going to go behind the knee, and now I'm going to kick that leg back to free that leg out of that position, and I'm going to bring the hook here by his knee. So kick the leg out and bring your foot by his knee like a hook. So you can see here from this angle that once I kick the leg out, I'm going to bring that hook in. So 1, 2, and now I control the leg by the knee, and I tilt and take him down.
Caso por ele não derrubar.
Now, here's how it's going to work.
Tô aqui, ó.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Get in the takedown.
É uma pessoa muito boa de fazer.
So it's a very good technique for you to use.
Mas vai devagarinho pra todo mundo.
So once again, let's do it slowly. First thing, I control near the shoulder. I lean towards that side. I control his foot. Now, I'm going to go ahead and bring that foot to the outside of the knee to take him down and get the top position.
Aqui foi trabalhando. Beleza? Essa posição é muito boa.
Very good position, a good counter for you to have against a single leg takedown. So he shoots for the single leg there. First thing I need to do is lean towards that side. Now I control the opposite knee, kick the leg out, and tilt and take him down. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you a defense against the double leg takedown. My opponent might shoot for a double off the starting position or off a clinch. I'm going to move my hips away here, bring a lot of pressure, try to grab a chin strap grip around his neck, bringing my shoulder down on top of his back. I hold my hand in hand here. I move my hips back, and if he insists on grabbing my legs, I move my legs back to take control of the situation. Here's how it's going to happen. So we're off a fighting position here. My opponent shoots for the double leg. I'm going to get a chin strap grip. So I hold and cup his chin here with my right hand. Now I bring my shoulders down, so I apply pressure, and now I'm going to pummel for position with my left hand. So from this angle here, you can see that I'm going to bring my left hand in. I'm going to control my opposite hand. I move my hips back, and now if he tries to move his head out of there, it's trapped. Notice the detail of the grip here around the chin, and that's the main important point of this technique here. It's important for him not to be able to escape there, not to move that head. And now I move my legs back, bring my opponent down, and I can start firing knees to the head, or I can choose to go behind, try to get a back exposure here. So once again, let's see how we can do that. So once I get my opponent here, he shoots for a double leg. I need a chin strap on one side, and the opposite side I can control near the hand or wrist, like this here. So this is the grip. That's the important grip that you need to master in order to be able to be effective. Now you can move your legs away and bring your opponent down. Work the knees. Go behind and get the back. It's very important for you to understand this grip here. So once he shoots here, I need to get that chin strap grip right away and pummel for the second hand to come in. So if he's not giving me any space, I move my hips back and I pummel. And now I can start working my knees here because I have control of his head. Once again, get the chin strap grip, take control with the second hand here. Now move your hips away. So move your hips away, chin strap grip, pummel for the second grip if you have to. Keep everything tight, move your hips back. Now if he insists on capturing the legs, move your legs back and work the knees. It's a very important technique for you to learn. It's an easy and simple technique to defend against the double, and as long as you master the grip, you're going to be in a good position. So keep his head down, and then you can fire soccer kick, knees, whatever you want. In this segment, we're going to show you a technique that is similar to the previous one, an excellent variation that I use a lot during our training sessions. This is a technique that does not require any strength, and if your opponent tries to resist it, he will end up hurting his neck. I hope you train and learn this skill so it can work for you as well. Let's see how we can do it. So we're going to start off a clinch position, and my opponent will shoot for a double leg. Just like before, I need to obtain a chin strap grip, so I need to cup my hand around his chin here. So from this grip to this one here. Now, watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring my right shoulder against his right shoulder here. So once again, I have the clinch grip. I'm going to switch to a chin strap. And now watch what I do with my right shoulder. I bring my right shoulder right towards his right shoulder. And now I'm going to reach with my left hand. And I'm going to shoot that right hand through so I can control the elbow. Once I get this grip, I'm going to tilt it. and I can take my opponent down at ease. It's a position that's very dangerous. I can hurt my opponent here if he tries to resist it. So be careful when you're training. Bring shoulder to shoulder, reach the elbow. Now pull it hard so you can take him down. He will fall hard because he won't be able to resist. There's a lot of pressure in the neck. So once again, I'm on the clinch. He takes me down. Get the chin strap grip. Now bring your shoulder to the shoulder. Right shoulder in front of his shoulder. Now, go for your elbow, reach for it, turn him, and take him down, landing on top. Very important to maintain the chin strap here because it holds him down. Let's see it to the opposite side. He shoots for a double leg. I get the chin strap grip, I move away, I bring shoulder to shoulder. So you got to move your hips and legs away. Now reach for your elbow there. You're going to pull that towards the inside. And at the same time, you're going to tilt your opponent, bringing his back towards the mat. Right here. Let's see it again. On my own here. He shot for a double leg. I move my hips away. I bring my shoulder down. I get the chin strap grip. Now, I need to move further back so I can bring my shoulder in front of his shoulder. Now I'm going to shoot my left hand here and reach for my right elbow. I bring that towards the inside and I tilt my opponent. It's a very important and strong technique for you to learn. I'm going to show you how to deal with an opponent that has a double underhook control. He's bear hugging you around the waist. In this technique, we're going to try to counter by using a tight clinch so that we can fire knees back in my opponent. This is a great technique since knees are some of the best strikes you can use in a close range situation together with elbows. I can cause a lot of damage to my opponent and tire him out as well. So let's see how we can do that. I'm going to start from a double underhook situation here, and the first thing I need to do here is maintain my hips away from my opponent. I don't want him to take me down here, so I need to move my hips away. Now, I'm going to come with my hand up against his face, really in front of his face here, so I can create some space so I can bring my elbows in close to a tight clinch. Obviously, he's going to try to bring my hips close to him. So once again, we start from the double underhook. I move my hips away. I'm going to push against his face here so I can bring one elbow in. So my right elbow gets in against his chest here. So once I put my elbows in, I'm trying to put him right here above his chest. So that's where I can support myself here and prevent him from closing the distance. And now I can bring him down here. So I bring him down and then to the front. First movement down and then to the front. So once again, I'm going to push his head away so I can create space there. Now, once I get those elbows in, I push down and forward so I can start throwing knees there. So he's closing the double underhook here. I need to move my hips away to create some space there. Now, push against his face. Bring that elbow in. Bring the second elbow in. Now, move down and then to the front. Now you can fire your knees there and work on a clinch. Let's see it to the opposite side. Now he gets the double underhook control. I need to push his face away to create some space here. And now once I create that space, I can bring the first elbow in the chest, followed by the second one right away. Always high in the chest. So right here. Right on top of his muscles so I can bring him down. Not low, but always high. And now, once again, let's see how we work that grip here. Move your hips away. Don't let your hips close to him. Push against his face. Bring one elbow in. The second one, break it open and fire knees. Okay, guys, now we're going to work on another one of my favorite techniques. Another defense against the double underhooks. But now my opponent is controlling me not around the waist, but a little higher towards my chest. I'm going to try to create some space so that I can use my forearm and not my hand to push against his face in order to break his grip. This is the most important thing to understand about this technique. I always want to use the forearm and never my hand against his face. Why? Because the forearm will be able to generate much more power, and I need that power to break his grip. Because he's in a very dominant position. If I don't use the forearm, I'm going to stay there. So he starts with the double underhooks here, and the first thing that I need to do is to get an overhook on one side. After I get the overhook, I'm going to lean towards the opposite side here like this. Why do I need to get that overhook first? Because if I just lean to the side without the overhook, my opponent will throw me by and get to my back. So first, before you lean to the side, control the overhook, and then you can go ahead and lean. There's no way now for him to go to my back. So once I lean, on the opposite side near here, I'm going to go ahead and push against his head here. At first, I bring my hand, but then I need to bring my forearm. Don't put the hand on the face to try to push him away. Use your forearm, break the grip, get this new grip here, and fire your knees. So let's see that again. He starts with a double underhook here. The first thing that I need to do here is get the overhook. The second thing is to lean over to the side. The third thing here will be to move with my forearm his head away. So I use that power there to break his grip, and I can also move my hips back at the same time. So once again, first thing, overhook, lean to the opposite side, use your forearm against the face. Now you're going to push against his face, at the same time move your hips back to break his grip. Now my hand comes on my biceps, and the opposite hand is going to be behind his neck here. Not right on the neck, but more towards the back of his head to prevent him from keeping that head up. Once again to the opposite side, he gets the double underhook here. First thing I need to do is the overhook, lean to the opposite side, control the head, and now make sure you bring the forearm across the face here. And now apply pressure, get the grip, control, and fire the knees. Or go back to the clinch. It's a very important position for you to learn. It's a great counter to the double underhook position here. And it allows you to fire a lot of knees there. Alright guys, now we're going to show you another counter to the double underhook situation where I'm going to transition to the Muay Thai clinch. This is a technique that's similar to one of the positions my brother has demonstrated earlier, and one that is definitely worth learning so you can incorporate it into your game. In this technique, I'm going to find myself in a very bad spot where my opponent has the upper hand. I was trying to control the clinch and my opponent managed to get double unders. And we're in a position where I'm trying to insist on the clinch by keeping my elbows against his chest. After I get the elbows in position, I use one hook inside his legs, and I push my elbows forward while at the same time moving my hips back. So once again, I take control of the clinch. I'm going to bring one hook inside his thigh. At the same time, I'm going to push my elbows to the front while moving my hips back. Now, at the same time that I kick here, that grip will break. And what I will do is bring my opposite leg into a knee to the face. So let's see how we're going to do this here. So we're fighting here. I managed to get the clinch while at the same time my opponent managed to get a double under. So this is not a perfect situation for me, neither is a perfect situation for him. So we're both fighting for control of the position here. So the first thing is to get to a good base and make sure that your elbows are in there. So I got to make sure my elbows are in high against his chest. Now I'm going to bring one leg inside his thigh here, put in a hook in there, and now this will keep him away. I'm going to kick that leg to the front, push my elbows to the front, and while at the same time moving my hips back. And now once I break his grip, right away that left leg is going to come up into a knee, like this. Let's see it again. Once again, we're fighting here. We managed to get the clinch, and at the same time he gets double unders. Make sure you have the elbows in. Keep everything tight. Bring one leg in inside his thigh, and now break the grip while you fire the knee to the face. I'm going to show it a little slower here so you can notice the details. So we're firing back and forth. He shoots for the double under. I get the clinch. Make sure your elbows are in. Bring the right foot inside his thigh. And now as you push the elbows away and you kick with that right leg, I'm going to break his grip and shoot my left knee here straight to his face. So break it, and now bring the knee in. Straight to the chin. Once again, let's see it here. So I get the clinch. Now I'm going to make sure I pinch my elbows in, maintain the pressure high against his chest here. Now once I get the position, I'm going to bring my right foot inside his thigh, high against his thigh here. And now I can move my hips back as I kick that to the front. And now at the same time that I do this here, once his grip breaks, I bring my left knee in. It's a great position for you to learn. It seems a little complicated, but if you train it, it's going to really work for you. So it's a great way to counter your double underhook and make sure you fire the knee right away. So great controlling position there to regain the clinch. Once again, I get the clinch, bring the foot in, break the grip, and keep firing the knees here from the tie clinch. Hi guys, in this DVD we're going to demonstrate to you some techniques related to the top game. We'll show you how to use foot stomps, how to keep your opponent in the bottom, how to soccer kick, some submissions from half guard, etc. In other words, we'll teach you everything that could possibly benefit you when fighting from the top. Whenever we're fighting, we should always try to stay on top. Not only it's easier to punish your opponent with more power from the top, but the judges will also normally favor the top fighter instead of the bottom one. Keep in mind, therefore, that whenever possible, you want to fight from the top. We'll show you different techniques so you can maintain the top position and submit and strike your opponent from there as well. We're going to start by discussing a situation where I ended up on the top position during a fight and I'm fighting from inside my opponent's guard. My opponent might be proficient at attacking from the bottom and might be constantly looking for submissions. It's important for me to maintain control of my opponent while at the same time looking for openings for my strikes, punishing him as much as possible. Let's see how we can do this. So I landed inside his guard, and there are basically two ways of controlling my opponent. The first one here is to control his arms. So I place my hands on top of his biceps, and I try to prevent him from using his arms to attack me. So control the biceps and prevent him from using the arms. The second option here is to control him lower, closer to the hips. This is especially useful when my opponent is trying to open the guard and shrimp away, move his hips away from me. So if he tries to open the guard here and move away, it's a good idea to squeeze those elbows and maintain a close distance to your opponent. You don't want him to move away from you. So always try to stay close. You can switch then to the arms. Whenever you control the arms, make sure you're controlling with your hands close to his elbows. And now I prevent him from using that arm to attack me. So when he's moving his hips away, I control his hips, close the distance, and control his arms. From one to the other, back and forth. Now it's very important to know both of those techniques so you can control your opponent from the top. Another important detail here is to know where to place your hands. So I'm going to place my hands here against his ribs while I squeeze my elbows against his hips here. So stay very low there. And this is a very low controlling position. Hard for him, almost impossible for him to move his hips away, as you can see. So I maintain him inside the guard and always stay close. So once again, I stay controlling his hips. He tries to move away. I prevent him from moving away. And I'm always moving forward with my opponent. Never give him any space, regardless of which grip I use here to control him. So my opponent tries to move here. I move forward and I use short, crisp strikes there against his face. No looping punches. Make them short and crisp. So right here, he starts moving away, I bring a punch in. Back to the controlling position. Punch again. Back to the controlling position. Back and forth. Striking and controlling, never giving him any space there. So you can see that either one position, I need to maintain a close distance to my opponent. So short, crisp punches there, always striking. If I'm controlling low here, because my opponent is really moving his hips away and I choose to control low, I want to stay low. If I want to control a little higher, that's fine. Never give him space there. In this next technique, we're going to keep on covering striking from inside my opponent's closed guard. The situation allows me to strike and punish him in many different ways, using different angles, techniques, and strikes. Can attack his head, his ribs, or his solar plexus. I'm going to show you a couple of different options to use during training, or for those of you that are professional fighters to use during a fight, depending on what the rules are. So once again, I start from inside my opponent's close guard, and there are two ways of controlling him. Keep in mind, you can control his arms close to his biceps, or I can choose to control his hips. Now, whenever my opponent moves, I'm always looking for an opening to strike. So now, if I start turning into a headhunter, meaning if I start striking him only against the head, what will happen is that my opponent will get wise here. He's going to start blocking my punches, so I need to work the body as well. So there are a couple of great options when working strikes to the body. I can punch to the ribs, and I can fire a downward elbow here to the solar plexus. That's a great technique. It will really get him tired. So downward elbows to the ribs, sideways elbows to the ribs. Always very good to work those techniques, but the downward elbow is the one I favor the most. It's the strongest one. It will really get him tired and desperate. So work the legs as well. You can use elbows against the legs. So we're firing to the ribs. Don't try to insist on firing to the head over and over again. That's the main idea here. Use different targets. So fire downward elbows to the gut here. Now if he maintains close guard here, it's a great thing. I can use strikes against everywhere. So I can always strike elbows to the thigh as well. If he's not trying to open, go ahead and fire with punches to the body, punches to the head, punches to the body again, downward elbow to the body, downward elbow to the thigh. So always trying to strike with different targets. I'm trying to make him open up for the good punches here. So it's a great technique. You need to learn how to use elbows effectively, and always keep in mind, you don't want to headhunt. Use different targets. Thigh, downward elbow to the body, always using your elbows to different targets. Alright guys, we're still fighting from inside my opponent's guard, punishing him with strikes, and now to press the action even further, I'm going to attempt a technique that will either force him to open his guard, or maybe even cause a submission. If my opponent opens the guard, I can try to pass or punish him with strikes even more. This technique is called the CanOpener, and it's a type of cervical lock that is really effective. Looks like a Muay Thai clinch, but executed from the top. So let's see how we can do this. Once again, we're inside his closed guard, and the first thing I need to do here is to reach for my opponent's head. So I'm controlling him, I'm punishing him, I reach for his head like a Thai clinch here. Now in this situation here, for him to escape, he needs to open his guard here and move away. And now, if he does open the guard, I'm going to start firing punches here. So apply pressure, bring his chin towards his chest. If he does open the guard, I'm going to let go here and strike. Now, what happens here if he doesn't try to open the guard? So if I apply pressure and he doesn't open, he's going to tap. I'm going to get the submission, so that's even better for me. So I'm going to bring my chin there on top of my hands to apply extra pressure. So if he opens the guard, that's fine, that's good for me. If he doesn't open, that's even better. My objective is to, hopefully, to keep that closed guard so I can get the submission right away. So I get this position here, I bring my chin down, and now once he opens, I can fire elbows or punches. So now it's a great position to open the guard. Apply pressure, my opponent opens, but try to use your chin on top of his head to bring the pressure here. So that's an important detail. Once you bring that head in, try to bring your chin on top of your hands to execute even more pressure. So pull in, bring your chin down on top of your hands. And I'm trying to keep him trapped here inside that closed guard so I can get the submission. If he opens, that's fine. So bring the clinch, get the chin down. Now, and this time he opens, so I'm going to fire strikes and punish him. My opponent needs to open to defend, otherwise he's going to get caught. Now I'm going to demonstrate the triangle defense. The triangle choke is probably the jiu-jitsu technique that is used the most in mixed martial arts, so it's very important for you to know how to defend it. Every jiu-jitsu technique will be hard to escape from if you wait for your opponent to tighten everything up, so it's a good idea to try to escape as soon as possible. So let's see how we can do this in the triangle. So I'm going to start in the top position here, inside my opponent's guard, and now he's going to set me up for the triangle choke. As you can notice, he still doesn't have a locked triangle here, so now this is the time where I want to react here. I want to place both of my hands here on top of his belly, and now I'm going to look straight ahead, straight up, as I straighten my back here and get into a good posture. Now you can see that it's impossible for him to bring my head down in order to finish. If I relax that grip, he will get the submission. So make sure that you're posting there with both hands on top of his belly, and bring your back straight and look straight ahead. So once again, he's looking for the triangle choke there. I'm going to bring both hands on top of his belly, straighten my back, and look up. Now, the hand that's on the outside here will turn to the side, and that will force his triangle to open, and I can pass the guard at the same time. So once again, he's starting to work for the triangle choke here. Bring the posture, 1, 2, 3, and now once I get to this position here, when I'm in posture, all I need to do is throw my leg and my arm at the same time towards the side here. Now I can get side control and start to punish my opponent here, maybe stand up and fire a soccer kick, depending on the situation. So let's see it from the opposite angle here. Once again, my opponent tries to get the triangle choke. The first thing I need to do is place my hands on his belly, posture up, and look straight up here. So those are the previous 3 movements. Now I'm going to take a big step there with the outside leg and outside arm, swinging my arms to the side so I can pass. Now I get side control, I can punish him, I can do whatever I want from this position here. Maybe if he tries to stand up, I'll soccer kick him, depends on the situation here. It's a very important technique and one that you need to master, because the triangle choke is very important, it's very used. Okay guys, this time we're going to show you the Armbar Defense, which is another submission that is used a lot in mixed martial arts. Without question, the armbar and the triangle are the submission techniques most used from the guard, and therefore it's important for me to be familiar with the fan in both positions. The defenses are completely different though. In the triangle, as we have seen, I want to posture up and look towards the ceiling, while in the armbar I want to be heavy and crush my opponent. So we're going to start here inside our opponent's guard, and he sets me up with the armbar lock. Now the first thing that I need to do here is to protect my arm. And I do that by bringing my hand on top of my biceps, just like a rear naked choke grip. Now once I get this position here, the next thing will be to step up with my left leg. And now my knee is going to slide forward, close to his head. So I step up with my left leg, and now I slide the opposite knee close to his head. So now notice that my opponent here is in a very uncomfortable position, and I'm pretty stable. So he's at a disadvantage, and all I gotta do is to start yanking that arm back until I escape the technique. So let's see it again. My opponent starts attacking here my left arm. The first thing that I need to do is to control my opposite arm, just for a safety issue here. Now I step up with the left leg, and I'm going to slide my right knee forward, close to his head. Once I get this position, I'm very comfortable, and my opponent is crushed against the ground. It's impossible for him to generate leverage to get the tap. So stay in your base here and start yanking that arm out, pulling the arm out here until you can free yourself from that lock. So let's see it again. So once again, my opponent starts with an armbar from the guard. The first thing I need to do is guarantee my safety here and step up. Now I slide my knee close to his head. I'm in a very stable base, and I start shaking that arm, yanking it out of there. Now let's see it to the opposite side. My opponent gets the armbar, Right away, I'm going to control my hand here in rear naked choke like position. I'm going to step up and start crushing my opponent here. So bring your weight on top of your opponent, at the same time slide that knee close to his head. Start moving that hand out of the way there. If I can, I even shoot my hand inside his thigh here. So if I can shoot it inside the thigh, that's even better. I'm even safer. And now start yanking the arm out until you can free yourself. It's a great position. It's very important for you now how to defend the arm bar there, because it happens a lot. It happens quite often. So always train the submission escape so you can escape at all times. Let's check out another submission escape, and this time I'll show you how to escape the Omoplata lock. Not only will we be able to escape the position, but we're going to be able to counter at the same time with a submission of our own. It's a very simple technique for you to learn and use, and yet it's very effective and you often catch people with it. Let's see how we do this. So we're going to start here inside my opponent's guard. He's going to control my arm and he's going to move his hips away, throw the leg over, and get the Omoplata lock. Once he gets the Omoplata lock position, the first thing that I need to do is to plant my right hand here on the mat. Why? Because I want to raise his hips off the ground. So I plant my hand on the mat so I can posture up with my chest, raising his hips off the ground. If I don't have that hand on the mat, it's impossible for me to posture up. My opponent will keep me down and control the position. So posture up as you place your hand on the mat. And now try to control his foot. He's strangling his leg. So all I got to do is strap that right foot of his with my left hand. And now I'm going to shoot my head underneath his leg. Now I can apply pressure downward on the foot as I raise my head up, getting him in an ankle lock position. So once again, we're starting here from the Omoplata lock. I'm going to plant my hand on the ground. Very important for you to understand that you need to plant that hand on the ground to posture up. If that hand is not up, you're not going to get it. Now trap the foot and bring the head up in order to get the straight ankle lock and force the tap here by applying pressure. Let's see it one more time. I'm fighting from inside my opponent's guard. He starts moving his hips away, throws the leg over, locks the omoplata. The first thing I need to do is place my hand on the mat and posture up. Now keep in mind that if I don't posture up, I'm not going to be able to finish this technique here. So trap the foot, bring the head underneath his leg, apply pressure down on the foot as you look up with your head. And it's a very simple straight ankle lock position here that will force him to tap right away. So once again, on my own now this time. So the first thing that I do here, once he gets the omoplata lock, is plant that hand on the ground. That's very important since it's going to be the support that will guarantee that I can raise my hips up. Otherwise, he's going to bring my shoulder down and he'll be able to submit me. So place the hand so you have a good base, trap the foot, shoot the head underneath. Now bring the head up as you place that foot down. Very simple counters, very simple ankle lock. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you one of my favorite techniques, one that really works well since it often catches my opponent off guard. He's not expecting me to use it since he's worried about me punishing him with punches from the top position, trying to pass the guard. This technique is called a foot stomp. So let's see how we do this. So we're going to start inside our closed guard here. And now the first thing I need to do is to punish my opponent. So I'm controlling his arms and I'm bringing down punches and elbows to his body. He's going to open the guard. And as soon as he opens that guard, I want to bring my left leg towards the inside of his thigh. So once again, we're fighting from the closed guard. I strike to the body until he opens the guard. And I stand up, bringing the left lead here. So keeping my left leg in front. So once again, start by striking to the body, maybe downward elbows or punches, stand up, and now you can foot stomp with the right foot. Now I'm going to show you an important detail on the foot stomp. So I start by striking him to the body here until he opens the guard. I step up with the left. Now when I foot stomp with the right, I do not want to foot stomp to the right side. Meaning I don't want to do this here because now it's easy for my opponent to come up, try to trip me and take me down. So what I want to do here is, even though I'm using the left lead when I stand up, I'm going to foot stomp to the left side as well. So I'm going to cross over like this. Why? Because now if I do miss the first one, I can step back and sucker kick to the head. So if I stomp to the right side, it's very hard for me to do anything there. So I foot stomp to the left. So if I do miss that, I'm going to step out of there with my left leg and soccer kick him with the right once more. So it's a very important detail to cross over in your stomp. So once again, I'm going to start from inside the guard. I break the guard open somehow. I stand up, I foot stomp, take a step again, soccer kick to the head. So notice, whenever I stand up here, I need to choose a lead. In this case, I'm leading with the left leg so I can foot stomp with the back leg. Take a step back, soccer kick to the head. It's a very good position, a very good combination here to use from the top position. So train it so you can drill it correctly, and always try to cross over with your foot stomp. Now we're going to work in a very common situation where my opponent is fighting from the guard with his back on the mat, and I'm standing up trying to punish him with foot stomps and soccer kicks to the head. Let's see how we can use those two positions to punish our opponent and hopefully get a knockout here. So we're going to start with a foot stomp. So I'm standing up, my opponent has his back on the mat, and now what I'm trying to do here is to try to get close to him. So he's using his feet against my hips to keep me away. His hips are off the ground. Now here's what I'm going to do to get the foot stomp. I'm going to control his legs here, move back, and foot stomp with the right leg. So once again, all I'm doing here is that I maintain pressure. You can see that I cannot reach him with punches. I'm going to control both ankles, move my hips back so I can open a space there for me to come with my right foot stomp. So once again, bring the pressure, ankles down, foot stomp to the head. So another technique here, another possibility is the soccer kick. So maintain the same pressure. Now I'm going to brush his ankles aside and soccer kick to the head. So let's see how we do that again. I'm going to brush his ankles to the side with one arm as a swimming motion. Pop your hips at the same time and soccer kick to the head. So let's see it here on my own how we are doing this. The first technique, the foot stomp. I cannot reach him with a punch here. I'm going to control both ankles, keeping my hips away from him so I can bring my right foot straight to his face. Now the opposite one, I'm going to pop his hips and I'm going to cross over with my arm to push his ankles aside. Why do I do that? Because in this position, he can always use bicycle kicks. So using a crossed over grip might allow me to defend those kicks better. So keep the pressure there. Now, you're going to brush across and control the ankle, in this case for the foot stomp, and hit him in the head. Now, once again, the same foot stomp again, ankles down, foot stomp to the head. Very simple one. Now for the soccer kick, I need to brush the ankles aside, keep the pressure, pop the hips, kick to the head. So always make sure that you're pushing your hips forward, you're popping the hips forward as you brush those ankles aside. Take a step here to close the distance, and now fire the kick to the head. Now it's important to move that leg to the side here to get within range so you can reach his head. Alright guys, now I'm going to demonstrate another stomping technique, and this one will be slightly different since I'm further away from my opponent. My brother demonstrated stomping techniques that you can use at a close range, where my opponent is in touch with my hips or laying down on the mat at a very shortened distance. What I will demonstrate now is a different technique, a long range stomp so to speak, which you can use when you're further away from your opponent. There are a lot of opponents out there that prefer to fight on the ground and will refuse to stand up when you move away. And there are others that study your game and will be able to block your close range stomps. So it's always a good idea to be familiar with a couple of stomping and soccer kick techniques. So we're going to start here from a long distance, not close to my opponent with his feet on my hips like my brother demonstrated before. But this time we're further away here. Now the first thing that we need to do here is to get his attention elsewhere. So it's very common for me to kick to his legs. It's also a very damaging kick. So I can kick to the legs here, and when I'm ready to go, my opponent will try to defend. So here's what I'm going to do. In order to get his feet out of the way so I can reach his head with a foot stomp, I'm going to swim with my arms on the inside of his ankles like this, opening his legs up. Now I create the space and I hit him with a foot stomp to the head. So once again, I'm right here working the leg kicks. I'm going to swim with my arms in the inside. And now I'm going to push his ankles away to the side. And stomp to the head. So open and stomp at the same time. Now, once I'm in the situation, I start with the leg kicks here. My opponent will try to protect. Always protect from the head. So open him up and land the foot stomp. Now, once I land the stomp here, I don't want to stop in this position. So I can turn around, spin around, and try to stomp the head again, or land hammer fists or elbows to his head, depending on the rules. I can even soccer kick him. But the important thing is not to stop there. So stomp and don't stop here. If you stop here, you're going to expose your back. So we're from a far distance. I'm going to work the leg kicks. I'm going to swim in with my arms, control his ankles, open up the space, foot stomp, and I drop to hammer fist. I stand up and soccer kick, but just don't stop there. So let's see it one more time at a different angle here. So we're going to start here from a distance. I'm punishing my opponent's legs. When I'm ready to go here, I'm going to go ahead and swim with my arms on the inside, pushing his ankles away so I can hit the head with a stomp. Take a step back and soccer kick or stomp the head. So it's a very important technique to learn, and make sure you understand that you don't want to stop there. Once you foot stomp, you want to keep following through with stomps to the head, soccer kicks, or hammer fists here. Anything, but just don't stop there. Okay guys, now I'm going to demonstrate another stomping technique, and this time we're going to use a jump and stomp to punish our opponent from the guard. As we have discussed it previously, it's always a good idea to be familiar with a couple of different stomping techniques so that you can add variety to your attacks. If our opponent blocks a stomp, you're going to be able to change to something different. Always make sure that you have different techniques and weapons at your disposal so you can adapt your attack game to what your opponent offers you during a fight. The more techniques you add to your arsenal, the more successful you'll be as a fighter. So pay attention so you can now learn another stomping technique, this time jumping. Once again, I'm going to start with my opponent's back against the mat, and now we're standing away from him at a distance. I'm going to start by firing some kicks here to the legs. Maybe I can try the previous stomping technique, but now my opponent blocks it. So once he blocks it, I'm not going to be able to land it right away. I need to take his attention off the stomping techniques so that I can catch him off guard. So how am I going to accomplish that? Well, a good trick here is to always start with leg kicks. So you start by punishing him with leg kicks, and after you do that for a while, I'm going to take 2 steps to the side. What that does is that my opponent will try to move his hips and follow me around. He's worried about keeping me in front of him. So now I'm going to catch him off guard because he cannot block while at the same time as he's moving. So I'm going to start the same way as before. I tried the foot stomp. I wasn't successful. I'm going to start punishing the legs. I take 1, 2 steps to the side, and I jump into the foot stomp. Right in the face. So take 2 steps to the side, and then you jump. Let's see it again from a different angle. Now I'm kicking to the legs here. I'm going to move to the side here to set him up. So take 1, 2. Now the third motion, you step and stomp on the face. So it's very important for you to understand how to set him up with the steps to the side, because I don't want him to be worried and focused only on blocking my stomp. So move to the side and set him up. You kick the legs here once again, take 2 steps, and 3, stomp the head. Now, always keep in mind that whenever you land in that stomp, you want to soccer kick, you want to stomp to the head again. You don't want to stop there. So you can do anything that you want, but never stop in that position because you're very vulnerable. He can attack, get your back, or take you down. So it's a very dangerous position. So once again, start by punishing the legs. So once again, start by punishing the legs. You're going to take 2 steps here to the side. 1, 2, and 3. Stomp the face. It's a very important technique for you to learn, a great variation of the traditional foot stomp to the head, but you always got to keep in mind that you want to follow through with another kick or punching or soccer kicks. In this segment, I'm going to demonstrate another striking technique starting from your feet with your opponent fighting from his guard, with his back against the mat. This time we'll teach you the Superman punch. I have used this technique in some of my fights, and it is something that I'm really comfortable doing, since I use it a lot in training as well. It's a technique that is very powerful while at the same time looking a little fancy, and if it lands, it is guaranteed that you're going to be able to hurt your opponent. Even though it seems a little complicated at first, if you insist on using it during your training sessions, you will soon master it. Here's how it works. We're going to start from the same position as before, standing up in my opponent's guard, and you can see that he's trying to keep me away by using his legs, especially his feet against my hips here. So now, before I'm able to reach him with a punch, I need to do something about those feet. So I'm going to move his feet out of my hips while at the same time leaping forward, trying to hit him with a straight right hand. So once again, move his ankles out of the way, and then land the right hand. So let's see how we can do this. He's keeping me away. I push the ankles and I jump with my right hand. This technique seems a little awkward at first, but the reason is we cannot really do it full power in training. So with time, you're going to pick up speed. So once again, he's keeping me away with his feet. I need to get those feet out of the way. So control the ankle and jump at the same time firing the right hand. So once again, my opponent's trying to keep me away. I'm firing kicks to the leg here. When I'm ready to go, I push the ankle and I fire the right hand while jumping. So I'm going to do it again. So the important detail here is to understand that I need to push those ankles away, and at the same time that I fire my right hand, I need to commit and leap into it. All my power, all my weight behind it, because I'm flying there. It's a Superman punch. So make sure that you push those legs away and jump with your right hand. It's a very powerful technique, especially if you use it during a fight where you can go full power. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you another technique that you can use in the same situation as before, when I'm standing and my opponent is fighting from the guard with his back on the mat. This time, however, I will show you an ankle lock submission, which is a technique that works really well for me, and it's something that if you manage to catch your opponent with, you're guaranteed to get a tap. So here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to stand inside his guard, I'm kicking my opponent's legs, and right now, with one hand, I'm going to control his ankle. It doesn't matter. I can pick the left or right ankle. So once I choose a leg here, I'm going to control it. And what we're going to do here is, instead of using the traditional parallel ankle lock, the technique that we have demonstrated previously to you in another DVD here, we're going to use an ankle lock to the opposite side. So it's way more effective. It's something that can cause a lot more pain, and you're going to be able to get the submission very fast. It's very tight. So here's how we're going to do this. Once again, I'm starting here from his guard. I'm going to control the ankle. Now, once I control that ankle, I'm going to move that leg to the opposite side, to the opposite hip bone, by my ribs here, and I'm going to fall down, squeezing my knees together. It is very important always to squeeze those knees together, because that will avoid him from rotate the leg or try to escape. Now, start moving your back to the mat, and you can see that it's very important always to apply pressure against his ankle with the blade of your forearm, so to speak, with the bony part. Now arch back and get the submission here easily. So once again, I'm going to do it slowly so you can notice the details. So I start here from inside his guard. I take control of the ankle. Now I'm going to cross that leg to the opposite side. I'm going to wrap around his ankle here. Now you fall back, and you can see that I can get the tap right away. If he doesn't tap right away, I'm really going to control everything tight, look towards the ceiling, and arch my back. There's a lot of power there. And it's always important to make sure that you're using not the flat aspect of your forearm, but always the blade of your forearm, your radius here. That way, it's going to dig in his ankle, and he's going to cause a lot more pain. So once again, whenever you're trapping there, make sure that you're squeezing your knees together. That will prevent a lot of escapes and bring some extra pressure, because if I don't keep those knees tight, he's going to escape and kick out easily. So once I pinch those knees together, it's very hard for him to escape. So once again, let's cover the details here. Whenever I get the grip here, make sure that you squeeze your knees together. You keep your thumb up with your grip, so make sure that that grip is thumb up and arch your back, trying to move that back towards the mat. So sit it back slowly, and you can even look towards the ceiling here to increase the back arch. Now we're going to cover another technique where I'm standing up and my opponent is fighting from the ground. This time I'll show you one of my favorite guard passes where I will throw his legs to the side and step through with my opposite leg, lowering my hips to the ground and transitioning directly into side control. Pay attention to the details so you can master this technique. I'm going to start from the same position as before, standing inside my opponent's guard, and I'm going to throw his legs to the side. He's using his feet against my hips, so I need to move those legs away so I can step through with my right leg. As I step through, I land directly into my hips here. I want to make sure that I land on side, and now get your side control position and go from there. So once again, once I move those ankles to the side, it's important for me not to try to take a step, but land straight into my hips here. So I don't want to step through and then lower my hips to the ground. I want those hips to be lowered right away. So once again, move the feet out of the way, take a step with the right leg, and lower yourself to the ground. Once you get to this position, you can strike with knees from the side or switch and knee to the body. Whatever you do here depends on your opponent's reaction, and it's most often a scramble. So once again, I'm going to do it a little faster here. So I'm right here, control, and pass. The first thing is always to get control of the head there so you can stabilize the position and maintain side control. So whenever you land in that position here, take control of the head. That's the first thing that you want to do. Once again, my opponent is here. I'm kicking the legs, move away, and pass. Get the side control position here and maintain it. It's a very good position, a very easy guard pass that you can use when standing up here against an opponent that's laying down. This next technique is something that I have used in my last fight. It's very important for you to vary your game and use plenty of different techniques, both submission and striking wise. The more variety you have in your arsenal of techniques, the more successful you'll be as a mixed martial arts fighter. Let's work on a downward overhand right from the guard. So we're going to start in the same position as before. I'm standing up in my opponent's guard, and he's placing his feet against my hips here to try to protect himself. I maintain the pressure forward here. I want his hips off the ground. And now I'm going to use my hands and hip to set him up for the overhand right. So slap that to the side so he can land the overhand right. Once again, I maintain pressure forward. Now I'm going to pop my left hip out. At the same time, I'm going to use my left hand to slap those legs out of the way and land the overhand right to the face. Now I can follow through with the knee on the belly or side control position. So once again, to the opposite side. My opponent has both feet on his hips, on my hips here, and now what I'm going to do is pop my left hip bone. At the same time, use your left hand to slap those legs out of the way and land an overhand right to his face. On my own here, watch how I'm going to use my hips, and at the same time, I'm going to slap those legs out of the way with my left hand here, and it opens him up for my overhand right. So once again, keeps his feet against my hips here, push, and land the punch. It's a very powerful punch. Once again, an excellent position for you to learn here. Very simple strike, straight to the face here. Very powerful strike. It's a great technique for you to learn, so start training so you can strike your opponent even when he's blocking up there. This strike is so powerful, it's going to slice through. So pop your hips, land the overhand right, and use your body weight. Alright guys, now we're going to start working on passing the guard, on how to transition effectively from the half guard to the side control position. It is very important for you to master this technique so you can get to dominant situations like the side control or mount. This is one of my favorite passes, something that fit right into my game since it's very easy and simple to use. Let's see how we can use it. So we're going to start from the half guard. And once I find myself inside my opponent's half guard, the first thing that I need to worry about is to get an underhook on the side of the leg that's trapped. Why is that? Because if my opponent has the underhook, he has the dominant position and it's easy for him to sweep me. So I got to make sure that I have the underhook. Whoever has the underhook has control of the position. So get the underhook control there on that side. And now once I get the underhook, I can shift my balance to my left. Why is that? Because once I get the underhook, I'm no longer worried about my opponent trying to sweep me to my left side. What I'm worried about is for him to sweep me to the opposite side with his right arm here. So what I will do to prevent that is to shift my balance to my left. Now it's harder for him to move me and to sweep me. So maintain that underhook control, move your head to the opposite side of the underhook, and now I'm going to use my left arm to control his right one. And I use an overhook here. Why? I don't want that arm free because he can push my hips and legs away to regain the guard. So as soon as I get to this position here, I capture the overhook and he is now trapped. Once I get control of the arm, I can start using my legs. I'm going to bring my left foot inside his thigh. And I use that so that I'm able to generate leverage to open up the position and make him lose half guard. So how I'm going to do that? Once I get right here, I'm going to start applying pressure, bringing my forehead to the ground and extending my hook in there. So you can see that I'm free in my right leg, and once that knee touches the ground, I can kick my right leg out, get in side control. Let's try it again a little bit with details here. So once again, I'm inside my opponent's half guard. And once I get inside his half guard, I want to get the underhook on the same side of the leg that's trapped. So get the underhook there. Once you get the underhook, you can move your head to the opposite side and control the opposite arm with an overhook, a whizzer here. Now, once I get this arm trapped, preventing him from pushing my leg away, I can now bring my right foot inside his thigh, and he's unable to prevent that. Once I get the hook in, I'm all set up here. I can start passing. So I'm going to bring pressure. I'm going to start moving my knee to the side, and once my left knee touches the ground, I can kick sideways, get into side control. So once again, now I get the underhook control. I move my head to the opposite side. I control the far arm here, controlling with an overhook. I'm bringing my foot in, and now I'm going to start applying pressure with that hook and free my leg. When that knee touches the ground, I can kick the leg out and obtain side control. And now it's a very dominant position. So a very easy position, a very easy half guard pass. So train it so you can incorporate it into your arsenal here. Once again, I'm inside half guard. The first thing is always the underhook. Next thing, move your balance to the opposite side. The next thing is to control the overhook. Now I'm going to bring my foot inside his thigh using a hook here. Move that leg away, kick it out, and get side control position. Control the head, move to a regular side control. So an excellent way of fastening half guard, and I hope it works for you here. It's something that I really like using myself. Alright guys, now I'm going to cover another attack from the half guard position. I'm going to be punishing my opponent from inside the half guard. He's going to try to cover up, and I'm going to use that situation to set up a katagatame, an arm triangle choke. So it's a very easy position here, a very easy submission to use from the top. So let's see how we can do this. We're going to start once again from the half guard position. As soon as I get the half guard position, just like my brother discussed, I want to get the underhook on the same side of the leg that's strapped. Now, once I get to this position here, my opponent will normally try to move my hips away to regain guard. So I got to make sure that I'm able to deal with that arm and get it out of the position. So I'm going to push it down and trap his arm. Now I can punch away, and you can notice that he's going to start trying to apply pressure against my neck to move me away. I'm going to pop that arm out of position to the side and trap the arm triangle. So once again, he's pushing against my hip or leg. I'm going to control his wrist, push that down, trap his arm with my leg, and start striking. He will try to block here with his left arm. I pop that arm out of the way, and I start setting up the arm triangle choke. Now, once I get that, I want to use a grip hand in hand, and here's what I'm going to do here in order to finish. I'm going to apply pressure with my chin facing him, so always face your opponent here, and squeeze. Don't give him any extra space there. I got to make sure that everything is tight. My arm on one side of his neck and his arm on the opposite side. So I'm going to apply pressure and look towards my opponent here. I can even switch to the side here, getting out of half guard. So once again, so he's going to start moving his hand here to block my hips and push away. And once he's pushing away against my hand or hips, all I got to do is move that arm out of the way by controlling the wrist. I control the wrist, I step on top with my leg, and now he's trapped, and I'm going to start striking. Obviously, he's going to try to block with his arm. I pop that arm out of the way, and I'm in a great position to set up my katagatame, my arm triangle choke. Hold hand in hand, look towards your opponent, keep everything tight. Don't give him any space there. And squeeze, and now you can see how easy it is, because once I start applying pressure, how easy it is to transition out of half guard. Use your hook in, transition out of half guard, and get the tap here. If he tries to move away, you can see that he's trapped. There's no way for him to go. He's going to submit right away. So let's see it to the opposite side. I'm inside his half guard here. I have the underhook position. I trap the leg. Now watch how I free my legs here. Use the hook and jump to the opposite side and squeeze to get the tap now. It's a very tight triangle. There's no space for him to move out or escape or defend. So you will get the submission for sure. It's an easy submission from the half guard position. So once again, I get the underhook. Now he's going to try to push that leg away. I trap his arm with my leg, starts to strike. He tries to block. I pop the arm. I control the underhooks here. Now, watch. When he starts to block here, notice the detail. I apply pressure against his neck, and I pop that arm out of the way. Squeeze everything tightly, and get the tap. Or else, if you want to jump out, use your hook to jump to the outside to get the submission. It's a very important choke here from half guard. I'm going to show you another excellent half guard technique where my opponent will attempt a sweep. I'm going to block his sweep while at the same time getting a variation of the Bravo choke in him. This is an excellent position that will allow me to finish the fight either from the top or from the bottom in case my opponent managed to finish the sweep. So let's see how we can do this technique from the half guard. I start inside the half guard, and my opponent will pummel for the position here. He's going to shoot his right arm through as he gets the underhook. And you can see that I'm using my left arm to post to prevent him from moving much in there. So he pummels for the underhook, and I use my left arm here as a post, preventing him from using his head. Now I'm going to shoot that right arm through and control his head from underneath. Now I got to make sure that I bring his back to the ground. That's very important, because if I let my opponent stay sideways here, he's going to be able to move towards my back. So once again, from the beginning here, my opponent will pummel for the underhook. He's going to shoot his right arm through under my leg, and I'm going to use my right arm, and I'm going to maintain pressure with my right shoulder, keeping his back on the ground, preventing him from going towards my back. Now, once I get to this position here, I'm going to shoot my left arm through. I'm going to push my elbow back here, and now I get this position here, like a rear naked choke. So once again, he's trying to go for the sweep. I'm going to bring that arm across, and my left arm, I pull it back until I can close a rear naked choke position here. Now, this is the Bravo variation. All I got to do is apply pressure to get the tap. Now, if he does manage to get the sweep here, that's not a problem. I still have the choke here, maintain everything tight, and squeeze to get the tap. So once again, as you can see, this is a very powerful choke. I use the left arm to block his head. Once he starts moving sideways, now I'm going to bring my right arm underneath his head. And now I'm going to shoot that left arm across and pull my elbow back. Right hand goes to the biceps, left hand against his shoulder blade. Apply pressure here. If he does manage to sweep me, that's fine. I'm going to lock a half guard once I land here, and I'm going to squeeze to get the tap. So once again, an important detail here when I land is that I want to make sure that I trap the half guard here. So I'm going to close the half guard and now squeeze and twist my body to the side. Let's see it again to the opposite side. I start inside the half guard. My opponent's trying to sweep. I'm going to block his head movement here with my arm. Shoot the opposite arm. Close the bravo variation. If he does manage to sweep me, I close the half guard and I squeeze to get the tap.
Okay.
This is a very powerful submission, a very powerful choke from the half guard position here. I can use either from the top or bottom.
Beleza? Valeu.
Alright guys, in this next half guard segment, I'm going to show you an excellent way of combining your striking techniques with submissions from the top. The half guard is an excellent platform for elbows, punches, and submissions. Keep in mind that whenever my opponent is on the receiving end of a striking combination, he will most likely offer me openings for submissions. Let's see how we can do this. So now I start from inside his half guard, and the first thing that I need to do here is to realize that if elbows are allowed, they are a great weapon to use from the half guard. So if he pushes against my hip here, the first thing I do is to trap his arm. Once I trap his arm, once again, if the rules allow, I can use short elbows to the face. Now, obviously, once I start punishing him against the face here, chances are my opponent will try to move that arm away, maybe get a control here. So I break my hips, I let go, and I control the firearm. Now, I can keep working elbows there. So once again, I control the arm here, I pop the arm out of the way, and I start working elbows to the body. Or another option is to control a Kimura lock here on the far side, and it's very easy for me to finish. And if he does stretch to try to defend the Kimura, I simply adjust to get the tap here with a straight lock. So once again, I started there from inside the half guard, I trap his arm with my leg, and that allows me to strike at will here against his face. Normally he will try to block. Now I'm going to switch sides here. Now I can elbow to the ribs. Or if he leaves his arm out there, I'm going to lock a Kimura and finish. If he does stretch and get the submission defense here, I can finish by adjusting the Kimura lock into a straight lock. So it's very important to keep in mind that you have all these different options here, one side and the other. So soften him up with the ribs. He's going to try to block there, protect himself, and I get the Kimura lock. If he does stretch to try to defend the Kimura, then I have a straight lock here. So it's great positions, great variations here for you to use. So once again, from the beginning, I land inside a half guard, I control that arm, I trap the arm, and I start striking to the face. I use short elbows here if they are allowed. Now I break my hips, and now I'm going to elbow to the ribs on the opposite side. He tries to block, I can get a Kimura lock. He tries to stretch his arm, I stretch in a straight lock here from the top. So I hope you like this combination. Hi guys, in this DVD we're going to cover the bottom game. Sometimes you have to fight from the guard with your back on the mat, and those are the most difficult moments in a fight. It's therefore important for you to learn some submissions from the bottom, some escapes, because whenever you're on the bottom, you're at a disadvantage and you need to constantly try to reverse that position. We're going to try to show you how to submit your opponent from the bottom, how to sweep him, and also how to escape out of that position, maybe get into your feet. The judges will always see the top fighter as the dominant one and the one in control. So during a professional mixed martial arts bout, I may lose significant points just by being on the bottom. These are some of the reasons why it's so important to learn as much as you can about the bottom game, and I hope this DVD may help you understand that aspect of fighting. The first position that we will cover in this DVD will be how to control your opponent from the bottom position. Sometimes you may get hurt or tired during the course of a fight, and you need to be able to control your opponent from the bottom and stop him from attacking you, at least for a couple of seconds until you're able to recover. Therefore, it's very important to know how to control and tie up your opponent when he's inside your guard. With this knowledge, you might be able to guarantee yourself precious recovery time that might change the outcome of a match. So let's learn how to tie your opponent up from the guard. Here's how we're going to do it. My opponent is inside my guard here, and as you can see, whenever my opponent is high with his posture up, he can really punish me with punches and strikes. So here's how I'm going to do it. I need to bring my opponent down, and I'm going to use my legs to do so. Once I get my opponent down, chest to chest, I want to maintain him in this position. So in order to guarantee that he won't go away, I'm going to get an overhook with my left arm like this. Once I get the overhook, there's no way for my brother to use his right arm to strike me. So right away, it's a very simple concept here. All I need is to bring him close and get the overhook on one side. Now, this is the first technique. The second position that I need to accomplish here is a head control. So I'm going to get a head control. Otherwise, he's going to be able to strike me with the left hand. So control the head here, around his head, and now I'm going to place my head by the side of his ear like this, and you can see that there's no way for him to strike me to the face anymore. So 3 simple things that I need to do in order to guarantee that my opponent will not be able to strike me, so it can buy me precious time here for me to recover. So once again, my opponent starts to punish me from the guard. The first thing I need to do is bring him down. Once I bring him down, the second thing I need to do here is to control the overhook. The third thing will be to control the head. So control the head, and once you control the head, you prevent him from firing shots with the left arm. So keep his head close and move your head to the side of his ear here. Now this technique is very safe. There's no way for him to strike me now. He can barely move in here. So this is a very important position, so be sure to train and practice this technique, because it might literally save you during a tough moment and change the outcome of a fight. It's very important. Now I'm going to demonstrate to you another way of defending strikes from inside the guard. As we have previously discussed, it's always a good idea to know a couple of variations of each technique, so that when my opponent presents me with a different situation, I will be able to use such a variation and take advantage of the position. Once again, my opponent's inside my guard, but this time he's maintaining a good base. He's basing out with his elbows close to his body. So what happens is that I'm unable to use my overhook like I did in the previous technique. When I pull him down, though, I'm able to get a double underhook control. Whenever I control my opponent with a double underhook, it's really preventing him here from striking my face. Just as long as I keep that grip high, if I move my underhook slower towards his belly here, he's going to be able to punch me. So keep everything tight and close to the shoulder blades. Once again, the important thing here is to understand that your underhooks must be close to his armpit and not down towards his chest or belly. So once again, my opponent is right here. He's getting ready to strike. I'm going to bring him down with my legs here. So right away, I bring him down. I get the underhook controls, and I clasp my hands here. Now, I keep everything tight. His chest is glued to my chest, and I flare my elbows. You can see how I pull my elbows up, and that makes it even harder for him to move his arms. Now, I also move my face close to his head. This is a technique that I can use to move towards his back or even sweep him. So once again, my opponent is inside my guard. He's keeping his elbows in. He starts punching. I block and I bring him down with my legs. I get a double underhook control here. I keep him tight, gluing his chest to my chest, and make sure you flare your elbows up as you glue your head here to his ear. Give him no space to strike whatsoever. So it's important to train this technique here, so you know at least 2 variations now on how to defend strikes from inside the guard. It's always good to train both of them so you can master them and use them accordingly. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you a triangle choke. In my opinion, a technique that works extremely well. And this particular triangle choke is really tight, making it very difficult for my opponent to escape. Hope you like the technique and learn it well. I'm going to start here with my opponent inside my guard, and the first thing that I'm going to do here is get a wrist control on that arm. So I control the wrist here on that arm. I keep his head down, and what I will do here is unlock my guard there for a while, and now I'm going to push that arm out of there. So as you can see from this angle here, I got the wrist control. Now I'm going to push it against his chest, unlock, and relock my guard here. Now you can see that I have the triangle position already. He cannot stand up. Now I'm going to move that arm to the opposite side. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to control my hand on top of the shin. Now you can see he is unable to stand up and escape. And now what I will do is relock the triangle and now come on the side of his head and pull it to the side. If I just pull it down here, you can see there's some space there still. So I want to make it even tighter. So what I will do is once I lock it, I pull his head here, tilting it to the side, and now you can see that I can take some slack off that triangle, making it even tighter. And I squeeze. You can see that I haven't even closed with the second leg yet, and my opponent's already tapping, so it's really tight. Now once I get it tight here, I control behind the knee and pull to get the tap. Once again, he starts inside the guard here. I'm going to get a wrist control. I'm going to start moving that wrist towards the head here. Keep the head down. Now, I'm going to lock the triangle, move the head, control around the shin, open him up here so there's some space there. And now tilt, and you can see that if I tilt to the side here, look at how much space I can take, how much slack I can take out of there. So just bring your leg in that space, close again, make everything tight, and now it's very easy to squeeze. I go behind the knee and apply the pressure. So it's an excellent technique. Once again, he's inside my guard here. I'm going to get wrist control, controlling his head. I push that wrist out of there. I move the arm. I tilt the head, so now I can clamp down with my calf and make everything super tight. Keep that hand on the shin, control the knee, and get the submission here. It's a very powerful triangle choke. Hope you train this technique here and you can master this variation. Hand on the shin and make everything tight. Now that I have explained how we can use the triangle choke from the guard, I'm going to cover an important scenario that might happen when I'm trying to execute the technique during a fight. So I'm fighting from inside my guard here, and now I get control of the triangle, just like we did in the previous segment. Now, my opponent's smart here, so he will not let me move that arm to the opposite side. So I'm stuck here, he's keeping his elbow by my hip bone. So I'm going to shoot my right arm underneath his elbow. So go towards the inside. I'm opening his elbow with my left hand and shooting my right arm underneath. Now control hand in hand, pull that arm until it rests in here against my shoulder, and apply the pressure to get him in the inverted armbar. So once again, he keeps that arm to the opposite side. I'm going to shoot my right arm through, and you can see that I'm twisting it around so I can hold hand in hand, bring his arm to this position, and get the submission and inverted armbar. Once again, I get the triangle choke here. I set it up. He keeps his arm to the wrong side. I'm going to shoot my right arm in. So it's impossible for me to move that arm around. So I shoot my right arm in hand, forearm to the shoulder, apply the pressure, and get the tap. A very important submission for you to learn. Okay guys, in this situation I will apply submission on my opponent. He will start defending and I'm going to counter that defense. I will get my opponent in a triangle. He will posture up, defending it properly as we have showed you in the previous DVD. And from there we're going to use the countering technique so we can reverse him and land on top. Once again I get the triangle, he postures up, and I'm going to use the technique to reverse my opponent and land on top. Hopefully, depending on the scrambling position, I may still be able to hold a triangle choke. So let's see how we can do that. My opponent is inside my closed guard here. And now I'm going to start by controlling his arms. I get a wrist control there. And I'm going to push that arm out of the way to set up the triangle like this. Once I close the triangle, my opponent postures up right away, which is this good reaction here. It's a good defense. So what I'm going to do is place both hands on the mat. I'm going to thrust my hips up and bridge, landing on top here, reversing the position. Now, sometimes I'm going to get lucky and I'm going to land in the triangle position like I did. So that's perfect. I can close the triangle and finish from the top. But whenever I reverse my opponent like that, it's a scramble position. So it's not guaranteed that I land on the triangle. As long as I land on top, though, that's a position of an advantage for me. So let's see all the details here. Once again, he's inside my guard. Now I'm going to control the wrist, lock the triangle choke. My opponent will posture up to try to defend it. So as soon as he starts posturing up to defend it here, I know I'm going to lose the triangle. So I'm going to use both of my hands here. I'm going to place them on the mat. So let go of the arms. You don't need that grip anymore. So place both hands on the mat. And now I'm going to thrust my hips up while at the same time bridging. I'm going to force him backwards here, reversing the position. So thrust your hips up, push against the mat, and bridge until you land on top. Once again, whenever I land on top, it's a scramble. It's not guaranteed that I'm going to land in a triangle. But if I do land on a triangle, I can go ahead and close it and get the submission from the top. That's great for me. But sometimes I land in an open position. It doesn't matter as long as I try to maintain the top. So once again, he's inside my guard. I'm going to lock the triangle. My opponent postures up. I'm going to place both hands on the ground. I'm going to thrust my hips up towards the ceiling and arching back. It's a very simple technique. I get him in a triangle. He started defending by posturing up. Now I'm going to place both hands on the mat here. As he's posturing up, I'm going to thrust my hips. And at the same time, I arch my back and I bridge to the front here. Landing on top, and it's a very dominant position. Important triangle counter here for me because my opponent always postures up if he knows how to defend a triangle. So it's a good counter to have in your arsenal here so you can defend that. We're going to continue with our triangle choke series, and this time we're going to cover another common scenario that might happen during a fight. I managed to get my opponent in a triangle choke. The choke is relatively tight and he's not able to posture. However, there are a lot of opponents out there that are really strong, so strong that might actually even let you have the triangle so they can lift you off the ground and slam you. How should I deal with this position? As soon as I lock the triangle and I feel that my opponent is trying to pick me off the floor, I'm going to use the technique that will allow me to roll him over so that I land on top with the triangle closed. Let's see how we can do this. So my opponent's inside my guard here. The first thing I need to do is set up the triangle, so I push the wrist away and close the triangle. As you can see, this triangle is really tight, so it's hard for him to posture up, so he's going to try to pick me off the ground. Right away, I shoot my right arm under his leg here, and now I roll him over and I land in the mounted position. Now I have the option to go ahead and strike his face or pull his head to submit. So once again, it's a very simple technique, but something that you need to drill over and over again until you build muscle memory, until it's second nature for you. So as soon as he stands up, I'm going to bring that arm inside his leg. It's impossible for him to balance himself. He's going to roll over to the side. I'm going to land on top. So as soon as he starts posturing, I need to anticipate the motion here, and I shoot my arm through. Don't wait for him to pick you off the ground. So once again, I'm inside the guard here. I shoot the triangle. I close it. It's pretty tight. My opponent will start standing up to slam me. As soon as he does that, I control the leg and I roll him over, landing in the mounted position. Strike or pull the head to submit. So this is a very important technique for you to learn, especially when you're using submissions from the bottom against strong opponents, because they tend to try to pick you off the ground and try to slam you. So I got to be ready to react with the proper technique here to prevent it. So I lock the triangle, I shoot the arm right away whenever he tries to pick me up. Once I mount, I can strike or I can submit by pulling the head. Alright guys, in this next technique, my opponent will be in the top position. He's going to be striking me here, and I'm going to use that striking position there to set up my katagatame, my arm triangle choke from the bottom. I'm going to use my legs to pull him down, move my head to the side, and apply the choke, get in the submission here. So let's see how we can do it. So my opponent is inside my guard here. You can see that he's ready to strike, and he's going to start trying to land punches. I bring him down with my legs, so you can see that I'm using my legs here to bring him down once he comes with a punch. That way, as soon as that punch comes, you can see that I move my head to the side and I force him to miss. Once I force him to miss, I take control of the head right away. So once again, my opponent punches, I slip to the side, control the head right here. And now notice the important detail here. Always face your opponent. Don't try to bring your head up, but always to the side here. Look into your opponent's face. So once again, he's starting to strike here. I pull with the legs, I move out of the way, and I control his head. And now you can see that by looking into my opponent, I can get everything super tight. There's no way for him to escape. I move my hips a little to the side, I close like a rear naked choke, and I get the tap. So let's see it again. So I'm right here inside the guard. My opponent comes up to strike. I pull with the legs. I move my head to the side. I get everything tight. And now once I get to this position, I want to look to his face here. And I want to shrimp my hips out of the way, close like a rear naked choke, and apply the pressure. To the opposite side. My opponent comes up and tries to strike here. I'm going to move to the side. I control everything here. I move my hips away. My right hand here is on my biceps. Squeeze like a rear naked choke here. So keep everything tight here. The more sideways you are, the better it is. Now he's going to stand up to strike. I'm going to pull with the legs, slip to the side with my head, and at the same time, now I reach for the head control. Once I get head control, my right hand goes on my biceps here, left hand against his forehead, keep everything tight and squeeze to get the tap. The more sideways you are, the better it is, so move your hips sideways, always. So it's a great technique for you to use from the bottom. We'll now cover our elbow series from the guard, consisting of different techniques and setups so that I can strike with elbows from the bottoms. Let's start with a basic one. My opponent will be inside my guard here. He's keeping his head low. He's controlling my hips, so it's hard for me to strike him. I'm going to move my hips away to create an opening so I can bring elbows to the back of the head here. So how can I move my hips? Well, I need to bring my foot on the ground. I move my hips to the same side, and now I create enough openings so I can bring that elbow on top of his head. So once I get to the opposite side, plant the foot on the ground, move away, and bring the elbows to the top of the head. Now I can do that from closed guard or open guard. It doesn't matter. So I start inside the guard. I'm going to plant one foot in the ground. I'm going to move my hips to the same side and bring the elbows in. Once again, now to the opposite side here. I'm going to plant my left foot in the ground, move my hips to the left, and elbow. If I want to use the right elbow, I plant my right foot, move my hips to the right, and then bring that elbow down on his head. So let's see it again. So once again, I'm inside the guard here. I control his head. I'm going to open the guard for a second, plant one foot on the ground, move my hips to the same side, and elbow his head. Once you get to the opposite side, left foot, move your hips to the left, and elbow. It's a very important technique, and try to move your hips all the times. That way you can generate more power. Let's see how we can use a different type of elbow with a similar setup. In the previous technique, my opponent's face was down, and now my opponent will have his head still down, but looking to the side like this. He's trying to control my hips and preventing me from scooting my hips and going anywhere there, so I'm trapped. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to control with the left hand since he's looking towards his left here. Now I'm going to move my hips the same side, and I can use my right elbow against his face. A short chop and strike here, damaging his face here. If he's looking to the opposite side, now I use my right leg to move out of there. So control the head with the right hand, plant the right foot, and now move your hips out. So once again, switching sides, plant that foot on the ground before you can move your hips and open that angle for the elbows. It's very easy to cut your opponent with this type of elbow. So once again, we're going to start here. If I start from the closed guard, I need to open it. I need to plant one foot on the ground. So plant a foot on the ground, move your hips the same way, and open in here. And bring the elbows from the side. It's the side aspect of your elbow here against his eyebrow. So move your hips and elbow from the side. Once again, it's a very simple technique. Control the head, keep him looking sideways. Now I'm going to move my hips away so I can create a better opening. I'm going to bring my elbows down. Short, choppy strikes here. So keep control of his head here, otherwise he's going to look away as you move. and start striking. It's another very important technique in our elbow series here. You just need to control the leg, move the hips away so you create some space, and bring the elbows in. Very simple. Okay guys, let's check out another possible variation of the elbow strike from the guard. It's important to practice elbows because they're very damaging and powerful techniques. Elbows are allowed in many mixed martial arts events, and have actually one of my fights because of elbow strikes. So once again, I'm inside my guard here, and now I'm going to try to set my opponent up by faking an attack to the arm. So I'm going to fake an attack to that arm here as if I was going for a kimura or something like that. And after I move my hips and try to attack the arm, I'm going to bring my elbow back here straight into his face. So I'm going to catch him off guard here. So once again, I'm going to move my arms as if I was attacking a kimura, and then I fire the elbow to the head. It's a very interesting setup, very simple technique to use, but you catch him off guard. So you fake that you're going to attack that arm here with a kimura. Once he's ready to block, I'm going to go ahead and bring back the elbow. So he's worried about grappling here against a submission. So now I'm going to bring the elbow when he's not expecting. If he's looking the opposite way here, always make sure you open your hips so that you can move your hips to the side and really fake a kimura attack there. So move your hips and come back with the elbow straight to the face. Once again, if possible here, maintain control of the head so he won't be able to look away. So keep your palm here on top of his head, move your hips away, pretend an attack there to the side, and come back with the elbow. Another important technique in the series here, you're inside the guard, you move your hips away, fake an attack to the arm, and bring back the elbow. Move to the other side, fake the attack, bring back the elbow. It's a very important technique and will work well in our elbow series here. So always try to use different elbow setups here. So if he's holding you down trying to block it, you can use your elbows. In this segment, I will show you another technique. This time we're going to move our opponent away and hit him with a kick, a bicycle kick. And this technique can be used in both defensive and offensive situations and can sometimes cause a knockout. So we're going to start here inside the closed guard. And as you can see, my opponent stays low here. So my opponent keeps his head glued to my chest and belly. And you can see that it's very hard to move him unless I manipulate that head there. So if I don't try to move that head, it's going to be impossible for me to move away and create some space. So you got to move the head, and we're going to use the same movement as we have done before. We're going to move our hips as we push the head to the side. So push the head to one side here and move your hips to the opposite side. So I'm going to plant my foot on the ground to make my hips easier to move, and now I'm going to shrimp to the same side while pushing the head. Now once I do that, you can see that I'm planting my foot on his hips to keep him away, to maintain some distance here from my opponent, and now I bring my knee in through this gap and I hit him with a bicycle kick. So once again, let's watch the details here. My opponent starts with his head down. I need to move his head away. Now I'm going to plant my right foot on the ground and I move my hips to the right. Now this creates some space where I can bring my leg in and apply the bicycle kick to the head. Once again, I'm going to push the head away. I'm going to move my hips to the same side. My left foot comes in his hip bone. You cannot see that there. But as I'm pushing and I shrimp here, my left foot will be planted against his hip. Bring the knee in, and now bicycle kick to the face. Let's see it again. You start by pushing the head away, you shrimp, you plant that foot on the hip, you bring the other leg and you kick. So once again, we're going to start from a guard position here. I'm going to push his head and shrimp away. Now plant that foot on his hip. Now you can bring the right leg in to apply the bicycle kick. Now watch how I'm placing my foot against his hips here to keep him away. Now that opens the space that I need to bring that right leg in to apply the bicycle kick. I hope you practice this. Alright guys, in this next situation we're going to have our back against the mat and our opponent will be standing above us, maybe trying to pass the guard, punch, or even land some stomps. It's the same exact situation that we have covered in our previous DVD, but now we're in the receiving end of things, we're on the bottom. Our objective here is to try to get out of the situation, be it by standing back up or sweeping our opponent. It's a very difficult situation to be in, and now we'll show you how to stand up while properly defending yourself. So let's see how we can do that. My opponent is standing up and facing me, and the first thing that I need to understand is that I'm at a position of great disadvantage. I need to do something about it, be it getting back to my feet, bringing my opponent down to my guard, or sweeping him. So the first thing I need to do here is to plant my left foot on the ground. Now, while keeping my opponent away with my right foot, I can raise my hips off the ground when I have that right hand there planted. So you can see that my hips are off the ground. And the opposite hand here is blocking my face just in case he tries to soccer kick me or punch me with a Superman punch. So keep him away there with that right foot with your hips off the ground. Now when I'm ready, I stand back up. So it's a very simple position. It's something that we train a lot here during our classes. And all you got to do is learn the movement here. So keep one foot away and you can even kick back as you stand back up. So it's a very fast position here. You got to execute it fast in order not to be hit. So one foot on the ground, opposite hand on the ground, one foot is pressing against his leg, and I drag that leg back to get back to my feet. I need to do this in one single movement, one smooth movement here without taking any pauses. So this leg here that's extended here, I'm going to kick my opponent away to get up some extra space there, and I drag that leg back through my gap, getting back to my feet here as fast as I can. So once again, let's train this technique. It's a great technique for you to use to get back to your feet when you're fighting from the guard. It's a very simple technique that you can learn. Once again, we're going to be dealing with the same situation as before, with me fighting from the bottom. My opponent will be standing up in front of me, and my back will be on the mat. This time, I'm going to show you how to attack from the bottom with a strike. It's a technique that I really use a lot during our training sessions, and if I manage to land this kick, I can even get a knockout. So he's going to be standing up in my guard. And I'm keeping the same base as before, trying to keep him away. My hips are off the ground. So once I keep him away, here's what I'm going to do if he tries to come back in. Protect your face always against the soccer kick. And now I'm going to switch my base. I plant my right foot on the ground, my left hand, and once I switch, I kick the head. So it's a very good technique here for you to train. So you're in your base here, ready to stand back up. You're going to switch that base. Right foot, left hand on the ground, extend the left leg, pull it back, and now kick him to the head. So once you kick here, you need to raise your hips and kick full power, because if it lands, you can really hurt him. So once again, you get to your base here, ready to stand up. You're protecting your face. Always protect the face against the bicycle kicks. Now I'm going to switch base here. Right foot, left hand, and kick with the right leg. Now let's see it again, very slowly, all the details here. So I'm in my beginning base here. I want to make sure that I'm protecting my face. I'm going to switch my base. Right foot, left hand, extend the right leg there. As I pull the leg back, I'm going to kick. So it's a very good technique. It's a position that I use a lot in training. I'm sure that you're going to be able to use this well once you drill it. Okay guys, now in this segment I'm going to teach you how to sweep your opponent when he's standing up in my guard. So we're going to deal with the same situation as before, but this time instead of going for a strike or a submission, I'm going to try to reverse the position, get in the sweep here with a tomahawk sweep. So my opponent's standing in my guard here, and the first thing that I need to do here is control his heel. So I go around the ankle here to make sure that he's not able to move that foot back. So I'm controlling the distance here while at the same time keeping my feet near his hips here, and I'm ready to use a bicycle kick if he gets any closer. So once I control that distance right there, one foot stays in the hip, the other one I'm going to bring back, I'm going to shoot my leg between his legs. So go between his legs here, and you're going to chop back down near the heel, bringing him down, and I climb on top. So it's a very simple sweep. It's called a tomahawk sweep here. My opponent is standing up inside my guard. Why do I hold that leg? Because I don't want him to move back. Otherwise, he will just take a step back, or he can even strike from there. So now, once I get ready to go here, once he's strapped, I shoot one leg through, and I chop back, moving forward with my opponent. So an important detail to this position here is to control the distance. I got to make sure my opponent is not too close and not too far away. Place your foot on the hip, shoot the leg through, and chop back with the left leg. And now come up as he falls. So I'm going to do it on my own here so you can observe the details. Control the foot on the hip here, control the heel, shoot the left leg through, and now push the right foot as you chop back with the left leg. Once again, my opponent is standing there. I control the leg, control the distance, place the foot on the hip. I push the right foot, and I move forward as he falls back. It's an excellent sweep that you can use against an opponent that's standing up inside your guard there. It really works well. Now I'm going to show you another sweep from the same position. My opponent is standing up inside my guard, and I'm really at a position of disadvantage, and I want to reverse that situation as soon as possible in any way that I can. So let's see how we can do it. So my opponent stands up. First thing, as usual, I need to control the distance here. He's controlling my legs here. He's getting ready to punch me or maybe push the legs to the side to pass. So here, the first thing I need to do, as usual, is control that leg. So I control around the ankle here. And now what I will do here is sit up. When I sit up, I don't want to bring my head inside. I want to bring my head outside, because if I bring it inside, as you can see, I get hit with a knee here. So plant your right foot against his leg to prevent that knee. And when you do sit up with your leg, with your head to the outside of his leg here. So once again, control the heel, control the far leg here to prevent him from coming with a knee, and sit up with your head on the outside of his knee, and wrap around. As I wrap around, I sit back and roll with everything, get in the top position as I execute the sweep. So once again, my opponent is standing in my guard. It's a very simple technique here. I control the leg, keep the distance. I control his far leg, his left leg there, so he won't be able to knee me to the head. And as I sit up here, you can see that I don't bring my head on the inside. Instead, when I come up, I need to block that leg so he won't be able to use his knees. And I come with my head to the outside just to be safe. Wrap around his leg and sit back while turning. And you get the sweep and you land on top. It's an excellent position here. Once again, on my own here, I'm going to control the leg, control near the ankle, block the knee there by planting your foot on the thigh, sit up with your head outside his leg, wrap around his leg, and sit back when rolling. It's a very simple sweep here. Once again, he's standing in my guard. I control the leg. I block that far knee here. I sit up with my head outside his knee, and I wrap around his leg with my arms. Sit back rolling and get the sweep here. An excellent sweep for you to use when you want to sit up and try to trip him. Now I'm going to show you a different sweep from the same situation as before. Once again, my opponent is standing up inside my guard, and I want to reverse that position as soon as possible. This particular sweep is one that I favor during training. I really enjoy doing it, so pay attention to the details so you can learn it as well. So here's how we're going to do it. He's going to stand inside my guard. And now the first thing they need to control is, like my brother said, is control the distance here. So what I will do here, once he's attacking and standing up here, is to control his heel. So I control near the ankle here, and now you can see that he cannot move that leg back. So I'm controlling the distance and keeping him close to me. Not too close, but close enough that I can try to sweep him. The next thing that I will do is to sit on top of his foot here. You can see that I'm moving my butt here on top of his foot. And now I can bring in the outer hook, the De La Riva hook. So once again, sit on top of his foot, control the heel, control the wrist if you can. That will help you a lot, especially if he's just dangling that arm out there. So control the heel whenever you can, and that will help you finishing the technique. Now, after you sit on top of his foot, you're going to be able to use the hook. So you got to move your hips on top of his foot like this here. Now, once you got to this situation, now you can use the outer hook, the De La Riva hook. So my leg comes from the outside towards the far leg here. And notice what I'm going to do. I'm going to spin around, and I'm going to move my head clockwise this way here. And as I do that, my opponent will roll on top of me. So you can see that I roll on top, and I get to the top position here. Let's see it again. My opponent stands right here. The first thing they need to do here is to get the right distance. So place your feet on his hips and control the heel. Now control the wrist whenever that's possible to help you a lot. Now the next thing will be to bring your hips, bring your butt on top of his foot to trap that leg even further. And now shoot the de la Riva hook on the outside here. Your foot is reaching for that far leg. And now I'm going to spin around in a clockwise motion. So I'm moving my head towards his feet here. And now once I do that here, watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my arms and I'm going to do them in a swinging motion. So I can roll my opponent on top of me and roll underneath, finishing the position here. It's a very easy technique that you don't have to use any strength whatsoever. So it's pure technique. You're rolling under your opponent and using his power and balance to get him down and get the top position. So let's see it again. My opponent is standing in my guard here. I'm controlling his feet. I'm controlling the wrist here. I get the hook. I roll under and get the top position here. It's an excellent technique for you to use when your opponent is standing on your guard and you want to use an outer hook in order to sweep him and achieve the top position. You don't really need to use any power. Alright guys, in this next situation, I'm going to show you how to use a choke from the butterfly guard. So my opponent is on his knees and he's inside my butterfly guard. I have both hooks in, and this is a great technique for you to use. It's a combination of an Ezekiel choke and a guillotine choke with a very tight grip. So my opponent is starting here from inside my butterfly guard. He stays low and he's trying to control my hips. So it's hard for me to move here. So here's how I'm going to set up the space to start the technique. I'm going to control his head. That's always the first step, is to control the head. And now I'm going to extend both legs. And that will move him away, and it will allow for me to sit up a little bit. So once again, he's trying to keep my hips under his control. I control the head, extend the legs. Once I do extend the legs and sit up, then I can start working for the choke. So I'm going to shoot my left hand through underneath his chin. Now I control and push his head to the side near my armpit. Close the grip and get the tap. So the grip that I use there is very similar to a rear naked choke grip. So once again, I'm going to start by controlling the head. I extend my legs, I sit up, I shoot the left hand through. Left hand goes in the biceps and I close the grip to finish. So here, once again, you're starting from butterfly guard. I need to control his head, extend both legs, sit up, push his head to the side, and now close the rear naked choke-like position. So once again, control the head, extend the legs here so you can sit up and create some space. And now my left arm is going to shoot underneath. I'm going to place my left arm on top of my biceps and I can go straight into this technique here. It's a very powerful choke. Let's see the opposite side. Once again, he's fighting from inside my butterfly guard. I control his head, kick the legs out, shoot the left arm through, place my left hand on the biceps to finish. So you can see that I'm pushing his head to the side there towards my armpit. So it's very tight position. There's no space for him to move. So sit up, go with the arm underneath, the opposite one goes over. So watch how my left hand shoots through and it goes to my right biceps here so I can close the grip and apply the pressure. It's an excellent choke for you to use from butterfly guard. Alright guys, now we're going to start working from the bottom position here inside the half guard. And in this segment, I'm going to show you how to transition from the half guard back into guard. The first thing that I need to worry about whenever he lands in the half guard is always the head position. So as you can see, my opponent will lower his body, applying pressure on top of me, and it's not to my best interest to keep his head right in the middle here. Because why? Because he can always move his head towards my right shoulder, and now it's going to be extremely hard for me to move him around. So I want to push his head to the opposite side. I want to force him to look away from me, and now at the same time that I'm doing that, I'm going to scoot my hips to the opposite side, bring my knee in, and put him back into guard. It's a very simple technique. Once again, he's inside my half guard. I want to make sure that my opponent is looking away from me, like this here. Now I'm going to push his arms away. I'm going to let go, unlock that half guard, push my foot out of there so I can bring my leg out, close the guard on him, and I'm back in the guard. It's a very easy transition, but it's very important for you to master this technique here. Once again, we're starting from half guard. My opponent's controlling me. I need to force him to look away. So go ahead and push him out of there. Now open your half guard, plant the foot on the ground so you have more mobility to move your hips out of there and put him back into guard. This is the basic transition here from half guard to the guard. So once again, I have half guard here. I force my opponent to look away. So push against his head as much as you can. That way it's easier for you to move your hips away. Bring the knee in and close him back into guard. So half guard, push the head away, scoot your hips to the side, get him back into guard. It's a very simple position. So this is the first technique that we're going to do. This technique will be a submission from the bottom position, this time inside the half guard, and I want to show you how the half guard is an excellent platform, not only for sweeps and reversals, but submissions as well. So let's see how we can do that. So my opponent will start here inside my half guard, and the first thing I need to do here, as usual, is control his head so I can move my hips away and pummel for an underhook here. Now the next thing I will do is switch my grips here. I switch my leg position around his leg. So now I'm trapping his leg the opposite way, from this position to this one, where my left foot is under his left foot. Now I'm going to go ahead and control that underhook and pull my opponent on top of me. And you can see that I have control of his leg here. Even if it extends the leg, I can bring it back, and now I reach with both hands around his ankle to apply pressure and get a calf crunch. So I'm going to do it very slowly so you can observe the details here. Once again, we start from the half guard position. I'm going to push my opponent's head away. I'm going to go ahead and pummel for the underhook, and now I'm going to switch my leg position here, from this to this here, where my left foot is under his ankle. Now pull him towards me, and if he tries to stretch that leg, I bend it back, and I reach with both hands around his ankle. Now I apply pressure here, and I get the calf crunch. So my opponent starts here inside my half guard. I'm going to push his head away, get the underhook control. Now you can see that I'm moving my leg positions around. So now once I switch leg positions, it's very easy for me to pull my opponent on top, force him to bend his leg, and I can reach here with both hands towards his ankle to get the tap, to get the calf crunch. So once again, he starts inside my half guard. I take control of the head so I can push him away, move my hips out, pummel for the underhook. Switch grips there. So go from this grip here where the leg is controlling like that to the opposite one where now I can pull his leg here towards me so I can get the calf crunch. So once again with my opponent on top. I'm right here. I'm going to push his head away. I'm going to pummel for the underhook and move my opponent on top of me as I switch my leg positions here. So try to pull the ankle here. If my opponent's ankle is away, I capture with my foot. And now it's easy for me to switch. Once I made the switch, I pull him on top of me. I reach for his ankle with both hands. If he tries to stretch the leg, I use my legs to bring it back, and I get the tap. It's a very interesting submission here from the bottom, from the half guard position. This next technique is one that I drill a lot in training. It is in fact a technique that I have used before to win some of my fights. And it's also a technique that will really hurt your opponent if he tries to resist and not tap. He can have damage to the ankle or to the knee. And the technique is the heel hook. Please pay attention to the details so you can execute this technique flawlessly. Let's check it out. We're going to start with our opponent as usual, inside my half guard here. And now I'm going to wait for him to try to strike me, because whenever he tries to punch me here, he's going to give me a lot of space. So as you can see, whenever he tries to strike, he's going to bring his upper body towards the ceiling here, and now it's easier for me to move around. So I wait for him to punch me. I'm going to move him around, bring my knee in, push him away, and set up the heel hook. Once again, now, let's check all the details here. I'm going to wait for my opponent to start striking. I'm going to push against his chest, bring my right knee in, and now I'm going to use my right knee to push against his hip. Kicking him out so I can get the heel hook while throwing my left leg on the top. Control this grip here and bring his heel towards your face. Once again, I push him away, I bring my knee in, I throw the leg over. So that's a very important sequence. Push away, bring the knee in, throw the left leg over, right there. Now, that forces him to turn so I can control the heel and get the tap. Once again, he's inside my half guard. Once he starts punching, I'm going to push away, bring the knee in, and throw the leg over. So I got to push with the knee first, then throw my leg. Control the heel and tap. Once again, he's on top. I'm going to push him away. The next step will be to bring the knee in and then the leg over. Now I can see that the leg will turn him around so I can control the heel and apply the heel hook. It's a very strong technique that will cause a lot of pain to your opponent. It really works well. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you a knee bar, and the knee bar is a situation that occurs frequently. My opponent tries to spin around, escaping the heel hook. So my brother has used this technique to submit an opponent in pride while fighting in the US. So it's a technique that really works well. So let's see how we can do this. My opponent starts inside my half guard here, so as usual, I'm going to wait for him to punch so I can push him away, bring the knee in, throw the leg over, looking for a heel hook. Now, he knows the escape. He's smart. He tries to spin around out of that position, and I need to glue his leg to my body like this to get the tap. Now, if I want to add more power to it, I'm going to throw the left arm over his leg, and now I can apply pressure back by thrusting my hips forward. Now, once again, let's do it slowly. My opponent comes up to try to strike me. I'm going to push him away, bring my right knee in, throw the left leg over, looking for the heel hook. He tries to spin around. I control and maintain his leg glued to my body. I could get the tap here, or I can use the different grip, throwing my left arm on top of his leg to add additional power here. Once again. My opponent's in a half guard here. I push him away, bring the knee in, throw the leg over. I'm looking for the heel hook. He starts trying to spin around to escape. I take control of the leg, throw the left arm over the top, arch my back, pinch my elbow towards my ribs. It's an excellent position for you to use from the bottom here, especially when he escapes the heel hook. So I'm trying to go for the heel hook. My opponent spins around. So I start here, I get the heel hook, it tries to spin around. Notice how I take control of that calf there, and I maintain everything glued to my body. I can push it to the opposite side, throw my left arm over, and arch my back to get a tap. It's an excellent technique for you to learn. It's a very powerful technique, and it happens a lot when my opponent tries to spin out of that heel hook position. So make sure you train both techniques together so you can know how to work them together. Now we're going to show you a way to reverse the position to get from the bottom of the half guard to the top. And in fact, we're going to use a submission to set up that sweep. It's not really a sweep by itself, but we're reversing our opponent by applying pressure with a Kimura lock. So it's an excellent position. I'm going to start inside the half guard here. I'm on the bottom. And now, whenever I'm fighting from the half guard here, I don't want my back flat on the mat. I always want to move my hips away, trying to get to the side here. Because now it's a better position for me. I have more movement. So I always need to be on my side. And now I'm going to start looking for an arm control here. So pummel if you possible. Now you can see that he's not letting me pummel here. So I need to control the opposite wrist. Since I cannot pummel, make sure you control the wrist not with a thumb around, but 5 fingers here. So a cup in your hand there on top of the wrist. Now I'm going to go around all the way with my left arm, and I'm going to start closing the lock here. I'm going to start finishing the Kimura. Once I get the Kimura position here, I'm going to start cranking, and once I start cranking, I start falling back and turning to the opposite side, towards his head. So I move his wrist towards the back of his head. Now if he doesn't move, he's going to tap right away. So chances are, he's going to roll under, and I'm going to be able to sweep him with a position. So if he doesn't roll, that's fine. If he doesn't roll, I'm going to get the tap. So chances are, once I start applying the pressure here, you can see that my opponent will roll over, and I'm going to get the top position. Now, I'm not going to let go of this Kimura lock here because I worked hard to get it. So I'm going to maintain that position. I'm going to throw my leg over his head. So I'm using my left leg there over his head. That gives me extra control so I can start twisting it around to get the tap. Now, my opponent might try to defend by extending the arm. If he does that, I just redirect the power to get the tap. You can see that I'm controlling his head here. Once I land on the top, I want to throw the leg over to control the head. Now it gives me a better angle to pull his shoulder off the ground and crank. If he tries to stretch the arm, I just redirect the pressure there with my right hand and get the tap. If he doesn't, I pull the shoulder up and bring his wrist up. If he defends, always redirect to get the submission. Once again, let's see it. I'm working from the bottom, from the half guard position here. Now, I'm always sideways. I'm always looking for the pummeling position. This time, though, my opponent didn't let me pummel. So I'm going to control the wrist here. Always 5 fingers. Using a cup and grip. I don't want you to use your thumb here. Just 5 fingers on one side. Now, I'm going to go over the top with my left arm here, gluing my armpit to his shoulder, and I reach for my wrist. Once I get control of the wrist, I can start cranking the position. And I'm going to crank it by pulling it back. I'm going to pull his wrist towards the back of his neck. As you can see, he's going to roll before he taps. There's no way he's not going to roll here. And I maintain this solid position. I'm not going to let go of the Kimura once I land on top. I throw the leg over his head to keep him down. I raise his shoulder off the ground, and I apply pressure. Chances are he might try to defend here by extending the arm. That's fine. I redirect my leverage here. So let's see it again. Now I'm going to do it on my own so you can observe the details. I control the wrist, and always remember, whenever I go for that wrist control, I want to use 5 fingers. Don't use your thumb, because 5 fingers will let you use more power there. Now come over the top with the opposite arm, control your own wrist. Now I'm going to start moving his wrist towards the back of his head. So I'm right here, and as I start twisting around, I'm going to bring my knees around so I come to the top position. Now don't let go. Throw the leg over his head. You get a controlling position where you can submit. If he does extend his arm, that's fine. I just redirect the pressure. It's a key that you can really use well from the bottom, and you can reverse your opponent at the same time and even get a submission if you get lucky. Alright guys, in this last DVD we're going to be showing you some aspects of the side control position, the mount, and the back mount. Both offensive and defensive skills. We hope that you learn the positions that we're going to show you, and we're going to do our best to teach you all that we know. Let's check it out. In this segment, we're going to show you the basic side control position. This is a very important technique for you to learn. You're in the top position, controlling your opponent and being heavy, and since he's in a position of disadvantage, he will try to escape and counter. It is important for us to maintain a good side control position, since we might be scoring some points during our fight. Let's try to understand the side control. My opponent's lying down here. Now the first thing that I need to do is to control his head. So I'm going to use my right arm and control his head like this.
Segunda coisa.
Now, I'm going to maintain my left knee glued to his hip bone. Now, my right knee is going to be close to his ear. And now I can come on top here, controlling the head with my arm. The next important detail is my chest position. I want to glue my chest to his chest. I don't want to be too far forward, nor too far back. Chest to chest. Now, I'm going to come with my left arm, get an underhook, and hold my hand like this, clasping hands and not using my thumb. Now I keep control of my opponent. Here's the important detail. If my opponent tries to move, if he tries to move his hips away from me, I need to maintain that same closeness. I cannot let him get any distance here. So he moves. I'm going to move my left knee, always keeping that left knee glued to his body. That's very important. That knee has to be glued to his hip bone at all times, and my elbow close to the other hip bone. So once again, I get to the side control position. Very important to control his head. Glue your left knee to his hip bone. And now, once I get control of the near hip bone, it's very hard for him to move away. Another important position here is that underhook. And moving my right knee forward, close to his ear. Chest right on the chest, stay low. Now if my opponent tries to move away, I stay close, I always follow. Don't let him get any space there. Now you can see now from this angle that whenever he moves away, shrimps, I come with a knee in. Always maintain the same closeness to my opponent. So whenever I'm trying to control my opponent, I cannot let him any space. The closer the better here, and my elbow is controlling the far hip bone here. I'm squeezing everything together, not giving him any chance to escape. So always chest to chest, always heavy. Now we're going to work on another way to counter a possible escape when I'm holding my opponent in side control. We're going to start on the top, just like the previous technique. I'm stable, and now my opponent will try to escape by pummeling for the underhook, and I need to block that. So here's how we're going to do this. Once again, I'm holding him down in side control, and we're in the same position as before. If my opponent tries to move his hips away, I'm going to move my knee and stay glued to him, not giving him any space. Now, one of the best escapes here from the side control position is for my opponent to pummel for the underhook with his left arm, and if I let him get that position here, it's very easy for him to escape. So I need to stop that underhook from coming there. So how am I going to block this here? As soon as he starts pummeling for the underhook, and I notice that his hand is close to my shoulder, I need to realize that if I insist here, he's going to get the underhook and escape. So it's a very simple counter. As soon as his hands gets there and I realize I'm going to lose the position, I need to let go of his grip and control his biceps. Now, as soon as I control his arm and his biceps, there's no way he can pummel. So he's blocked there. And now I have ruined his escape here, so he won't be able to escape. So once again, we're holding him in side control the regular way. He tries to pummel. I put my hands on his biceps, and now he needs to give up. Once he gives up there, I come back to the original position. So once again, he tries to pummel. If he tries to pummel and I notice that I'm going to lose the position, I place my right hand on his biceps. Now I block his escape here. So it's a very simple position. Whenever I'm in side control there, and he tries to pummel, I control the biceps. That's all I need to block. Alright guys, we have already covered two ways of countering a possible escape from the side control. If he just tries to move his hips away, I maintain the position by following him around and keeping my knee to his hip bone. If he tries to pummel, I control the biceps. He had dealt with two possible escapes, and his remaining alternative would be to try to control my hips and roll under, escaping from underneath like this here, get into his knees. So here's what I'm going to do in this situation. This is a very simple technique, something that I can learn very easily, and it will block escape completely. So After he has exhausted his previous two alternatives, my opponent will normally try to shoot his right arm underneath my belly. So as soon as I notice him moving that right arm there, I'm going to lift his shoulder and I'm going to shoot my left knee under like this. It is very simple and very effective. Now my opponent's strapped and there's no way he can shoot the arm underneath. So if he tries to move and shoot that arm underneath, I need to react right away. All I got to do is lift the shoulder and shoot that knee through. Right now he's blocked. It's even a worse position for him. He's totally under my control. So it's a very simple way to block. All I got to do, as soon as I notice that he's trying to get out of there, I'm going to lift his near shoulder and shoot my knee through. There's no way that he can escape there. Alright guys, this time I already blocked my opponent's escape by being close to his hips. I prevented him from using the underhook by controlling the biceps. And I also kept my knee close to his shoulder. My opponent doesn't have a lot of other options to escape here. And his last option, his last alternative, is to try to push my head away to create some space. So he's going to use his left hand here across my face, trying to push me away so he can get to the pummeling position, get in the underhook. So his left hand is going to come across the face. This is almost sure. So right here, he's going to start trying to push away, try to create a space, wedging that hand here against my neck. Now here's what I'm going to do. I already need to be waiting for this position here because I already know I blocked every other possible escape. So once that happens, I let go of his head, and now, cup in my hand, not using my thumb around his wrist, but cup in my hand, I'm going to control that wrist and start setting up my Americana lock here. So you can see that my right arm is already in place. So once he starts attacking here against my face, cup in the hand, I'm going to apply pressure down on his wrist. Notice that I'm applying pressure down with the base of my palm here. Not in the middle, but just the base of my palm here, near the wrist. So I get to this position, he starts applying pressure, I control his wrist, and lock the Americana lock. It's a very easy technique, but it's sure that he's going to try to control the hand here. Why? Because I already blocked every other possible escape. So we get to this position, my opponent tries to push against my face. Now, if he gets too far with it, I'm not going to be able to get the Americana anymore. So here's my other option. I tap the arm, and now I already blocked his escape. I prevented him from creating any space. So once again, if he starts pushing against my head there, I'm going to go for the Americana. If I wait too long and he managed to create some space here, I'm not looking for the submission anymore. The submission is not going to work. The Americana is not going to work. So when he pushes too hard there, I'm going to be unable to get the Americana, and all I need to do here is instead use my right arm to tap that arm out of position, maintaining the side control. So two very easy alternatives there that you can use when your opponent pushes against his head. Whenever he tries to escape like that, pushing against the face to create space, I can use the Americana. Or if he pushes too hard and his arm is already halfway extended, then I can just step the arm, cross, and maintain the position there. Get into side control. Let's continue with our side control series, and we're going to show you another way of maintaining this position. This technique will be a little bit more complicated than the others because we're going to deal with an opponent that this time has managed to pummel and get the underhook, and he's almost in a position to escape. We're going to show you how to deal with such a situation, blocking his underhook and his escape, and using a technique that I really like to use to maintain the side control. We're going to start once again in the same position as before, so I get that side control. And now my opponent manages to pummel for the underhook with his left arm. So he gets the underhook on the left. Now this is a very good position for him. It's easy for him to escape, and I'm at a disadvantage here. I need to react right away, and I'm going to react by using my right arm around his arm, getting an overhook position on that arm. And now I'm going to bring my hand, once I get that whizzer, on top of his neck, palm up, like that. Now, this position alone prevents him from escape. He cannot bridge towards me. But now I don't want to stay here. I want to move to the opposite side to maintain the side control.
Ó.
So now, once I get to the side control position, I'm going to start circling towards the head. Get into the opposite side, and this technique is very effective. Once again, I start from the side control position. My opponent manages to pummel, and now I'm going to whizzer. I'm going to overhook that arm, and my hand here is going to be across his neck, palm up. This position alone will block him from bridging towards me, but I want to turn towards his head, going all the way around to the opposite side. And I land, as you can see, in the same side control position that I had originally. Let's see it again. This time I'm going to show you on my own here. So I get the side control position. My opponent managed to pummel. I'm going to whizzer that arm there, get in the overhook, and my palm comes up in front of his neck and face. Now I'm going to rotate towards his head, and I'm going to end up landing the opposite side in the same side control position as I had before. This is a technique that's very effective. It's something that I like using during training, and it's great to prevent your opponent from doing anything with that underhook position, because that underhook is strong. I'm going to show you guys a technique that's part of the same series that my brother was demonstrating. Once again, my opponent will be trying to escape from the side control, but this time he's going to try to use his near elbow to create some space between us, and we're going to transition to a different side control variation. So we're going to start from the same position as before, get in the regular side control. And now he's going to try to use his right elbow to bring it underneath my hips here, trying to create some space so he can move his hips away and escape. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let go of the head, and now I'm going to try to control his elbow there with my left hand, and I'm going to pull it out of the way. Now you can see that I'm going to move my hips sideways, shooting my right leg underneath me. So once again, I get normal side control. He tried to bring that elbow in. The first thing that I need to do here is to let go of his head. Now I'm going to use my left hand to control his elbow. 2 and 3. So once again, we're controlling the situation here. I'm going to let go of the head, control the elbow. 2 and 3. Throw the leg over. And now my knee is close to his head, and I'm in control here from a different side control variation. Let's work on striking and punishing our opponent from the side control variation that we just covered. This is a technique that we can use to cause a lot of damage to our opponent, and it might even lead to a stoppage and victory. So let's see how we can do that here. We'll start from the same position as before, the side control position. And now I'm going to use my arm to pop his arm out of there and shoot my leg through. Now once I get to this variation of the side control, I'm going to let go of the underhook and bring my arm to the opposite side. So once again, my right arm here, I'm going to let go of the underhook. I can lift his head, and now I'm going to place my hand on top of my thigh like this. Once I get to this position, I can strike at his head at will here. Now, if he tries to block or do something with the right arm, I'm going to push it away and trap it with my leg. Once again, go back to striking. Trying to punish your opponent. So once I get to this position, I can punch away at his head, or I can use elbows, depending on the organization there, if it allows. This is a great technique for you to punish your opponent and maybe even get a victory there, get an early stoppage for a cut. So I'm trapping my opponent. He cannot move anywhere. I control under the head, plant my hand on the thigh. He's trapped there. And now I can start pushing away. I can trap his arm there if he moves, and it's a free target. You can use elbows or whatever you want there to punish your opponent. In this segment, we're going to keep working on striking our opponent from the side control, but this time we're going to use our knees. Once again, let's review how we managed to get to that side control variation. I have my opponent trapped in side control, and he's trying to use his right elbow here underneath my belly to create some escape so he can escape. So once he does that, I'm going to switch my hips here, kicking my right leg out, and I get my side control variation. Now, once I get to this position here, if I don't start to strike right away, my opponent will not just stay there. He's going to try to escape. What he normally does is he tries to bring that right elbow once again close to my belly, close to my hip bone here, so he can move me away to get some space. So if he tries to do that right here, bringing his elbow to the ground close to my hips, I'm going to use that situation to strike him with knees to the face. So how should I get there? The important aspect here is to move my hips before I strike. Because if I just strike from my regular position without gluing my hips to his hips, I'm not going to be able to reach his head with power. So glue your hips to his hips, get close to his hips, and then once you get to this position here, you're going to be able to push that arm down and knee him in the face. So once again, he starts moving around. I started from side control. I switch to my variation. He tries to move my hips away. I glue my hips to his hips, push the arm out of the way, and knee to the face. So he's trying. I move the arm away and strike with knees. It's an excellent position here to train, because sometimes you're not able to use punches, or you want to use something that's a little bit more powerful. If that elbow gets close to the hips, make sure you move your hips away, getting your hips closer to his. Now move that arm down, and you can come on top with your knee strikes. Very powerful knee strikes coming from the top and from the side. Normally generate a cut. Now that we have our opponent in that side control variation, I'm going to teach you another way of hitting him with knee strikes. But this time we're going to use straight knees instead of hitting him with the knees that are coming from sideways, from above. So here's how we're going to do this here. My opponent once again will try to create some space and shrimp to the side there, bringing his elbow in underneath my belly. And now this time he managed to really get sideways. So he really creates a lot of space here. So as you can see, he starts moving his hips away, and now there's a gap between my opponent and myself. He's really sideways. So what I need to do first here is to glue my hips to his. Just like I did in the previous technique, I need to get close to my opponent. And now he crosses his arm around here. Now what I'm going to do is bring my left arm under his arm, controlling his head. And now I can open him up by raising my elbow so I can hit him with knees. Come back to your knees and knee him to the face. Always trying to punish your opponent. It's really important for you to punish him as much as possible. So once again, he tries to move sideways. He shoots that arm through. And now here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make sure that I control that arm. I'm going to move his arm away, come to my knees, and fire the knees to the face. It's very important to do that. Always important to strike your opponent and to be able to strike him with different knees, different ways. Not only punish him with the same stuff over and over again, coming from the side, coming from above. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you how to strike your opponent's body while holding him in side control. I have my opponent in the same side control variation, and now he starts to struggle to escape. What I would do is move my hips the opposite way, bringing my other hip down, while at the same time setting him up for elbow strikes to the body. So the first thing I need to do here is take control of his arm. So I'm going to use my leg, and I'm going to move my left leg forward to get that arm out of the way. The next important thing to do here is to change your grips here with your arm. So once you control the arm, I'm going to let go of the head, and I'm going to shoot my left arm through, at the same time pushing his arm with my right hand out of the way. Now once I get to this control here, I can move my hips. I'm going to bring my left hip bone to the ground, and I move my position so that my left knee comes underneath me. So bring the knee there to the hip bone. Now, you maintain control of your opponent, and it opens him up for elbow strikes. So you can see that I can now strike to the ribs, strike to the belly. I can do whatever I want. Once again, start from that side control variation. And now I'm going to take control of his arm. I need to bring my leg forward so I can control his arm. Take that arm out of the way, shoot your left arm through, and now you're going to switch hip positioning here. You can see that I bring my left knee close to his hip bone, and now I can start to strike. Maybe hitting the ribs, hitting the belly, whatever it's important for me. So once I get into this position, you can see that he's strapped. He can no longer move. And it's very important for me to punish my opponent here, to be very aggressive. Once I get to this situation here, I want to fire away fast. Always being extremely aggressive. Whenever you have the chance to punish your opponent, you have to do so. Alright, now I'm going to teach you how to set up a submission here from the side control variation that we were working on. So I'm striking my opponent here with knees, and he's going to start blocking those strikes there. He's going to use his right arm to block those strikes. Here's what I'm going to do. The main important thing here is always to keep control of your opponent. So maintain a lot of pressure here on his chest and keep that underhook in position. Once he starts blocking with the right arm, I need to push it down so I can take a big step here with my right leg on top of his head. So once again, I'm striking him down here with knees. I'm going to push that arm down so I can step through with the leg. Now I'm going to clamp down with my calf, close a triangle position. I can rain down strikes or pull his head up to get the submission. So let's see it again, how I can accomplish a technique here. We start from the side control variation, raining down knees. He blocks. I'm going to push down the arm as I take a step here. Now this is a great position here. Have a big advantage on my opponent in this position. I can clamp down, close the triangle, rain down my strikes, or pull the head to get the submission. Triangle choke from the side control variation is an important position to learn. Sometimes I'm not able to close the distance here, or I'm not able to hit him with strikes, and I can transition into a position that really opens up. So here, I'm in a position of advantage, even if I cannot close the triangle. But if you can, always clamp down, pull his head up, close the triangle position, and get the submission. It's a very important technique for you to learn, a good transition for you to work on from the side control, something that I really enjoy doing here. Now I'm going to demonstrate to you how to transition from the side control to the north-south position. The north-south position is very tiring for the guy that's on the bottom, and for that reason it's a technique that I really like to use, not only to control my opponent, but also to strike him with knees. Whenever you can get to a controlling north and south position, your opponent is in danger of losing the fight. It's a great technique that's worth covering in detail here. We're going to start from the same position as before, getting my opponent here in side control. And now the first thing that I need to worry about here is to understand that he will also try to block my hips from moving. So he brings his arm, and it's impossible for me just to walk towards the side, towards the north-south position. So how am I going to counter that arm position there? I'm going to let go of the head. I'm going to control his far arm with my left arm. So shoot your left arm through and control the far arm there. And now notice how I'm going to move my legs. I'm going to break my hips, and my right leg is going to come on top, crossing over the left one. So once again, you start normal side control. I'm going to shoot my left arm through, control the far arm, and now I'm going to bring my right foot and plant it all the way across so I can come to my knees in the north-south position here. Once I get to the north-south, it's very important to keep your elbows tight against your opponent and control his hips with your hands here. Keeping everything tight, and you can also bring a lot of pressure there with your chest and belly, especially when you start extending your legs. Once I get to this position, I control my opponent. I can think about knee strikes. So how do I accomplish that? I raise my hips and I bring my knee down. Once again, raise your hips and strike down with your knee, right on top of his head. So the higher I bring my hips up, the stronger that knee is going to be. So I can jump in it and bring that knee back with a lot of power. Once again, I control my opponent here in the side control position. The first thing I need to let go here is of the head. So I control the far arm here. Now, I'm going to cross my legs like a scissor here, coming to my knees in the north-south position. Make sure you control, keep your hips controlled, keep the elbows in, and now you're ready to fire your knees. Stretch your legs a little bit, and now you're going to bring your hips high so that you can bring your knees down on the top of his head with power, like this. Very dominant position. It's a position where you can generate a lot of power. If you get to this position, your opponent's in trouble. So make sure you train. In this next technique, we're going to learn how to submit our opponent from the north-south position. Before, we're going to review how to transition from side control to the north-south, and then we're going to learn how to get a kimura in our opponent. So, remember, the first thing I need to do here to transition is to control the forearm, then stretch my legs, scissor them, and get to my knees in the north-south position. Once I get to my north-south control here, I'm going to choose one arm to attack. In this case, I'm going to choose his left arm, and once I get to a good base here, I'm going to control his left arm with my left arm. Going all the way around and wrapping his arm and pinching my elbow in to get control. Once I get this position, my opponent's not going anywhere. And before I finish the lock, I'm going to need to bring my leg up. I'm going to bring my left foot up because I always want to use the leg on the same side of the arm that I'm attacking. Before I bring the leg up, I need to control his wrist with my right hand. So control the lock, and now you can step up with the left foot. And you can see now that if my opponent grabs his hands here trying to block the kimura lock, I need to break it using a movement that takes 3 steps here. The first one to the right, the second one up, and the third one finishing to the side. So once again, if he tries to hold his hands here, and he tries to prevent me from breaking that grip, 1, 2, 3 to the side. So it's very important to learn that. Once again, once you get to the north-south position, and you want to get the kimura lock, you need to wrap the arm. Once you wrap the arm, you control the wrist and step up with the leg on the same side. Bring it to the side, up, and down to the finish. So that's a very important detail there. Whenever you wrap the arm, so whenever I control the arm there, I need to control the wrist, step up, and if he holds hand in hand, don't try to break it to your left. First to the side, 1, up, 2, and 3 to the side. Alright, this is a very important position. Another option that you may have in case knees are illegal there from the north-south position, you can always look for the submission. Alright guys, I really enjoy doing this next technique here. We start from the side control position, and sometimes I even let my opponent get to his knees so I can have the opportunity to use this technique, which is the soccer kick to the head. It's not a complicated position by any means, but it's very effective. Let's see how we can do this. We'll start from the side control position, and sometimes I don't even wait for my opponent to try to escape. I actually give him some space there, and I'm already thinking about the soccer kick as a consequence to him escaping. So I'm going to let him pummel there. He starts getting to his knees. Now once he gets to his knees, it's important for me to stand up while keeping his head down. Now the most important detail of this technique is without question the fact that I'm keeping his head down. So once he starts moving to his knees, my right hand will post behind his neck, and now I'm going to stand up while keeping his head down here. I can now let go and soccer kick to the head. It is very important that you maintain his head low. Otherwise, my opponent will stand up, as we're going to see here. So once he pummels, if I do not control his head, you're going to see that opponent there standing up to base. So if we don't control the head, he's going to stand up, get to his knees, and now he's too close. He might get a takedown there. Instead, once he pummels, he starts coming to his knees here. My hand will post behind his neck and keep that head down so I can stand up. Even if he tries to trap my leg, I can kick to the inside here. And now I free my leg and I can come back with his soccer kicks. Let's see it again. To the other side. Now we start from side control. Now my opponent starts escaping, maybe I even let him escape here. I post the head, keep it low. And now I can let go and soccer kick. Many soccer kicks to the head, as many as I can. So it's a very effective position, something that's worth you to train and get proficient at. Now I'm going to show you an important detail that will help you with the last technique that we practiced, the soccer kick to the head. Sometimes my opponent will try to control my leg as he's coming to his knees, and he's going to manage to trap my leg in an uncomfortable position. The soccer kick has guaranteed me a couple of wins in Pride, and it's a technique that I really enjoy using. Let's see how we can learn how to deal with that opponent. So once again, we start from side control position here. My opponent will pummel, get the underhook. He comes to his knees. The most important thing here, as we have discussed before, is to keep his head down. So as I stand up, I keep the head down, and now my opponent control my leg here. I'm trapped. The best way to get out of here is to move my knee to the inside. So as we can see from this angle, if I simply try to pull my leg back, it's not going to work. I'm going to be unable to yank that leg out of there. So here's what I'm going to do. It's an important detail here. I cannot let my opponent stand up. So keep that head down, because if he stands up into a single leg. So keep the head down. And now what I'm going to do there is that I'm going to point the knee to the inside. So bring the knee to the inside, in this case to the left, and yank it out. Now I'm in a good position to fire soccer kicks to the head. Another important detail here is once I'm standing here with one leg under his control, I want to widen my base. I do not want my feet close together because it can trap them and then take me down. So make sure your base is wide, control his head down, and now you can move that knee to the inside, always keeping the head low. Yank that leg out and fire to the head. This is a great technique, and it's something that really you need to work on, because a lot of times when I'm trying to stand up to fire the soccer kick, my opponent will hold the leg. So use this technique during training, get familiar with it, and once you control it, you'll be able to fire the soccer kicks at will. This technique is very similar to the previous one, but this time I'm not going to be able to free my leg from his grip. This striking technique is something that I have used in some of my fights, and it worked very well for me. I hope it works just as well for you here. We start from the side control position. My opponent pummels for the underhook, starts to come up on his knees. As I stand up, I maintain that head low. That's the most important thing. So always keep that head low. At the same time, I want to make sure that my base is wide. I do not want that foot to be close to my opponent. He might actually take control of it and take me down. So widen your base and stay in a good position at all times. Always keeping his head down, and you're starting to try to free that leg there. For whatever reason, my opponent is holding on for dear life here, and I'm unable to free that leg. That's not a problem. Make sure that you understand that you're in a good dominant position. So now I can use my left heel to strike his head here. So I'm going to take a big step with my left leg and bring my heel against his ear and come back to base. Once again, one step, bring the heel against the ear and hit him in the head, coming back to base. It's a very strong strike. If you have tried this before, you know that. So now at the same time, I need to maintain his head down. Strike and go back to base. At the same time that I'm doing this here, obviously, I'm going to keep on trying to move that leg out of the way. Maybe the strikes will soften him up. I'm going to be able to free myself from this position. It's very important to learn how to deal with such adversities. Like every single situation, you need to have a couple of alternatives there in case something goes wrong. And that goes for the soccer kick as well. In this segment, we will teach you how to transition from the side control to the mount. The mount is, in my opinion, the position when it comes to punishing and hurting your opponent and wearing him out. It is therefore very important that you learn how to properly achieve the mount so you can rain down your strikes. Let's see how we can do that. We will start from the side control position here, which is a very dominant and controlling position here. And now I want to transition into the mount. I let go of the head control and I control the far arm. And now I'm going to move my left knee to this hip bone, crossing my legs like this. Once again, I got the side control position. Let go of the head, control the far arm. Switch your hips here, bringing your knee close to his hip bone. And now he crosses his leg to protect. That's the normal thing. So now it's impossible for me to just take a step and mount right away. How am I going to deal with that problem? So now I'm going to move my hips away, and now I have enough space to bring the right leg over. So don't stay too close here. Move your hips away, and now you can step through and achieve the mount.
A hora que fugiu,
So whenever I move my hips away there, it creates an extra space for me to step into the mount.
Então, mais uma vez,
Let's see that again.
tô aqui.
So I'm here in the side control position.
Tô no singles aqui, ó.
The first thing I need to go is to control that far arm with my left arm. And now I cross my legs here, keeping my knee close to his body. Now, if I wanted to step right away, it's impossible as long as he's blocking with a leg. If he wasn't blocking with a leg, that's not a problem. You can just step into the mount right away. But most people will block to protect and defend. So move your hips away, and now the angle will change, and you can step through.
Beleza, galera? É uma posição
It's a very
bem
simple and
específica.
effective position.
Mais uma vez, lá vou mostrar. Então, tô aqui.
So once again, once you get to that side there, you got side control position, let go of the head, switch your positions there. So my knee is going to be where my other knee was, and now I'm ready to take that step through. If he doesn't block, I'll just step into the mount. If he does block and try to protect here, I'm going to move my hips away first, and now I can mount. It's a great position for you to learn how to transition from side control to the mount and rain down your strikes and punish your opponent or look for submission. You got to learn this transition. Now we're going to start working from the mount position. The first thing you need to learn from the mount is how to keep the position stable and how to punish your opponent from there. In mixed martial arts, it is important for me to be able to control my opponent from the mount while keeping my chest up so I can deliver my strikes effectively. How can I accomplish that? You need to learn a position that you're comfortable in and where you can prevent your opponent from escaping. What works for me is bringing my knees forward, keeping them pretty close to his armpits, and sitting back into the mount position. Normally, my opponent will try to grab me around the waist to try to bring me down and prevent me from striking at will. In order to counter this, I'm going to bring my hand across his face and I will apply pressure in front of his neck so I can pin that head down and rain down my punches. Once I start striking here, chances are my opponent will let go of my waist and he's going to try to block my punches with his arms like a guard. If I'm having success with my strikes, I keep the pressure on him and I keep hitting him. If I notice that his guard is effective, I'm going to force one of his arms to the mat and I will place my knee on top of it. Now there's no way for him to defend the position. I need to capitalize on this, punish my opponent and finish the fight. Either my opponent will give up or the referee will stop the fight. Once again, let's see how I did that. I'm starting from the mount here. I start striking my opponent and he starts covering up here. Now, once I notice that I cannot really reach his head there and he's blocking effectively, I need to do something about that. So I'm going to push one arm down and bring my knee on top of it. Now, there's no way for him to defend. It's a great position for me to strike at will and rain down my strikes here. So punish your opponent whenever you have the chance. This is a technique that I really favor and that I have used in some of my fights. My opponent has no way of defending this technique here, and he becomes a very easy prey there once you trap that arm down. Alright guys, now we're going to cover a situation where I start striking my opponent from the mounted position. He gets desperate here and bridges and tries to roll out of the mount. I give him a little bit of room with my legs so I can turn him around and finish the fight by getting the back mount and flatten him out. Let's see how we can do that. We start from the mount here. The first thing I need to do here is start striking him. Now he's going to try to bridge out of there. I let him go. I got to let him move here. Now, I don't want to stay in this position here. I want to flatten my opponent out. So how can I accomplish that? I'm going to bring both arms under his arms here, close to the armpits. Now I'm going to stretch my legs out and arch my back. And I flatten him out, and now I can strike at will. Let's see it again. I get the mount here, and now I'm going to start raining down punches. He gets desperate, tries to bridge out of the way. I got to let him go. I got to give him some space there with the legs. Get both hooks in, and now don't stay here. You want to flatten him out. So come with both arms away, arch your back, and push your legs out. Now you can strike at will here without your opponent moving at all. So it's a very dominant position here, something that really works well for you. So when you're in the mount there, you start striking, you got to let your opponent turn. Now take advantage of that, get the hooks in, and flat him out so he can strike down. This time we're starting from the back mount. I got the back mount on my opponent, and now he's going to start to roll out of the position here. I'm going to use that roll to set up my katagatame position, the arm triangle. So it's a technique that will be really tight, and I'm going to be able to submit my opponent right away. So I get the back mount here, I'm fighting from the back, and now my opponent will try to move to either side to escape. If he moves to this side, I'm going to get this type of control. If he moves to the other, this type of control. So in this case, he's moving to his right here. So now I get this sort of control and over and under. And now here's what I'm going to do with my legs. I'm going to start shooting that right hook out of there so I can move my hips away to my left here. So let's see it again. So I get my grip here, a seatbelt-like grip. Now I'm going to get the hook out of there so I can move towards my opponent. And I start coming to my knees here. Get into the arm triangle position. Now it's very important to understand the details. I got to be tight here. I don't like using my ear against his arm, but instead I like to turn my chin towards his arm. There's no space now, either to the left or right, and I can bring the pressure and get the submission. Once again, we start here from the back mount. Now he starts moving. I get an over and under control. One arm comes over the shoulder. If he moves to the opposite side, my left arm is going to be over the shoulder. Since he's moving to the right arm will be on top of the shoulder. Now I'm going to let go of one hook, kick it out of the way. So since he's moving to the right, I'm going to kick out the right hook and start coming to my knees. I start coming on top, and you can see that everything is already tight. The arm triangle is already there. And finish. It's a technique that will be very tight once you move in there, because you're not giving him any space. So you get the back mount there, you're going to get the hook out, come to your knees and finish. In this segment, we're going to cover another submission from the back mount, and this time I will show you a very useful variation of the mata-leão, the rear naked choke. We use this variation of the rear naked choke when our opponent is defending and preventing us from getting a clean choke. So here's how we're going to do. We start from the back mount here, and now I'm going to let go of this double under control so I can bring one arm across his neck, and I start looking for the rear naked choke. What my opponent will do right away is that he's going to try to bring his arms up to block the position here. So he tries to block. He's never going to let me have that for free. So you can see that at the same time that he's using his hands to block, he's also tucking his chin in towards his chest. So it's impossible for me to close the regular rear naked choke. He has his chin to his chest, so I cannot really get my forearm to his neck. Even if I switch sides here, the same thing applies. His chin still tucked in. So even if I had a closed position here, it's impossible for me to finish. So you can see the rear naked choke does not work. So what I need to do here is switch my grip. So now I'm using a regular rear naked choke. Right hand on the top of my left biceps. I need to change that. So here's the grip that I'm going to use. I'm going to slide that hand towards my forearm. And now I can apply the pressure, and you can see that I get the tap right away. Why do I get the tap? Because I'm applying pressure on his jaw, against his teeth, against his nose. So be careful when you train this at the gym here, so you don't want to hurt your training partner. Once again, I start from the back mount position. I have a regular rear naked choke, and it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Because he has his chin down. I need to switch the grip to apply pressure against his face. You can see that when I have a regular rear naked choke, my arm doesn't move. When I switch grips here, you can see that my arm will move back a whole lot more. So that's why this switch grip here works. So I'm going to apply pressure on his jaw. So we start here from the back mount. You're going to let go of the double under, start attacking for the rear, looking for the rear naked choke here. And now you can see that it doesn't work since he has that chin down. So it won't work. The mata-leão won't work. So I need to switch grips here. And now I'm going to bring my forearm across his face, right against his jaw, against his teeth. Right here, switch grips, and the pressure will come. He's going to tap. It's a pretty brutal position here. It's an important position for you to learn because sometimes you're stuck in that position there. The guy will not give you a clean choke. So if he doesn't give you a clean choke, the pressure will not come against the neck. There's no way. So switch to the forearm, and now you do whatever it takes. You apply pressure on the jaw to get the tap. So it's a very important position, very brutal position, and you guarantee a tap there. Now we're going to start covering some escapes from different positions and holds. We're going to start by covering a basic escape from the side control position. The escape that we will show you is the most common escape from the side control, and it's also one of the easiest to use and the one that I prefer. It's very important for you to be familiar with positional escapes so you can get out of certain bad situations without being punished by your opponent. And here's how we're going to do this. So we're going to start from the side control. My opponent has side control on me, and the first thing I need to do is bring that knee up. Why? Because if I don't bring that leg up, if I don't bend my knee, he will mount right away. So as soon as he gets side control, I need to cross that leg there. Now the second thing I need to do is to block his hip here. So I'm going to bring my right forearm and I'm going to bring it against his hip bone, against his left hip bone. That way I'm preventing him from circling towards the north-south position. Now, the next thing I need to do is try to get an underhook with my left arm. As you can see, he's not giving me a lot of space here, so it's impossible for me to get an underhook right away. What I need to do here is do a bridge and then drop very fast. That way I create a little space and I'm going to be able to shoot that underhook in. So if there's no space at all, you're going to have to bridge and then let go right away. As you let go, as you bring your body back down, you're going to create some space there, and you need to exploit it by shooting that left arm through right away. And then you get the underhook. Once you get the underhook, things are easier. That's the hard part. I'm going to need to do two techniques here. One movement is going to be to bring his body up with my underhook, like this. And at the same time, I need to shrimp, I need to move my hips away to create even more space and start coming to my knees. So bring the underhook up. So don't leave him closed. You can see that I'm bringing the underhook up at the same time moving my hips away. Once I get to this position here, all I got to do is come to my knees. So I move my hips again and come to my knees as fast as possible. Now, you can see that we're in a neutral position versus being on the bottom, which is way, way worse. So once again, he gets side control on me. The first thing I need to do is to cross my leg. Second thing I need to do here is to block his left hip. So I bring my forearm here against his hips to prevent him from turning to the north-south. So now he's blocked. So you can see that he can no longer come towards my head to the north-south position. So now you can see that I'm using my forearm here and he cannot move to his left. He cannot rotate towards my head. If I don't do that, if I just hold with my hand here against his hip bone, you can see that he's going to be able to break that grip and move to the north-south. So make sure you use your forearm against his hip bone. That's stronger. Now, once I get both positions here, I cross the leg and took control of his hip. I'm going to start looking for my underhook. Now, it's hard for me to pummel here because he's going to stay tight. So what I need to do to create space for the underhook is to use a short bridge. I'm going to bridge my arm, and as I bring my body back down, it's going to create some space. I exploit that gap there by shooting my left arm through and getting the underhook. So that's a very important detail. Bridge up. Once you relax, you shoot that arm through. So bridge, relax, shoot the arm through. So it's again, bridge, relax, shoot the arm through. Now, once you get to this situation here, it's very important to move your hips away, but as I move my hips away, I need to bring my underhook up. So I want to move my opponent at the same time as that I shrimp. So move your arm up and at the same time move your hips away. So two movements at once. So let's see it again. Now, bring the underhook, move the hips away, move the hips again, and get to your knees. So it's a very simple technique, the most common technique to escape from the side control position, something that I really like using. I really favor this technique, and it's very simple. You should train it over and over. In the previous technique, we covered escape from the side control position. In this one, we're going to show you how to escape from the mount. This is a technique that you need to practice and use a lot in training. Being on the bottom position in the mount puts you at a great disadvantage, and the judges will end up giving your opponent a point advantage for that. So whenever you're on the bottom, you're losing points. Not only you're giving your opponent a big advantage in terms of points, but you're also giving him a head start when it comes to trading strikes. You can't hurt him from the bottom at all. It's a very bad position to be in, and it's important for you to master a couple of escapes so you can react properly and get back on top. Here's how we're going to do this. So my opponent will start from the mount, and the first thing that I want to do here is to block his strikes. I don't want anything to land on my face if possible. The next step, once I'm ready to get the escape here, I'm going to place both hands on his hips. Why? Because I want to lift my opponent off to create a little bit of space there. At the same time that I control his hips here, I'm going to bring my elbows close to my ribs. Now I'm going to bridge, and as I bridge, I'm going to extend my arms to create a gap. So bridge, extend your arms, and bring your knee in, shoot your knee in through that gap. Let's see it again. Once again, when I'm ready to escape here, I'm going to push and shoot the knee through. Now, once I get to this position, it's a way better position here. It's almost like guard. So once again, he gets the mount. After I block the strikes, I'm going to place both hands against his hips. And once I get both hands in, I'm ready to start extending here. I'm going to keep my elbows tight against my ribs. And once I extend, I bridge at the same time so I can create a gap. And I'm going to exploit the gap by shooting my knee through underneath my opponent. And you can see once I get to this situation here, it's much better. It's almost like guard. I can choose to put him back into guard like this, or maybe use half guard, push him away and try to stand up. It depends on the situation here. It's a very good technique to use, a very easy escape. So once again, he gets the mount, I control the hips, I keep the elbows in, I'm going to bridge, extend my arms, and shoot the knee through. It's a very good technique to learn. It's probably one of the most basic escapes from the mount and the one that I favor. So train it so you can use it. We showed you the escape from the side control position, the escape from the mount, and now we're going to show you the escape from the back mount. The back mount is another position that puts you at a great disadvantage. The judges will see this position as a very dominant one. They will award points accordingly. So let's learn how to escape from it. Well, you're going to start here in the back mount position. The first thing I need to do is decide to which side I want to escape to. I can choose to escape to the left side or the right side. In this case here, we're going to escape to the right side. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring my left arm up right by my ear. And that is how I defend the rear naked choke. There's no way he can apply a rear naked choke here. So choose one side and bring that arm to the side. And you can see my left arm is pointing to the right side. So therefore, I'm going to escape to the right. Now, if I decided to escape to the opposite arm, I would bring my right arm up and it would be pointing to the left. So left hand up. It's going to point to the right, I escape to the right. So now I'm going to start trying to bridge here, move my hips up, and trying to bring my head to the ground like this, by his shoulder. The more I move, the furthest I go, the better it is for my escape. So really make an effort to try to touch that head to the ground. Now I'm ready to explode to the opposite side. So I'm going to explode to my left, getting back to guard. Like this. So it's very important for me to block that rear naked choke position. So I block the rear naked choke by bringing my arm up by my ear because it's such a wide position here that he cannot really get around my neck. So once again, he gets the back mount. The first thing I do here is bring that arm up by my ear. You can see there's no way for him to get the rear naked choke there. There's no way he can get there to my neck. My hand is pointing to the right, so I'm going to start moving my hips, bridging, and trying to touch my head to the mat there. Now I'm ready to explode to my left here, and moving my hips to the side as much as possible. Now I get back into guard position. It's a dominant position for me, and I can punish my opponent from there. So this basic escapes, go ahead and train them because they will work for you, and you're going to be able to get out of bad positions. Okay guys, now I'm going to show you how to escape from the turtle position. The turtle position will happen in mixed martial arts, especially when I shoot for a takedown and my opponent sprawls on top of me. It's a very dangerous position for me because he can attack my arm, he can attack my neck, and he can rain down strikes, especially knees against my head. So for whatever reason, my opponent is sprawled on top of me, and now he's going to start using his knees against my head. I don't want to stay here, so I want to react as fast as possible. The first thing that I need to do is choose one side, control the arm, and step with the leg up on the same side. So in this case here, I'm controlling his right arm, and I'm stepping up with my left leg. Now, the next step will be to bring my right knee underneath like this. So once again, control his arm, step up with the left leg, free your head, and shoot that leg underneath. And now I can circle to the back. It's a sit-out escape. So he's controlling me in the turtle. He's sprawling top. Now, the first thing I need to do here is to control an arm and step up with a leg. Now, keep everything tight here. Now, free your head and shoot the opposite leg through. In a sit-out position and turn around, get control of the top situation. Now, it's always a scramble. Whenever I execute a sit-out, it's hard to tell exactly how I'm going to be able to finish. It depends on his reaction. So once again, I'm being controlled from the turtle. I step up. I control the arm, I free my head, and I shoot my right leg through. So free your head like this and shoot your leg through. Execute a sit-out. Come on top. Very simple escape from the turtle and something that you need to master.